how to build a custom WordPress theme from scratch is what we'll be doing today. We're going to build out this really cool website which serves to do waste disposal and bins, but we're going to take you through the whole process of setting up WordPress and installing it with a custom theme. And I'm going to take you through all these steps so that if you're interested in doing this yourself, then you'll be able to. My name is Adrian and I do videos around design and development, so if you haven't already, hit like and subscribe and we're just gonna jump straight into it. Alright, so let's take a closer look at this website we'll be designing over here. And it's a bin sort of website where they do storage and waste and stuff like that. And the basics of this is the design that we'll be looking at, which we'll be building out. It's got a nice header here with some menus, and we've got some information in here. We'll have a call to action, which is to grab a quote, as well as a hero image, which will be a slider. We've got some more information below here, such as a special and some of the products, and as we keep going down, we get some more information in here, such as what they do and some testimonials, as well as a contact us section. So this is really cool. We are going to build this out with WordPress and with WooCommerce. So this means that we're going to have a number of product pages that we build out with some information and some pricing, so they should be pretty fun to do. We'll also have some other pages such as internal pages and contact us pages, and we'll build these out as well. And finally, we'll also have a section here for blog and news posts, which will have a slightly different design, but we'll take a look at how we can create that. Finally, we'll make sure that it's all responsive. So we'll make sure that we've got a tablet and a phone design, and because we'll be building this in WordPress and with Bootstrap, this should be pretty simple to do, but I'll show you how I go about making this. The very first thing we'll want to do is download WordPress and install it, as well as our theme builder, which in this case I'm going to be using Understrap. So let's open up Google and we're just going to go and download WordPress. So to do that, I'm just going to type in download WordPress and we're just going to grab the very latest version of it. I'm here in Australia, so I'm getting an Australian version of it, but it depends on which country you're in, and this will just download here in the background. I also want to download Understrap, so I'm just going to go to Understrap on GitHub and I'm just going to download the latest revision for it. And this is the custom theme we'll be using to build it out. And with Understrap, you essentially get a lot of benefits such as Bootstrap and Font Awesome. It's ready to go with WooCommerce, and it's the building blocks to be able to develop your custom theme. So we'll have a look at using that as well. We're going to create a new directory to build out this project. So I'm just going to open this up in Windows and create a new folder, and we'll do one called West Coast here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder called www. In this folder, I'm going to unzip WordPress and we're going to put it right in here. That way we can get started with this as our directory for WordPress. I'm also going to do the same for Understrap once that's done, but the other thing we'll need to do is have a database for this. Now for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use phpMyAdmin and I'm going to create a new database, and I'm using a system called WAMP. So what that is it's just over here. It's a system to run web servers in an instance on Windows, and this web server, it's just a click next to install, and after that you'll have phpMyAdmin as well as Apache, and all of these things let you host your website. Once that's done, you can log in. So I'm just going to log in over here and create a new database. For this database, I'm just going to call it West Coast and hit enter on that, and that's a blank database that we can use for our WordPress installation. With WordPress now unzipped in our folder over here, let me just refresh to make sure it's there. We'll go to content and themes, and in here we'll create a new theme called West Coast. For this theme, I'm going to grab Understrap over here and I'm going to unzip it and place it into that folder. And this way we'll later be able to use this as our main theme for our project. Finally, because we're using WAMP, we're going to have to define the website address. So over here, I'm going to go to the Apache section. I'm just going to create a new host file to create the virtual host. for the Apache server. Now you can do this online or you can do this on your own environment depending what it is, but for me, I'm just doing it here in Apache. So let's save that, and I'm going to also pass in the folder path. So that's just over here. Let's grab that. Here it is. It's the www folder we created. So I'm going to paste it in here and replace that, and that should get us going. We also have this address, which is westcoast.localhost. And to do that, we're going to have a host file. Now I've got a previous one here, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to override my current host file with a new host file. So I'm going to open up this host file over here, and I'm going to add in a new address. So every time I create a new local web server, I add in a local domain here at localhost. And this time it's westcoast.localhost. I'm going to save that. And with that done, we can close this off and close this off. And I'm going to restart WAMP. And this will get the web server up and running on that domain. And we'll be able to use that to start creating a installation of WordPress. So I'm just restarting that now on my other screen, but that should be more or less done. So what we can do now is we can go to westcoast.localhost, and when we browse in, it should take us straight to the WordPress installation, which it has. We're going to click next on here, and we're going to pass in the database, which is West Coast. The rest we're going to leave blank. We'll click here to run the installation, and this will install WordPress for us. I'm just going to put in some basic content in here. So site name, West Coast, username, admin. We'll have a basic password that's auto-generated that I'll change later, and an email address. And this should be just about it. So what I might do is for the password there, while it's static, I'm just going to save that for the time being on a basic folder here. So I'll save that over there. And now we can browse into this project. And when I browse into it, I'm going to open it up in VS Code. And I'm going to do this by just right-clicking and open in code. And it should open up our project over here. This has Understrap installed. And to set up Understrap, we're going to have to install the modules for like Gulp and other stuff. So to install those, we just type in npm install. If you haven't got npm installed, we can go to npm or node, and we can just install that. It's just here at npmjs.com, or I think there's another one here. Let me just grab that. Node install. Great, so you can download Node over here and just grab whichever operating system you're on and install that, and that'll come with npm. And then you can make sure you can run npm install in here, and this will install all the packages from the packages.json and get us ready for using Understrap. With that done, we can also now customize our custom theme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into styles.css, and I'm going to customize the styles.css text in here to customize our theme. And we're just going to put some basic information in here, but that should be just about it. We also have a screenshot in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this screenshot and put in the screenshot of our theme. So I'm going to open this up in Photoshop. And in here, we've got a screenshot of what our theme looks like. So I'm just going to take a quick snippet of that, and we'll use that as the baseline for our theme design. So let me just grab a copy of that, and we'll quickly take a snapshot of it. And I don't want that line popping up, so let me just click off there. Beautiful. I'm just going to select all of that over here, and we're going to grab our Photoshop over here and paste it in. And once that's pasted in, let's just copy that and paste it in. It doesn't seem to be pasting in. Let me just try that once more. Copy, paste, there it is. We'll just resize this a little bit so it fits into our design over here. That should be just about right. So I'm pretty happy with that. What we can do now is we can save this as a PNG, and we put it back into our folder over here for West Coast. So here I'm just going to replace that image, and that'll get us ready for customizing this theme. And we can go back in here to our WordPress installation. That's done. So I'm just going to click login to do this, and we'll log in with our details here. And I think we saved our password somewhere over here. So I'm just going to copy that all across. and we can get started to customizing this theme. Now, once we log in, we're going to have to select the theme and activate it so we can start using it. So to do that, we'll go to Appearance and Themes, and we'll jump in here and we'll select the West Coast theme, which we now have a nice screenshot of, and we'll hit to activate that. When we do, we're using that theme now. So if we go to the website, it doesn't have anything there just yet, but we've got Understrap up and running and we can start customizing it. All right, so I'm gonna close off some of these things we're no longer using and we'll start getting into the nitty and gritty of our design. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick shortcut here to our theme so we can access it nice and quickly whenever we go to this folder. I'm also gonna add it here into my windows because sometimes it's nice and easy to be able to access something if it's at the very top of our quick access. And with that done, I'm also going to create a folder in here called image, and this will be used a little bit later on, but it's just there for the time being. Now, if we take a look at our design, we can start mapping out some of these things. And the first thing I want to do is create the navigation up here. And this has a few different items. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this over here to the left, and I'm going to pull in our design here on the right. And what I want to do is I want to go to our WordPress section here for appearance and menus. And I want to create the appearance for the menu, and we'll do a new primary menu in WordPress. So I'll click to create that, and we'll set this to display as a primary menu, and we'll remove the sample page here, but we'll leave the home page. We need a few different things in here. So the first thing is skip bins. Let's pass that in. And this will be our first menu item. Our second will be recycling. Let's pass that in. We've got FAQs. We've got the blog. And we also have about. And over here we have contact. We also have some sub menus. So I'm just going to type in here sub-menu, and I'm going to put this in under skip bins and recycling. So here's skip bins. And this we can fill out a little bit later, but for the time being, it's just something to get us started. One here under recycling, one here under about, and maybe we'll add one more here under skip bins, just so that we can see what that looks like. And we're going to save this menu. This will be our primary menu. The next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we have set the colors and content for our design over here. So to do that, we're going to open up our file here called Sass, and we're going to go into our theme. We're going to change up the theme variables, and this is the theme variable for our content. And what we want to do is we want to pull out this primary color, which is this yellow. We're going to replace this primary color here from the blue to the yellow and hit save on that. Then we're going to go to underscore theme.css, and this is CSS, which has a bit of markup called Sass, and it just makes our CSS a little bit easier to write. So we're going to be able to do classes inside classes to do faster syntax. But before we do all of that, I'm going to add in some primary and secondary colors. So here for primary, I'm going to re-add that primary color that we had previously. And we'll be able to use this as a variable later on, but this will just make our life a little bit easier. We'll also have a look at some of the other content in here. So we've got some other colors like blacks and grays and yellows, and here's a darker version of that yellow. So we're going to add that in as well. Let's close all this off in here, and here I'll type in primary-500. And here we'll pass in that darker shade of yellow. What else do we have? We've got some blacks and grays. So the secondary color is sort of that black. So I'm just going to do black here for our secondary color, but we've got a slightly more shaded version of that black over here. So I'm going to do this as maybe secondary-maybe 300 as a lighter tint of that. And what we'll do is we'll make sure we copy that across, and we'll be using these later on in our design, but it just gets us started. Finally, I think that's most of the colors here utilized. I don't think we've got anything else we need. Most of them are just blacks and yellows and grays, and we've pulled those across now. So we can start looking at designing our top navigation over here. If we take a look, it's the same on all our pages, so this should be pretty simple to design. We're going to create the logo in here, as well as the phone number and email, and this background image over here as well. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually export this background image. We'll export this into Photoshop, and right now it's quite large. We don't need it to be that big. So what I'm thinking is I'll just change the width here to 1920. And in terms of the height, let's take a look at where it's being capped here. So it's being capped just about the top section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up here to the top, and we'll do this to about 280 pixels. And we can now save this as a JPEG. I'm going to save this as a low quality JPEG just so that it doesn't utilize too much room. And we're going to save this here in our images folder. And I'm going to call this maybe header top BG, and this gives us some indication of what that file is going to be. We can now start editing this top navigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump here into the header, and we're going to have a look at how this is designed and how we can customize it. As well, if we're running this, because we've installed our npm modules now, we can run gulp watch, and this will watch all our files here so that when we make any changes, they'll automatically be updated every time we hit save. So let's jump in here to our content, and we're gonna get rid of this container over here, and I'm just gonna get rid of the if script, to be honest, because I don't think we need that, and we'll just set it in manually. Here we have a section for the logo. Now normally you can create WordPress logos that'll be automatically updated, but I'm gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna put in our own logo a little bit later. Here we have the button for the navigation, and we might use this a little bit later on as well, but for now I'm just going to comment it out. And here we've got a H2 tag, so I'm going to get rid of that, as well as an A tag, so I'm going to get rid of that. And all we have left really now is our wrapper for our nav bar and our navigation menu in WordPress here, which is called through wp_nav_menu. And we're going to customize these things to make them work the way we want. Right now, our navigation expands and reduces on the MD viewport. So we're going to change this to LG, and we're going to save that. We're going to refresh and take a look at our content to start off with. And this is what it looks like. It's got that new primary color. We've got our menu up here, but we're going to have to customize a lot of this so that it sits a little bit more like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at this top section here, and if we take a look, it's got a height of about 115 pixels, and we're going to create it over here. We're going to place it just here in our nav bar wrapper, and we're going to create a top nav, or maybe top header section. And for top header, we'll have two things. We'll have maybe our row in here, and in our row we'll have col LG6 for the first 6 columns of our content, which is just over here. And we might actually even expand this out because this is about 6 columns there, and this is about 4. So maybe I'll do 5 just to be safe. So let's actually do 5 in here, and then we'll do one more, and the other one here will be 7. In here we'll have our logo, and we'll need to export that. So let's actually click on this logo over here, which is just there, and we're going to select to export it here from Adobe XD, and we're going to save this as a PNG, and I'm going to save this into our folder here. And right now we need to just browse into that, so I'm just going to go West Coast Images, and I'm going to paste that in there and save that. Once it's saved, we'll have a copy of it over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename it. I'm going to name it West Coast, or maybe just logo. Logo will be nice and easy to remember. With that done, we'll be able to import it in here as an image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this logo with an alt tag, but we also need to grab the theme directory in here because this is essentially where the theme is located. And once we get that, we'll be able to pass in /images/logo. And there's a WordPress function to be able to browse straight into the theme directory. The way we do this is we just pass in get template directory URI, and we echo this out. So I'm just going to do this right now. And for this top header section, we're going to create our first class here in our CSS, and we're going to make the background black. This should get us started. So we might also make the height here 115 pixels just so that it's accurate. And I'm going to save that. We can see that we've got our content in there. We take a look, everything seems to be fine. We just need to make it a little bit better in terms of having this row inside of a container. And this will just make sure that it's properly centered and not off here to the left. So let's refresh on that. We can see that it's there now. In terms of this top header section, we're also going to have to give it maybe a display of flex and maybe a justify content of center. And actually we'll do align items center as well. And we'll get rid of justify content. This will just make sure that the content here is centered, which is what we wanted to do. With that done, we just need a background. Now, we've already created a background for this. So I'm just going to pass in background image. And we're going to pass in the URL. And in this case, it's going to be image / header top bg.jpg. And in here, it should be referenced. So we can now just do background size cover, background dash position center, and background repeat, no repeat. And if we save that, that should take effect. We should see that background image in there. So now we've got our header in there. That's looking good. The actual image we're placing here doesn't have a link. So I'm just going to create an A tag in here. And this will just go to the base URL. And we'll put in our image in here. So that way it's working a little bit better. And we should be able to see it in there. Great. So with that done, we can now put in these two sections here for the phone and the email. So what I'm going to do is here in this section, I'm going to do header or maybe top header contact. And this is where we'll put our contact information. So we've got the two items. So we've got an A tag here for a phone number, I think it was. Let's double check. I'm just going to copy this phone number in. And I'm going to paste it in here. And it also has an icon. So to do an icon, I'm going to use an I tag with fa-fa-phone. And this will use Font Awesome to create a phone icon. So we're just going to refresh on that, make sure that it shows up, and there it is. We're going to copy this over and create another one here. And in this case, we want one for the email address. So I'm going to copy that over and I'm going to just paste it in here. And in here, we'll use envelope-o, and that's the icon there for the email address. And what I'm going to do is for the actual URL, I'm going to do mail to, and we'll mail to the email address. And for the phone, we'll do tell, and we'll tell to the phone number. And those will just automatically work. And if we refresh now, we can see we have both of those. Now for this section here, we're going to put this class into our classes here. And we're going to have an A tag, which will have a custom style. Now this custom style here looks like it's a border of 1 pixel yellow with some padding and maybe some margin between the icons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the color here to white. And then for the FA, we'll set the color for that as yellow. And the yellow is that primary color. We'll also have the FA with a margin right of 0.5 EM. The font size here, first we'll do the border. So border 1 pixel solid primary. We'll also do padding maybe 0.5 EM and 1 EM. And let's refresh, and we'll also do the background here as black and a border radius of maybe 1 EM. Let's save that and see what we get. When we do that, we can see that we've almost got what we're after, but we need to make the border radius a little bit bigger. So I'm just going to do 1.5 EM in there. And I think that's about right. So let's take a look at that. Now in terms of the font size, this is 20 pixels. And if we take a look, most of our website has a default font size, and that varies depending on where you are. But I'm going to go into the section here for our internal content. And if we take a look, our internal content is font size 18 pixels. So we're going to create a body tag in here. And for this body tag, we'll pass in font size 18 pixels. Now for our contact header, this is actually font size 20 pixels like we saw before. In terms of the font weight, let's see if it's a bold or a heavy. It's actually just regular font size 20 with Roboto. So we might not have Roboto installed. And in order to get that in, we'll have to go to Google Fonts and we'll have to import it into our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in Roboto here. And here we've got the package and we're going to import a few styles. We'll do maybe the thin, light, regular, medium, and bold. And that should get us up and running. We're going to embed this into our project. So we'll just browse into our header here. And just above our WP_head, we'll paste this in. Then in terms of the syntax in our CSS, we're going to place that into our body and just paste it in here to call font family Roboto. And that'll start using that. So now if we go back here, we should see that everything looks a little bit better. We can see that our buttons are almost styled perfectly now. We can add a little bit of animation to those and we can update the styling for them. But for the time being, this gets us started. Now, in terms of this whole section here, I'm thinking that we'll do a display of flex. And these items in here will be a display of inline-block. And we're going to justify the content to flex end. And this will make sure that they exist at the very end of the content on the far right. So let's take a look at that. And yep, that looks like it's come out a lot better now. Now, in terms of this whole section and this whole row, we're having it in here. So I'm thinking maybe we'll do row, we'll do justify, align item center. And this will just make sure that all our content in this row is centered as well. It'll just align up the logo here with our buttons. Finally, the buttons need a little bit more spacing there on the right. Maybe about 1 EM. So I'm just going to do over here, margin left 1 EM. And if we take a look, that should give them some space in between. So they're looking really good now, and we can move on to the next section, because the next section over here is to create this nav bar with the menu and a quote call to action. I also want to clean up this page a little bit because we have all these custom posts and sidebars and footers that we don't really need to use right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to create a brand new page. And this will be our home page that we'll use as a template. So I'll just type in home here. And what I normally like to do is I like to jump into the content here and create a new page template. We're going to do a template-home here, and we'll just save this as template-home.php. And we're going to copy over the content that we've used previously here from our full width page, and we're going to paste this in. We'll rename this template to template home and we'll save that. And for the time being, I'm just going to remove all the content because we're going to place in our own content as we make the home page. So let's close that off. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to jump here into the footer. And right now we've got some basic footer information, but we're not going to use that either. So I'm going to get rid of most of that over here and hit save as well. Now when we refresh the home page, then we'll be able to select that page template by just selecting over here in page attributes and selecting the page template home here. So let's hit update on that. And now that that's done, we can view the page, and this is going to have to also be set as the home page. So to be able to do that, we'll jump back into admin. We'll go to settings and general. And over here is, where was it? I think it's permalinks. No, it's, let's double check. Reading. Yes. So here in reading settings, we'll select a static page for the home page, and we'll just select home to be that. We'll hit save on that. And while we're here as well, we'll update the permalinks. And normally I like to set a manual structure here of the category name and the post name, because this gives a nice URL structure. We'll save that as well. Now with those two things done, if we go back to the homepage, we see we've got empty content in here, and we can start building this out a little bit better. But for the time being, it just makes it a little bit more clean for our work. With those things done, let's have a look at customizing this navigation. And right now we already have the menu items over here. But if we take a look, we need them to be slightly different. So what we're going to do is we're going to customize the nav bar to start off with, because it needs to be that really dark black color. Now, if we take a look at it over here, it does have some pre-made styling, and this in general also has some styling as well. But what we want to do is we want to just edit the internal content. So this would be possibly just updating this ID over here. I'm going to put this in our CSS, and we're going to just put it here below. What I want to be able to do is start off by changing the background color to black. So let's save that and double check. It's actually a gray color from what I can see. Let's just select it over here. And from what I can see, it's this 3F color. And I think we've set this as a variable over here, as secondary. So I'm just going to pass that in like this into our CSS. And when we can see, this gets compiled in Gulp and it spits out a new version. So we should see that apply, but let's double check where this color is being applied as well. So if we take a look, it looks like it's being applied just over here, but there is an important variable being applied to the bg-primary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back here into the header, and here where we have bg-primary, we're going to remove that and hit save. So when we do, we should see that border come back and we've got that nice background color. Now the next part to this is we've got this slight line at the top and the bottom, and this line is 676 more or less in terms of the hex. And I'm going to create a new variable for this called secondary 200. We'll pass it in here, and what we'll do is we'll pass this in as a border top and a border bottom, and let's do 1 pixel solid with this secondary color. Let's apply this, and we should see that take effect here in the design. So when we refresh, we can see the border here is at the top, and we can't really see it at the bottom, but it's there as well. The next thing is these icons here these text here for the actual fonts. Now this is font size 18 and it's bold and uppercase. So we're going to have to change that too. Let's inspect the code over here, and if we take a look, we have a UL, which is a main menu, and that's what we want to edit. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass in the ID over here, and we're going to pass in the items, and in here I'm just going to do font size, and we'll set this to be 18 pixels. We'll do the font weight to be bold, and we'll also set the text transform, I think it is, and we'll set this to uppercase. We'll save that. And let's have a look what we get for our design. So we should see that update, and we can see that it has. The other thing we need to do is make sure all the colors are white except for the active page, which is a yellow. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab primary here. We're going to pass in if active, or I think it's current item. We'll do the color to be that yellow as a variable color. But otherwise, most of the other fonts will be a color of white. So we'll just pass in color white here in our CSS. Now let's double check what this CSS class here is on active items. So we should be active here on our home page. And if we take a look, it's actually called current menu item, I think it is. We've got active here as well, but sometimes that's passed down to drop downs, and that's not a good use. So let's do current dash menu dash item, and we'll update this current dash menu dash item, and we'll hit save on that. And when we do and refresh, we should see that the home there does go yellow, but it looks like we've applied the yellow only to the LI item. So what we're going to have to do is create an A item in here just to make sure that that is the item that's going yellow. We'll refresh once more, and we can see that's taken effect, and it's starting to look a little bit better. We also have a bit of padding happening here between the items, and it's about 15 pixels on the left and 15 pixels on the right. So I'm going to apply that as well. Let's do 15 pixels left and padding right 15 pixels too. We'll save that, and that should give us a little bit more room between each item. And now all we need to do is this search bar here on the left. Now for this search bar, there's a few different ways we can do it. Now right now we can see that the nav bar is utilizing most of the space here. And this here has two sections. It's got the main menu, but it also has no item here on the left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find this nav bar drop down. We're going to see if we can create an item here on the left. Now let's have a look at the code over here in the footer. And what I'm thinking is, where is that? So we've got the container in here. So we're going to have to place it somewhere in here, I'm thinking. So what I'm thinking is maybe search input. Let's call that a search input in here. And then maybe we'll just put some text in here for now. Maybe we'll do search input holder and then search input. And let's put a test in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a small class here for this. And for this class, I'm just going to pass it in here. And I'm going to do, let's have a look at the design here. It looks like a border, and this border has about 8 pixels in width, and it's that yellow color. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to do border 8 pixels solid, and this is the primary color, then a background of white, and maybe padding of about 10 pixels. So let's save that just to see what it looks like and where it appears. And there it is. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Now, in terms of the width for this, it looks like it's about 350 pixels. So let's do width 300 pixels to start off with and just see how big that is. So I'm going to refresh that. We should see that it's just over there. We'll increase that to 350 and we'll be able to edit this a little bit more later on. But if we take a look, we can see that this item here exists over here, and then this item is utilizing the rest of the space. But let's see other ways we can do the width. Maybe we can pass in flex1, and that should utilize all the width that's available. And if we do that, let's see what we get. So we just get about this much width, and then this item here is utilizing the rest, it looks like. But that's okay. The other way we could do this is as we did before, which is just manually passing in a width, and we'll stick with that for the time being. We also want to give it some border radius there. So I'm going to do border radius, and maybe I'll pass in 15 pixels in here. We refresh that, we can see it's got some nice borders, but the other thing we need to do is do a margin top of maybe -30 pixels, just so that it pops out here a little bit, and we might do a margin bottom. And for the margin bottom, we'll also do 30 pixels, or -30 pixels that is. Now it's come in here a little bit better, but the other aspect to this is that this needs to have 2 sections in here, and one of them is an input. And then it's got a lot more padding on the top and at the bottom. Now there's a few different ways to do this, and right now I'm thinking we'll just do a manual padding at the top and the bottom. So let's just put this in over here. We'll do padding 30 and 10. So this is on the X and Y axis. And we'll see that it expands out a little bit better there. But the other aspect to this is having that text input. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to pass in 2 items. The first will be a title, and the second will be the input itself. And the input will have the placeholder in here. And this placeholder will have the text that we have here for type your suburb here. And the title will just have the quote, which is in here. And this is a font size 22 pixels with a light color. So we're going to do search input. And in this, we'll type in display flex. Maybe we don't even need that, you know? Because it's a little bit redundant if we have 2 classes inside of themselves. So I'm actually going to remove this, and I'll just keep it simple with this text input holder. And now with this done, we can just do a display flex right in here. And we're going to do maybe, let's have a look. The quote can be regular sized, but the input will have a flex of 1. So it utilizes all the space. The font size, like we put in before, will be font size, was it 20 or 22? It was 22, and the font weight was light, so we'll do this to about 300. We'll also make the input have a placeholder. So I'm going to do add placeholder in here. And for the placeholder, we're going to do font weight bold. We're going to do the color to be black. And let's see the font size. So the font size for this text input is 22 pixels. So we'll do font size 22 pixels in here. We'll save all of this and just have a look at what we get. So that's what we're getting right now. But this doesn't look right because we didn't save this changes that we did to the HTML. So let's refresh that. And that's looking a little bit better now. Now we don't need as much padding there on the top and at the bottom. What we can do is we can actually remove most of that. So I'm going to do 10 pixels around. But here for the input, I'm going to do padding maybe 15 pixels and 20 pixels and just see what that looks like. And when we do that, we can see that it's a little bit too big there. That's okay. We can reduce the size of that just a little bit. So maybe let's do 0 pixels and 20 pixels and save that and see what we get. So that's a little bit better there. But again, it's still too much with those 20 pixels on the left and the right. So I'm just going to do 5 pixels from the top and bottom and none from the left and right. And that now looks much better. It seems to fit in with our design. We just need to make sure that the items here have a justify content off center, and this will make sure that they're aligned properly. Maybe it wasn't justify content. It was probably align item center. I always get those two confused. So now we'll see the quote aligns properly and our suburb aligns well as well. And what we can do now is we could possibly even remove some of the padding here that we're doing. So we'll just have padding on the left and the right. So let's refresh that. And we should see that take effect. So that's looking a little bit better. And then again, for our text input, we'll increase this to maybe 15 pixels. And when we do, we should see that it takes effect a little bit better. Now, in terms of our design, this does look like it's almost there. This probably needs to go up to about 20 pixels for the top and the bottom. Yeah, I think that's just about right. And finally, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the lines here on our text input. So I'm just going to do border to none. And now when we refresh that, we should see that the border is none. You can immediately start typing there. We're also going to do outline to none so that when we select it, we don't get that black box that's appearing right now. So we're going to refresh that, and that's much better now. And finally, for the quote section here on the title, I'm just going to do margin right maybe 10 pixels. I think 10 pixels should be just about right. And this way our text input just looks like it floats a little bit better over there. So that's starting to look really good, and I'm pretty happy with that. So now we've got our logo here, our menu items, and our navigation here. Now, if you have a look at this navigation, it does have drop downs, and those drop downs look like they're not working just yet. In order to fix these drop downs, we're going to have to apply some custom styling. So I'm going to inspect these, and when we do and have a look here, we've got a class here called dropdown-menu. What we're going to do is we're going to jump into the navigation here where we're setting up some custom styles, and here we'll apply a drop down and we'll set the background here as black. Let's refresh and take a look at what that looks like. Once we do, we can see that the submenu has applied with the custom styling, and that's looking much better. But when we hover over it, we still see that we're getting some weird effects there. So what I'm thinking is that we could actually reutilize this secondary class here. Is that yeah, I think that's a dark gray. And we're actually going to apply it in here. Then for the LI item, for the A item there, when we apply a hover state, so and hover, we'll actually do a background of black. And I think that should look okay. Let's give that a test. I'm going to refresh here. If we refresh this now again and we hover over it, we can see those menu items are looking like they're working really well. If we now have a look, we've mostly finished up this section, but there's still a lot more to do. And the first thing I'd like to be able to do is actually change up the background color for the whole body. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to do a background color of black with a text color of white. And this should apply to the whole page, and this will give it that stronger black look that we're applying everywhere else. And now we can see that that has been applied, and that's starting to look good. It will affect some of our styling here. So for example, our quote here for our title, we're going to have to change that, and we'll manually have to select a color for it. So I'm just going to browse over here to our search input, and I'm going to set the color here to black, and that should fix up that aspect of it. So once we do, we can see that's working in there, and that looks good now. Now that we've done this and we've got our menu here, the next part of this design is usually to build out all of these elements here. But before we do that, I usually like to build out the mobile design simply because it's really important to be able to collapse items down to a smaller version. And we can see that as soon as we get away from this large LG view, we're going to go down to a mobile and tablet view where the menu disappears and it comes up as a menu drop-down item here that we should be able to select with the menu popping up. So let's have a look what happens right now if we resize. And if we do, we can see that everything sort of breaks and it doesn't look very good. We also don't have a menu item just yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump in here, and we created a menu button over here previously, and we're going to copy that over and we're going to paste it here, maybe somewhere on the right, or even in here should be just fine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this inside another item. So maybe I'll call this menu mobile menu drop down. And we'll paste the button in here. And instead of this button toggle class, we might use font awesome just to make some bars over here. So we're going to pass in I for icon, FA dash bars, and that'll make the icon there for mobile hamburger menu, and that should be just fine. We can also grab the mobile dash menu dash drop down class and we can paste it into our header section. So this is currently under main nav. So we've got main nav just over here, and I'm just going to paste it in here with a border of 1 pixel solid red so that we can see it. We're also going to pass in the button class over here because we're going to edit it a little bit and make sure that it has the correct sort of correct kind of content in there. So we also have a title in here, cold menu. So let's jump in here and we'll pass that in. So we'll call this menu, and we might put this in a span just so that it stands out a little bit better. With that done, we can refresh and we should be able to see this menu button pop up once we go down to a size. So there it is, and there's our menu. So it looks like the drop down for that is already working with understrap, but it's not collapsing down early enough. Now to be able to get it to collapse down earlier, we can maybe change this from LG to XL, and I'm going to give that a shot and see if that fixes it up, and it looks like it has. So there we can see the menu collapses down as soon as we get down to a smaller viewport. We're going to still have to fix up the buttons and the logo up here, but at least that gets this aspect done, which is great. Now, we also have this little red thing here, and this I assume is for the mobile button, which hasn't appeared yet, which only appears over here. Now, the mobile button, it needs to have a font weight of 18 pixels, bold and white. So let's actually pass that in here for the title. Was it a title or was it just a span? I think it was just a span. Let's browse up here. Here it is, span. Yep. So I'm going to pass in a color here. And for this color, I'm going to just pass in white and font weight bold. We'll save that. And we actually might pass it in a little bit above. So let's pass it in here. Or we could even pass it into the button itself. So we'll save that because the button actually holds the span. And for the span, we'll do margin right 0.5 em, just to give it some room between the icon and the menu. So now that's looking a little bit better. We could probably give it some more padding as well. So what I'm thinking is, while I'll leave this border in there, and most of that looks fine, we'll do padding 1 em in here, and maybe border 1 pixel solid red, just so that we can see it and see how big it is now. So here we can see it's gotten a lot bigger, but it doesn't fit in very well for our design. So maybe we make the padding a little bit smaller, maybe 5 pixels instead of 1 em, because 1 em might have been too large. And 5 pixels looks a little bit better, but not really great. We'll increase it just a little bit. And when we do, we get a better mobile menu there, but it's sort of looks like it could be breaking our menu, but no, it seems fine. So I'm going to leave it like that. We will add a hover effect. So for the hover effect, I might just make the background black, and that'll be nice and simple. And we can see that when we hover over it, it goes black here. And I might also do the border radius to be none, because we don't really need that for the design element here, since it's a pretty standard button. Finally, we'll remove the border red now that we know it's working, and that should be it. I can see it still has a light border in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set border to none as well, and that should get rid of that. So that's looking much better now. And now when we hover over that, we can see our drop down pops in. Now we do have some overflow here happening due to the fact that the quote has a negative margin, but we'll fix that up in a second. I also want to fix up the header here. And if we take a look at the header here, it looks like it's got about the same amount of space, but we're getting rid of the info email section. So if we have a look and we go up to this section, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in a class up here. And this class will be called email for, or maybe top header email, or top header contact email. And we're going to make this disappear when we get to the viewport for that XD design. And right now we haven't defined any of the viewports, so we can define them over here. So for the media queries, what I usually like to do is jump on Bootstrap. And on there, we can get the general media queries that Bootstrap's already using. So let's jump into the documentation over here and let's go media queries. Maybe even breakpoints. Let's have a look. There's a few different areas where it is, but I think it's just in responsive design maybe. Let's have a look. I think it might be here in layout. So let's scroll down. And when we go down here, we actually get an example of the different breakpoints that things happen. And what I usually like to do is I like to apply these here in our design as variables. So I'm going to copy these across. And what we're going to do is we're going to do one here for, I think, LG, which is 992 pixels. And this one here is MD, and that is for 768 pixels, and SM. And that'll be just over here. So I think that's correct. Let's double check. Landscape, tablets, desktops. Yep. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to start applying some of these and have a look at how they work. So what I want to do is I want to jump here into the navigation. And just over here, I might pass in a breakpoint. And to start off, we'll do max width. And in here, we'll set maybe the Excel breakpoint. And here we'll do display none. And actually, we'll apply display none to the whole button. But when it gets to the LG viewport here, we'll do display block. So let's save that and take a look at what this ends up looking like. So we'll jump back here into our design and we'll expand it out, and we'll see that red section is gone. As we collapse this design down a little bit, we can see that the menu still hasn't applied. And we might actually up this up to the XL viewport. I'm going to refresh it once more. Now we can see that it's back here. So that looks like it's working now. With that done, we'll apply it to this email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this viewport. And over here, where we've set the top header contact email, we'll copy over that class here in our contact and paste it in here. And what I want to be able to do is we could even put it inside of the A tag here as an and we'll copy over this media query. I'm going to paste this in here, but in this case, we're going to display to none. We'll apply that and have a look at what happens, and we can see that it's immediately disappeared. So as soon as we collapse to this viewport here, we can see that we're no longer utilizing that space, and everything else looks like it's laid out very well. If we take a look at our logo and our content in here, it seems to be fitting in quite nicely. The only thing that I have as a concern is that there's more padding at the top than there is here at the bottom, and this is because we've got that negative margin here on the suburb, and that's probably why that's happening. And here, if we take a look, the logo seems to be just a tad bit higher. So what I might do is for the logo, we might have a look at adding a negative margin, but for the time being, I'm just going to leave it like that because that seems to be working. Now, the other aspect to this is that if we take a look here, it seems that in our design, the actual layout for this input doesn't overlay on our menu. Right now it is. And to be able to fix that, when we expand out the menu, we might do a couple of things. To start off with, maybe we'll just add some additional padding up here to this drop-down menu. And this way it won't be overlaid for our text input there. So to be able to do that, we're just going to browse down in. So this is inside the main nav ID, and we're going to pass in another ID over here. So let's go down here to our main nav ID. We'll pass in navbar dropdown. And on the media query for Excel, we'll do a small padding to the top. So I'm thinking maybe padding of about 30 pixels to start off with, and we'll give that a test and see what that looks like. So let's refresh that, and we'll click here, and it looks like that hasn't yet taken effect. Let's double check our CSS here, and if we take a look, no, it's not taking effect just yet. I've added a weird dash over here, so I'll take that out. We'll refresh once more, and we can see that the padding's in there. The only problem with this padding though is that I'm applying it everywhere, and I just want to apply it here to the top. So let's refresh that once more, give that a test, and now that looks like it's working really well. We've got our submenus working, we've got our section here for home working, so I'm pretty happy with that now. That menu looks like it's working just fine. And let's keep collapsing it down to see what this looks like. So when we've got to this viewport here, we're having a bit of an overlap issue where this is no longer on the same line. And this is because we're breaking these columns on LG, and we should be breaking them one earlier. So I'm going to break them on the MD viewport. We'll refresh that once more. We'll see that they're still in there like that, but the logo has gotten a little bit smaller. Now we can fix that up a few ways. The first way is that we could actually copy this out and set the MD viewport to have a few more columns than the LG one. So we'll set them to be 6 and 6, which is about half, and we'll see that the sizing comes back when we do that. So that looks a little bit better. Now if we keep going down to the next viewport, which is 768, which is a tablet viewport, we'll see that it's still running out of a little bit of room there. And there's a few ways we could do this. We could make the logo a little bit smaller so that it fits in properly, or we could make the phone number a bit smaller too. So here, if we take a look at the phone number, we'll see that the font size is 20 pixels, and over here it's still 20 pixels. So that might not be the best way, but the other way is obviously to put the mobile number at the bottom with the logo at the top. And I think that's what we'll do in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the logo here, and where we're applying it, we are going to apply maybe a text center on the whole of the top nav so that everything is nice and centered when we place it back in here. And in terms of the menu, it looks like the menu pops up here at the top as well, whereas the quote ends up utilizing the whole room in this aspect. So this is going to take a little bit of effort to be able to do properly. And I'm just thinking how we can do this so that it works without any issues. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put this logo inside of another div. And in this div, I'm just going to call it mobile holder logo. And while this won't do anything in particular, when we actually get to the point where we start utilizing the top header at that mobile responsive viewport, we're going to align it to the center just so that it works well. So to do that, normally I'll just do text align center, and that should be good enough. We'll pass in another viewport in here, and in this case I'm going to pass in MD because that's when we want it to take effect. And I'll hit save on that, and if we refresh, we should see it go here to the center. So that's really good. The other thing to that is that we need to essentially move or get rid of this menu and place it here above. Now there's a few different ways we can do this, but the easiest is simply to get rid of it and make a second one, which only appears on the mobile responsive version, but it appears in a different location. So let's get rid of that on the MD viewport, and we can see here it's gone now. And while we get rid of that, we can expand out this quote section to fill out the whole space. So let's also do that. I'm gonna, what's happening here? So block LG, here MD. So on the MD level here, we're making it disappear. For the search input, right now we're doing a width of 300. So I'm going to change this to a width of 100%. Let's give that a quick test to make sure it's expanding all the way out, and it looks like it is. So that's good. Then on top of that, we want to change up the section here at the top. So right now, this whole top section for the top header has a height of 115 pixels. So we're going to change up that. What I'm thinking is if we copy this up here above and we set the height here, we could maybe even set it to auto just to see what we start off with. So let's set that to auto over here and refresh. It looks to be more or less the same. Looks like that hasn't really affected it. Let's make sure there's no issues here in our content, but it looks like that's all fine. So maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a bit of padding here on the bottom, and I'm gonna do about 30 pixels padding. We'll also set the height to auto, and we'll also add some more padding to the top, maybe 30 pixels as well. So let's save that. And now it's got a little bit more room now to breathe when we get to that viewport. And we're getting rid of that mobile view, but we need more padding at the bottom. So I'm going to increase that to 60. This is because we've got that negative margin happening. And this is the 60 we're going to apply only to the bottom part of the padding, not the top. So let's refresh that once more. And that's a little bit better now. 60 might be a little bit too much, so I'm going to do 45. And then next we're going to add a little bit of margin there to the logo, just at the bottom. So I'm going to do margin bottom, maybe 15 pixels. I think that should be more or less enough. We'll apply that on the empty viewport and we'll refresh. And now we can see that that has a little bit more padding. If we take a look here at our design, it's actually quite a lot more. It's actually almost 30 pixels. So I'm going to change that up. I'm going to apply 30 pixels of margin here at the bottom. We can see now it seems to be working better. Now this phone number over here, it seems to be aligned far to the right. And this is because we're adding in here a flex with a flex end. And we're going to be changing that now. So what we're going to do is over here on the viewport for the MD, we're going to change it to, I think maybe justify space around. And this will make sure that the containers for these will be around our content. And we'll also create the mobile button in here. So to be able to do that, I'm just going to pass in the mobile button down here. But instead of a display of none, we're going to do a display of block when we get to the MD viewport. And I'm going to save the button, which we've created down here. And I'm going to place one just over here where we have the phone number and the email address. And we'll hit save on that. So we should see the menu pop up here on the right and the phone here on the left. And if we resize that, that seems to be working very well. You can see that it's almost jumped here from the bottom right to this midsection here. The only issue with this is that it's not expanded all the way out. So to do that, we'll do space between, and that should push those two items further out, which it has. And finally, I think there's a little bit of margin happening here on the left. So I'm going to get rid of that margin, and that's just over here. So what I'm thinking to do is we'll create another responsive design item here for the A item. And what we'll do is we'll remove the margin left here and we'll set it back to 0. That should push it all the way here to the left. That looks like it's looking good. Now this search input over here, it seems to be expanding out a little bit too much for my liking. And we can fix that up a little bit later, but for the time being, I think that should get us started. The only other thing here is this mobile menu. I feel like it has to be a little bit larger to fit in line with the phone here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at it, and from what we can see, it's aligned really well there, but it needs more padding here in our design. So if we take a look at the A item here, we've got a padding of 0.5 and 1 EM. And I'm going to apply the same sort of padding here. And if we refresh, we should see that expand out just a little bit, but it seems like it's still not quite enough. So we're going to also increase the font size here. So I'm going to apply font size 20, and that should push it up just a bit more. I think it's almost fine now. It still feels like it could be a little bit bigger. If we take a look at this one here, we can see that it's quite large, but this one here, maybe it's the outline. There is a border of 1 pixel that's outlined for the other one. Now for the border radius, I think we did a border radius of none somewhere. So let me have a look where that was. All right, maybe we didn't. What is going on with this section here? I saw border radius none being applied here on that button. I want to get rid of that. That actually should be 0 pixels. So that was an incorrect statement, but sometimes we make those. So I'll just save that so that it's accurately depicted there. So that's fixed up. But in terms of the button itself, I think we'll just leave it like that for the time being. It seems like it's good enough for the time being. And we can move on to the next section because now we've got this responsive menu and header working out just about perfectly. Now, I just want to have a look at the menu here on the mobile version. That looks like it's good too. Great. So that's the introduction to our header. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a height here. And I'm going to put in manual height for the website. And in this case, I'm going to do about 8,000 pixels. And this is just so that in the future, when we're scrolling up and down, we'll be able to scroll without losing our location in here. Because sometimes when we refresh the page, we do lose the location, but this will keep the location in there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create out this section here for the hero banner. And this will be to create this bit of information here, as well as this slider over here behind the content. And if we take a look at how large this section is, it's about 766 pixels, but we'll start off just building these two elements here, which look like they're going into a column design of 8 and 4, more or less, and we'll build those out. We'll also have this SVG arrow here pointing to the quote, and we'll have to do some cool absolute positions to be able to create this and give it a whirl. Let's take a closer look at this skip bin section. I'm going to copy over this text, but what I want to do is I want to see how much padding there is from the top here and from the left here. And it looks like it's about 30 pixels on both ends. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into our new template page here called Home Template. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new div here, and we'll call this Hero Banner Top. And in here, we're going to create those two sections. So we'll do a row with a column of LG- maybe 8. And in here, we'll have that box of information. And this box is called skip bin quote. So I'll maybe put in skip bin info holder as the name there. And in here, we'll have two sections. We'll have a little logo here with the up arrow as well as the title. So I'm going to put in title in here. Pass in FA chevron, maybe top, as well as the title itself, which is the skip bin instant quote. And we also have a bit of information here as well. So let's copy over this information and we'll put this in as maybe description. And in here, we'll pass in this content here. And what we're going to do is we're going to create some CSS for this now. So I'm going to scroll here to the bottom. Then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the attribute here, home, just so that we know all these classes are on the home page. We'll save that and we'll put this here into our CSS. And what I'm thinking is to keep it simple, we'll just do a border of, what is this border? I think it's about 3 or 4 pixels, 4 pixels. So we'll do a border here of 4 pixels solid yellow. And this yellow is the primary color. And it's actually dashed. So let's do dashed. And then we'll have, do we have a background for this one? It looks like a slightly darker shade of black, but I can't be sure. Yeah, it is. It's a very, very small tint of black. And I don't think we have this black, but I'm going to put this in a secondary dash, maybe 500, because it's just slightly darker than usual. And I'm going to copy this over here and we'll paste it in. So we'll do background and we'll pass in secondary 500. Then we'll take a look at the padding. So we need about 30 pixels of padding on there. And we've got a title and a description on that section. So let's pass in title here and description. Now for the description, we have yellow text, and this text is 24 size light. So we'll do font weight 300, and we'll also do color, and color will be that primary color. We'll save that, and then we'll take a look at the text here for the title, and that's 48 pixels bold. So let's do font size 48 pixels, font weight bold, and we'll also do the FA to have a color of primary. I think that should be about right. So let's refresh and see what we get. So here we have almost the right thing, but we've forgotten to add a container here for our row. So I'm just going to do container in here, and we'll wrap this in a parent container. And now we'll see that it should expand out properly. Maybe not. Have I done something wrong here? Container. No, I've placed it in the wrong class. So let's actually create another class in here called skip bin info holder, which we already had. And in this, we'll actually paste all our styling and content. So that should essentially fix that up. And now if we refresh, we should see that come in here. So that's looking much better. We're also going to give this a bit of margin from the top. So if we take a look here from the top, we have about 100 pixels. So here in our design, let's do margin top 100 pixels and save that. And this should pop down a little bit, so that's looking much better. And we also have a border radius. And if we take a look, this border radius on this content here, that is, what is it? I think it's a manual shape. I can't see the border radius on it. It's not really showing up. So to me, that looks like about 30 pixels. So I'm going to do border radius 30 pixels and apply that. So let's refresh, and that looks about right. So I'm pretty happy with that section already. It looks like it's come together. We're just missing the FA icon here, and it's this icon with this up arrow. And I'm not too sure what that is in Font Awesome, so I'm going to quickly look it up. So I've just had a quick look over here, and it looks like it's called circle or arrow circle up. So we're going to jump back here into our template home. And here where we have FA, we're going to pass in FA arrow circle up. And we're going to refresh on that, and it should pop up in here. We'll just pass in the FA tag here, and there we go. So now we've got our icon there, and that looks like it's working really well. The only aspect to this that I don't like is the fact that there seems to be more padding at the top than there is at the bottom, but I think that should be okay. We'll fix that up in the line height a little bit later on, but for the time being, this seems to have come across quite well. We also have this image here on the right, and this looks like an SVG with some text, but the main thing here is that we can export this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select here to export it. And there's a few ways that we can export it. In this case, I want to try to do it as an SVG. So this is just going to export directly into our content, and we're going to put this straight into our image file. So I'm going to expand out our folder here, and we're going to jump into images. And here we've got that shape. So I'm going to call this home hero right info. And we're going to rename that, and we're going to paste it in here as another column. So this time what we'll do is we'll do a column LG of 4. We'll do an image, and we'll pass in the path here. And we'll call this West Coast info. And for this, it's inside our folder called images. And this is inside of our theme folder. So I've got to grab the syntax to be able to present that in WordPress. And to be able to do that, we're going to copy over some pre-made syntax, which is in PHP. This syntax is just echo, which echoes out get template directory URI, and this prints out the directory that we're using. So this is the syntax just over here, and we open the tag here with PHP and then close it off here with a question mark. So we're going to refresh that, and we can see that our SVG has come across over here. We're also going to do a width here, and we're going to set the width to 100% so that it's utilizing the full width of our section there. If we refresh that, that should come across. It looks like it's already more or less 100% width. We could reduce the width of this section here for the quote, and we could give it a LG of one column as a break between the two other columns. So let's actually apply that in here, and now it's got a little bit more room, and that's looking a little bit better. The only other item now is that we can see it's actually aligned here at the bottom, whereas here it's being aligned at the top. We should be able to fix this in a row. So let's do align items end. I think that should place it here below. So that looks like it's fitting in nicely. Now, finally, we have this image here with an arrow that's pointing up to the top. So I'm going to try and export this as an image as well. And we're going to see if we can place this into our design. Now, in this case, I'm going to copy over an SVG, and that should pop up over here. And I'm going to rename that to Home Hero Arrow Up. That's pretty standard. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually place this here into our Home Hero banner. And I might even place this here into our skip bin holder. And we'll place this in as a maybe overlay image arrow. And then in here, we'll pass in the image. So we'll call this arrow up. And what I'm thinking is we'll pass in this same syntax. So it's pulling over the image properly from the directory. And we'll copy over this syntax here for the overlay. And I'm going to put this here into our content. So I'm going to do a position of relative for our skip bin info holder. And then for this class over here, for the overlay image arrow, I'm going to do a position of a position of absolute from the bottom at 100%. We're going to give it a width and a height. And if we take a look at the width and the height in our design, it's about 135 by 146. Okay, very odd, but let's put those in. So width 135 pixels and height here is 146 pixels. And actually we'll place this here into our image. So that should be okay. And here from the left, we'll do maybe 50%. So let's save that and see if it appears. And it looks like it has appeared and it's almost correct, except it's not quite. So maybe here on the margin right, we'll set negative 15 pixels. Let's see if that moves across 15 pixels to the right. No. So what we might do is we might set it off the right axis by 25%. And that looks like it's working a little bit better. Let's take a look at our design over here. And I think that's just about right. Obviously, we have a little bit more room here between the home and the quote. But in our design here, the width of that page isn't as much, but that's okay. So I'm pretty happy with that. We can resize it and it should still work. Okay, as soon as we get to this viewport over here, it looks like it's not utilizing the same amount of space that we wanted to, but we can fix that up. So what I'm thinking is we'll go back here to the home and we'll paste this in here and we'll set this to 8, but we'll set the XL viewport to 7. And I think that should work a little bit better. So everything else can stay the same. Let's refresh once more. Beautiful. Now over here, I want this to actually be LG. So I'm just going to refresh that once more. And this one here, I wonder if I can do an offset instead of having a column over here. So let's have a look at the offset syntax for Bootstrap. So we can do an offset. So I'm going to get rid of this div over here. And we're going to do an offset of one column on the XL. But as soon as we get to LG, we'll set these to 4 columns. And we'll hit save on that. And now we'll be able to see that as we go down to this viewport here, it's working just fine. So that looks really good. And I'm pretty happy with that. We can now have a look at doing the responsive design for this section because it's almost done. So if we take a look over here, we can see that over here we do lose this icon here. And instead we get this piece of text that says 7-day bin hire. And this actually has a custom font called Just Another Hand. So I'm going to quickly jump on Google Fonts and see if we can grab this font, because right now I'm not really seeing it and that might cause some issues. So here it is. and I'm going to download this font, and I'm also going to add it in. So right now it only has a single style, which is like a single weight, but we're going to paste it here into our header. And I'm just going to paste it in like this. Now, we already had Roboto as well. So if we want to make sure that we're not reloading the styling too often, we can actually grab it and combine it with our Roboto font. So I'm going to copy over our Roboto ones over here. We'll grab regular, medium, and bold. And we'll combine all of these together. And we'll do this as a single link. And that should do that. But then over here, we'll pass in the styling. Now, I'm not going to be using this styling for this font family just yet, but it'll get us started. So that gets that special font up and running, but I've also downloaded it. So I'm going to install it on my computer so I can see it in Adobe XD. So here I've got the installation for Just Another Hand font, and I'm going to hit to install it here. And now that it's installed, I'm going to have a look if my Adobe updates. So looks like it hasn't just yet, but I might reload it and see if that fixes it up. Great, looks like that's worked. And we can see straight away here that our SVG has a different font. We can see that we've got this font being applied here for this section. So there's already a few changes we'll need to make. So for this section here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to export this section again as an SVG. And we'll see if that works differently now that we've got this font applied. So I might have a look at how the current one is designed. So we're going to jump back in here to West Coast. We're going to go to images, and we're going to grab this one over here and see the syntax. If we take a look, we do have a font being applied, but the font family here isn't correct because we didn't have that font family before. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to import this once more. So let's first export it. And let's see if it works properly this time. So this time, if I pull it out, we can see that it's using that new font. So I'm going to relabel this. I'm going to delete the old one and rename the new one with that new font. And we're going to refresh the entire page and see if that takes effect. We might have to clear out any cache we had before because that might be causing the image not to load properly. But it looks like that SVG still isn't working the way we want. Now this sometimes happens when we're exporting content, and this is because this is just how issues occur with SVG. So there's other ways to do this. We could do internal CSS to create this. And if we take a look, we'll have a slightly different object here. Here now this one seems to be working a little bit better. So I'm gonna rename this one again, delete it, and replace it with this new one once more. And hopefully this one works much better. Now, it has replaced the SVG there, but it looks like we're still not getting that new font. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up in Adobe Illustrator, and we're going to vector up the font so that it's a vector instead of a font, and that should fix it up. So here is Adobe Illustrator, and here we can see that we've got our font. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to run, I think it's a vector or something like that. Let me double check. I think it's convert. Just a second. I'll quickly have a look which one it is, because there is an option here to turn this text into a vector. Let's have a look here. Here it is. So it's actually, when we right click on it, if we select create outlines, this changes it from text to basically a shape. So now when we export this, we can save this once more. And when we save this, we're going to be getting a vector for the image text rather than text in general. So let's export this. I'm going to save this back into our images folder. So let's just browse into that. And if we have a look over here, here is our new asset. So I'm going to paste this in here, and hopefully this can be the last time we replace it. So I'm going to get rid of this one over here, and we'll replace it with our new one over here. Great. So let's refresh, and now we can see we've got that custom font in there, and that's looking really good. And now when we resize, I think, let's have a look. We need to fix up the content here a little bit, because on this viewport, we're just using text instead of that icon. To be able to do that, let's jump here into our home. And here where we have our image, we're going to call this maybe, what should we call this? 7-day skip info. And let's expand this out. And in here, let's copy that text over and let's paste this in. Now for this section, we're going to create a class for this. So in here, let's create a class for 7-day skip info. And maybe we'll do a title, and maybe we'll also have the image in there too. So let's actually put a title section for this, and I'm just going to put it in here. .title to create the class. And I'm going to hit tab to expand that out, and we're going to paste the image in here as well. That way we can do some more specific CSS on both these attributes. With that done, in here I'll pass in the image, and we'll pass in a media query. Now, we already had a previous media query we were using, so I'm going to use that. For the LG viewport, I'm going to display none for the image, whereas for the title, I'm going to do the reverse. I'm going to start it off with a display of none, but then we'll do a display of block once it's visible. We also notice that it isn't centered, so we'll keep it aligned left, but it does have that yellow color. So here I'll set the color to primary. Let's refresh that and see what we get. We can see here we have the text. We do need some styling here. So we need that custom font with a font size of 36. So I'm going to pass in font size 36 pixels. And then I'm going to grab this font family over here, and I'm going to paste it in below. And that should be it. We just need a bit of a margin there at the top. And if we take a look right now, the margin is tiny. It's just about 15 pixels or so. So I'm going to apply that to the top over here. Let's save that, and we'll refresh. And we can see that that text is in there now. And it looks like it's working quite well. If we keep going down the viewports, we can see that we're having some issues here with the design, with the arrow there. But we can get rid of that arrow on the next viewport. So what I'm thinking is over here, we're going to do a display of none on the MD viewport, I think it is. Let's refresh. Yep, so that looks much better. We do have a bit too much padding there at the top, as well as the font sizes. They might be able to be reduced a little bit too. So over here, if we have a look, the font is 30 and 18. And right now, if we jump in here, we'll be able to update that. So let's do font size here to 30 pixels. And then here for the description to 18 pixels. And we'll save that. I think it has less padding as well. So in this case, if we zoom in and have a look at the padding, it's been reduced to about 15 pixels now. So we can jump up here too. And we can reduce this padding over here to 15 pixels. And when we do, we should probably update the border radius to 15 pixels too. In terms of the line height for this border, it's still 4 pixels, so we'll leave that as is. We'll refresh and take a look, and that's looking much better now. What I want to be able to do now is just fix up some of the spacing here above our elements, because we only have about 30 pixels up there. So let's take a quick look at our design over here. We can see that when we get to about this viewport over here, maybe one further, just about this one here for the mobile one, we're going to change up the margin top that we're applying over here for the home banner top class. So let's browse over here, and what we'll do is we'll put in one of those media queries in here, and we'll just set this to be 30 pixels. So let's apply that and refresh, and we should see that it's got a little bit more room here, but that's probably not enough. So I'm going to increase this to 45 pixels. That should give it just a little bit more, and that's looking a lot better now. The rest of this looks just fine now, so I think we're ready to have a look at the next aspect. The next one is to do this slider over here, and if you take a look at this slider, it's actually overlapping a little bit here with this next section, and this next section is sort of our product section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here to the home page, and I'm going to collapse down the home hero banner. And we're going to do home products, maybe. I think that should be okay. Let's double check. Maybe product information, home product info. So I'm going to create a class over here for that. And for the time being, I'm just going to keep it quite empty. I'm going to maybe do a height of 1000 pixels, a background color of maybe the primary. But let's double check that it is primary, not secondary. So yeah, it is that primary color. And that should be about it. So let's just quickly refresh so we can see that. Great, so now that we have that, we can have a look at creating this slider over here. And for this slider, as you can see, it's got two parts. So the first is the image at the top, and the second is the information here below. So let's create both those in our HTML. We'll jump in here into our home template. And here in our hero banner, where we had a container here for the content, we're going to create another section here. So I'm going to do this as another container altogether. Oh, we could even reuse the current one, but instead of having this row over here, we're going to place this separately, and this will we can call this home hero slider. And with this, we've got the actual slider itself. So let's do a slider with a slider wrapper. We'll be using these classes a little bit later on to engage some of the custom JavaScript, but this is sort of how we lay this out. And in here, we do an actual slide. And this slide will have two sections. The first section will be the image, and the second section will be the information over here. So let's pass in image, and here we'll type in entry-content. Now for the image, let's actually grab all of these and place them here in our home banner, and we'll paste them into another section. So we'll do home hero banner slider, and we'll pass in slide over here. Great. So for this slide, the image has to have a pretty big height over here. So if we take a look at the height for the image, it's about 420 pixels. So let's pass that in here. We'll do height 420 pixels, background red so we can see it. And this is on the image itself. Then we've got the entry content over here. And for this entry content, we have a background of white. Now, in terms of the height for this entry content, it's sort of based on the text itself. So for the time being, I'm just going to put some text in here. So let's put in info, and we'll pass this information across. We also have an icon here. So let's pass in the icon. And in here, we'll pass in an image. And this image is this one here, which is a truck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this as an SVG. So let's pull that across over here. We'll just save it to our folder in our project. So let's jump into images, and we can see here the, let's call this home slider truck. That's pretty descriptive, and we'll paste that in. We'll use the shortcode or the function here for PHP to pull in the path for our theme, and we'll pass in image /home slider, and we'll call this truck for the old code. And we'll refresh that just to make sure it's showing up over here. So we've got most of the content here almost ready to go. The only other thing here that we really need is maybe a border radius or something like that. But let's refresh to see what we get to start off with. So we've got a lot of this stuff, but the image over here, it's actually called a class of image. So I haven't applied that properly. Let's refresh that once more, and it also has a bit of a margin there from the top, and it looks like it's about 50 pixels. So let's do margin top 50 pixels up here. Let's refresh this, and here we have the basic layout for this section. Now, what I'm thinking is we're going to have to pull out this image over here. This image right now is in Photoshop that we can pull it out. So I'm just going to export this out and we'll save this as a JPG. Normally, when I'm doing this, I usually like to make sure that the image size is just about right. And then I export it, and I export it as maybe a medium-sized JPG. And I'm just going to save this over here, maybe call this slide-1, so it's nice and descriptive. And we'll be able to pull this into our design. Now, in terms of our design, there's a few ways we can pull this in. But to start off with, as a background image, I'm going to pass it into our CSS. So let's pass in background image URL, pass in the path, and call slider-1.jpg. We'll also do a background size of cover and a background position of center, and that should make sure that it's just in there. And we should see that pop up now. So that's looking good. The other aspect is this slide itself. It needs a bit of a border radius, and I think I might apply this to the home hero slider class itself. So I'm going to do border radius, and maybe we'll do that as 30 pixels. And let's see what we get when we do that. So if we refresh, we don't see anything yet. But what we can do is an overflow of hidden. And this way, the border radius will basically cut out anything that's going outside of that element. So now we can see we've got that nice border radius happening, and it's cutting out some of those elements. Next up, we need to have a slight offset here for the margin of this bottom section. Now, this is going to be pretty hard to do because this offset here basically has to offset most of this content and sort of flow into the next part of our design. Now, there's a couple of ways we can do this. And right now, if we take a look at this section here, it's got about a height of 100 pixels. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase that just a little bit. So here for the entry content, I'm going to do a height of maybe 110 pixels. And I think I might remove the padding, but let's just take a quick look at what the design ends up looking like. So if we do this and then we take a look at the overall design here, I think that should work just fine. Let's double check. So now we've got 110 pixels here. And by doing this, what we can essentially do is we can put a negative margin here for the margin bottom. So I'm going to do negative 110 pixels, and this should overlap our design to the bottom here. Now the only issue is that we can see it's not on top. And to be able to fix this, we're going to set it to a position of relative and give it a Z index. And in this case, I'm just going to give it a Z index of 500. Let's refresh that and we can see that that's applied. It's taking over some of the content here below. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do padding top and maybe pass in 100 pixels here, maybe 200 pixels just to be safe. And when we do, we should push everything back out. So let's give this second section name, and we'll just pass in the class name to start off with. And then here in this section, we can start putting some actual information in there. And for this, we want some entry content. We want the info and the icon to have some basic details that isn't white. So here in the entry content, I'm going to edit this. Let's expand this back out. And here I'm going to do the color for the text as black. When I save this and refresh, we can see that it's popped up in here. We also need to change up the font weight and size. So this is actually font size 30 pixels bold. So let's actually fix that up. We'll do font size 30 pixels, font weight bold. We'll also do a display of flex in here. Now this has 3 sections. It's got the icon, the info, and if we take a look, we also have these 2 arrows on the right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in nav in here, and I'm going to do the 2 icons. Now we've created an icon earlier on. I think it was this one here. So I'm just going to copy this one, and I'm going to place it here in our code. So let's collapse this section here, and I'm going to pass in the 2 icons just like this, but one will be left and the other one will be right. We'll also grab this class here, which is nav, and I'm going to pass it in here and set it with a display of flex. And these 2 items here, I'm going to wrap them in A tags, and they won't have anything yet, but we'll add some JavaScript to them later when we're doing our CS or our JS slider in general. But for the time being, they'll be blank. And for each A tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a slight margin to the left and the right. So this margin will be maybe 0.5 EM, and that should be just enough to get us started. So let's apply that to the right and the left. Beautiful. And let's save that. And for the navigation color there, I believe these are also yellow. So I'll do color and we'll pass this as the primary color. Let's save that and take a look at what we have so far. So this is what we have. We need to fix up the line height over here. So for this entry content, I'm going to do a line height of maybe 1.15. It's not much, but it's just a little bit less than what we had before. Next, I'm going to give a little bit of margin to the left and right of this image. So I'm going to do left margin being maybe something like 30 pixels and the right also being about 30 pixels. But for the entry content, I want this to essentially, let's double check. So we've got, I believe, the image inside of the slider, and we've got the entry content. And in the entry content, we've got our nav. We also have our info. So let's pass in info in here. And finally, we also have our icon. So we'll pass in icon in here. Now the info, I'm going to do a flex as 1 so that it expands out the whole area. Now when we do this, we can see that the whole section here seems to have expanded out a little bit too much. So I'm going to actually remove this flex of 1 to start off with. So let's refresh that once more. And we might have to do a line break or revisit how we do this section. But what I'm thinking is for the icon, let's do a manual width. And for this width, we'll set the width to about maybe 150 pixels. Let's pass that in here and refresh. That should give it some more room, but that might not even be enough. We'll also add some padding on the left, so 30 pixels, and on the right. So I'm just passing that in here. Now here where we added the image margins, we've placed that in the wrong place. That was actually meant to go here on the icon, but that's okay because we've put in the padding instead. Now this icon width here, it looks like it's not working very well. It might not even be enough. Let's refresh this and remove it. And that looks a little bit better. And then finally these icons here. So they should have a flex position, but it doesn't seem like that's taking effect. And this is probably because I'm not too sure why. It might be because they're a display of block, or not sure. Display inline block. Let's save that, refresh. No, that's definitely not working. Let's try slider nav, because sometimes the nav class might be utilized other places. So I'm going to remove that and refresh. And it looks like that was the case. So those are fixed up now. They are a little bit small comparing to our design. So we're going to make them a little bit bigger. 48 pixels from what I can see here. So let's do font size 48 pixels and just have a look if they increase. So they have, which is great. We can also reduce the EM to 0.25, and that should give them a little bit less room. And over here, I might do a margin right of 0.25 EM, just so it's got some more padding there from the right as well. Maybe even a bit more, maybe 0.5 EM, or maybe just 30 pixels, just so that it's consistent with the padding that we have on the right. And finally, all this section doesn't seem to be centered very well, but we can do this by just doing align item center, and that should place it right in the middle. So that's looking pretty good now. If we take a look at the code over here, we can see that it does seem like there's a little bit more padding there at the bottom than there is at the top. And what we might do to fix that is just add padding bottom, maybe something like 5 pixels, and this should push it up 2.5 pixels. And that's just about right now. So that's looking really good. And we have our slider now down. With that done, we can take a look at the responsive design just to make sure that it's fitting in nicely. And if we take a look over here, we can see that we get rid of this icon here. And I think the font size also changes. Maybe, let's see, here it's 30 and here it's 24. So it does get a little bit smaller, as well as the padding here on the right. So let's give that a test. We'll reduce it down to the viewport over here. Now let's get rid of this icon, and to do that we're just going to get rid of the class that's being applied on the icon over here under entry content, and we're going to pass in @media max width. We'll pass in LG and we'll do display none, and that'll make it disappear. So let's give that a refresh. We can see that that is gone now, so that's looking all right. The other thing we'll need to do is remove the padding on the right here. And instead, we're going to apply that on the left of the info. So that way it stays consistent. So when we drop down to this viewport, we still have some padding being applied. We also want to change the font size here. So right now we're applying a font size of 30 pixels. So I'm going to place this in below here. But when we get to a lower viewport, which is this one over here, we're going to reduce that down to 24 pixels. So let's apply that and refresh, and we can see that it's disappeared completely. I think that's because we forgot to take out the display none. So let's remove that and refresh, and we should see the updated design. So that's looking a little bit better. Now, if we take a look at the layout for this, we can see that it seems to be fitting in quite nicely. And the other thing though is that the height here of this image changes. So here it was, no, that's still, it definitely looks like it's smaller. Yeah, it's definitely smaller. So this is 420 pixels in height, whereas this one is 320. So it's lost 100 pixels of height there. Now we're going to have to apply that, and we're going to apply that over here. We'll pass in the media query and we'll change the height from 420 to 320. Let's save that and refresh. We can see that looks a lot better now. So we can see that shrinking down and resizing quite well. The next part is to have a look at the mobile responsive design here. And if we take a look, that reduces even further down to 210. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass this in. Let's pass in the MD viewport over here. And I'm going to pass in 210 pixels. We're going to refresh that and just take a look at how that looks. So let's resize over here. And we can see that that's gotten much smaller now, but that seems to fit in much better. The font size here still stays 24 pixels, but we can see that the icons here sort of drop below, and the height of this seems to get a little bit bigger. In terms of the height, it looks like it's almost 385 pixels now. Let's see if we can apply this. So I'm thinking if we can apply this well, we should be able to change up the height manually in here. So here right now we've got the 110 pixels for the height. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase this up. And from what I can see here in the design, this one section here now goes up to 175 pixels. So let's apply that like this. And we're also going to have to do a negative margin up here. And we're going to apply that negative margin to that media query. So let's paste it here. And for the negative margin, we're going to do that 175 pixels. So I'm pasting that in below. We'll remove the height in there. And let's refresh and just take a look at how that looks. So we do have the additional height. So now we can move these arrows below. To move them below, what we're going to do is we're going to jump in here, and where we've got a flex direction, and we've got the info, and we've got the slider nav, what we want to be able to do is move this slider nav below. And to do that, we're going to change up the flex direction. So let's actually change the flex direction here to column. And let's refresh, and we can see that that's below now. We also need to change the align items to flex start, and that'll move them over to the left, and we can see that's applied. And finally, we have to do a justify content. So let's do justify content center, and that way they should be centered here, so it's got some extra room to breathe. And these arrows here, they need a little bit more margin here from the left. So for the nav bar here, where we're doing a margin of right, we're going to change that. And we're going to change it from right to left. So I'm going to paste it in, and we'll paste in left will be 30 pixels, but right now will be 0 pixels. So we'll save that as well. Let's refresh now, and we can see that looks a lot better. The only other aspect to that is that over here where we're applying some margins, we've got 0.25 EM, and that doesn't look very good. So I'm going to do 15 pixels on left and right instead. And here I'm just going to pass in 15 pixels on the right. And we're going to do 15 pixels on the right here too. So we'll refresh, and we can see that looks a lot better now. The only other thing I want to do is maybe do a margin top of about 5 pixels, maybe just a little bit, so we can see a bit of space there. And that's looking really good now, and I'm pretty happy with that. So as we expand out, we can see that that's taking effect and resizing really well on all our viewports. We only have a little bit too much margin there at the very top of our section here, which is about 50 pixels that we applied. So let's jump in here. And for the MD viewport, we'll do margin top to just be 30 pixels. That should be just enough for us to have some room there, maybe even a little bit less. So maybe 15 pixels. Yep, so that's looking a lot better now. And now we can move on to the next section now that this slider is done. And later we'll add some additional slides, but this is enough to get us started. So what we're going to do is we're going to create this nice special here. And this special has a nice border with a circle and some content, and it should be pretty simple to build out. To build this section, we're going to have a look at how much padding it has from the top here. So it's got about 100 pixels from the top and about 100 pixels from the bottom. It also has a bit of padding on all sides, and this is about 50 pixels generally speaking, and the whole thing is about 400 pixels in height. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a brand new section over here, and this will be in our home project product info section. So let's collapse up the rest of this stuff over here, and over here we'll create this new section for us. To build this out properly, we're going to give it a label, and in this case I'm just going to call this maybe special offer. So maybe home-special-offer, and in here we're going to have our discount. So we'll call this discount circle, and in here we'll have our text, which is save 20%. So we're going to do save, and we'll do 20. Oh, actually, sorry, we'll pass in save in here. It'll be all in capitals. And we'll also pass in 20%. So percent in here. And for the percent, we'll just pass in 20. That looks good. Then we've got our second aspect to this, which is the entry content. Again, I really like reusing the same sort of class name so we know what everything is. And in here we have our title, which is the 15-day storm special. Then we've got our description, which is just this content over here. So let's pass in description. And finally, we have this button to find out more information. So in here, I might just do an A tag, and we'll set this as button, and we'll pass in the content in here. That should be enough for us to get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this class over here, and we're going to move this all to the left and move this here to the right. I'm going to take a look at the design for this. So what I'm thinking is if we take a look at the design over here, we can see that most of this content is black. So we're going to do a background here of black. We're going to do a border radius of 15 pixels. And we're going to do a display of flex. We'll also apply a padding, and in this case the padding will be about 50 pixels. Then we'll have the two sections in here. So this is the discount circle and the entry content. So let's pass in these two classes in here. I'm going to pass in discount circle here and entry content over here. So I've passed those in. So for the discount circle, it is a big circle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a display of, before we do this, we'll probably have to have this whole section as a display of flex. And now we can do this display circle. So it has a lot of height. It's got 268 pixels of height. So I'll assign the height over here, and I'll assign the width as well. And this is both 286 pixels. Then we can assign a border radius. And in order for it to be a circle, we just need it to be 50%. We'll do the background here as white, and the text color can be black. We can make the text for the save section 48 pixels. So let's do, might be better just to use the class name. So in this case, we've got save and %. So let's pass in save here. And below that, let's pass in %. And I'm also going to set the line height to be only 1.15 because it doesn't need that much line height. So I'll do font size 48 pixels, font weight bold, and for the %, we'll pass in, let's have a look. This is 100 pixels. So let's pass in 100 pixels in here, and that's also bold. And let's have a look at what we get. So here's the content, but something's gone wrong, and this is because we haven't put it inside of a container. So all of this here and all of this here, I'm going to nest it inside of a parent container, and this will just make sure that it's properly spaced out. So that looks much better now. Now this circle seems to be getting squashed down a little bit. And why is that? Is that because we are not passing in the width? Let's see, width 286 pixels. So maybe it isn't. It's getting shrunk down, and I think that's because of the display flex. And there's a few ways we can go around that. So what we can do to fix this is just pass in a min width, and this will make sure that this section here has enough width for our circle. We'll also update our circle. So we're going to do the circle as a display of flex. We're going to justify the content to be center and align items to be center, but we're also going to do the flex direction to be a column. So when we do this, everything will just be centered in here, and that'll look a lot better. The other thing we'll need to do is make sure that the line height is much smaller. So right now I'm going to set it to 1. That should be a little bit better. Now, the other thing we can see here is that the font weight isn't bold, and maybe not even bold enough. We'll fix that up in a second, but the other thing we need to do is have the text transform to be uppercase for the save section. So let's pass that in, and we'll refresh, and we should see that take effect. So that's looking a little bit better. But in our header, which is just over here, let's have a look. Header. We're grabbing a lot of font weights, but we need some heavier weights. And if we go to Google Fonts and we have a look at Roboto, which is probably the very first one here, we should have a darker version, which is 900. We're going to need to grab that one. So I'm going to pass it in here like this and save that. And let's make sure that we can apply that in there. So what we want to do is we want to change the font weight here to 900 and this one here to 900 as well. And that way they should be a bit darker. I'm not sure if that's applying yet. That looks a little bit better now. The line height here, I might even decrease just a little bit because it feels like those two elements aren't close enough, and now they are. So now we've got this save 20%, which looks really good. And we can just fill out the rest of the content in here. And this is for the 15-day storm. So this is 36 pixels bold. So let's pass that in here. We're going to pass in title, do font size 36 pixels. Color will be our primary color, and font weight will be bold. Let's save that, take a quick refresh, and we should see that's been updated. For this whole section here, it's going to need some padding from the left. So I'm going to give it about 30 pixels from the left. It'll just give us some space from the circle. We could even increase this to 50 so it's consistent with the rest of the padding, and that'll look a little bit better. With that done, we'll need to update this. So this is font size 24 light. So let's pass that here into the description. I'm going to pass in font size 24 pixels. And over here, I'm going to pass in font weight, and we'll pass in 300. And that should look a little bit better. It also needs a little bit of padding there from the top. And if we take a look, the amount of padding we need to apply is about 30 pixels. So I'm going to do margin top 30 pixels and margin bottom 30 pixels as well. Let's give that a test and see what we get. That looks like it's working a little bit better. And finally, we can make this button now. Now I'm going to create a generic button class, and I'm going to copy over the styling we created when we did our buttons for the menu. So let's find where those were. I think they're somewhere up here, and here's that button style. I'm going to add this in as a top level class that we can reuse for later. Let's save that and just have a look at what we get. And I think let's double check we're passing that in properly over here. So here's the button. We'll also make sure that it's a display of inline dash block and save that. Take a refresh. So that doesn't look quite right. Might not be copying over the correct class. Yeah, so I'm actually meant to be copying over this one here. So let's pass that in once more, and we'll save that, and we should see that update here in our design. So let's double check. So I'm passing in a href of button, which should actually be the class name. So that's my fault, but we'll refresh that once more, and we can see our button design is working in there. We're going to remove the 1em on the left there, and we'll refresh. And we might give it a hover state. And for the hover state, I'm thinking something simple, such as the background color will change to the primary color, and the color for the font might change to white. And we'll give it a transition as well. So we'll do transition 0.25 seconds ease on all elements. And we'll save that, and we'll see we've got a nice transition there. The only other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the text decoration and set it to none. So now if we take a look at this, we should see that it's filling out nicely. Now we haven't looked at the mobile design yet, but so far this section's looking pretty good. The only other aspect to this is we've got this line here at the top and at the bottom that we're applying to the whole element. And we'll need to add that in before we move on. And there's a couple of ways we can do this. And one of the easiest is obviously to create an element inside here called maybe background overlay. And this background overlay will be for the home special offer section. So I'm going to pass that in as one big class name. And that'll be outside of the container. So over here, let's collapse up most of these. And here I'm going to pass it in like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to double check it's all correct. And we're going to give it a small background of 0.5, maybe an RGB value. So maybe a black color, which is, we can pass in just black, and maybe 0.1 opacity. And let's save that and see if it appears. So here we can see that it has appeared, but we do have a slight indent here. And this is, let's have a look, 55 pixels, so about 50 pixels to be safe. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a margin top here of -50 pixels and a margin bottom here of -50 pixels. And let's see if that works. I'm not sure if that will, but maybe that won't work. I think I'm applying this to the wrong section. I'm meant to be applying it over here. So let's try that once more. So I'm going to save that and refresh. So it has gone -50 pixels margin, but it's actually happened on the whole section here, not just the element. So we're going to have to play around with this and do this a little bit differently. So there is another way to do this, but it's a little bit funny. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. What we're going to do is over here in this section, instead of doing a background color, we're going to do a position of relative. In here, we're going to pass in an element called before. And in this element, we're going to do a content of blank, a display of block. We're going to do a top of 50 pixels and a bottom of 50 pixels. We'll do a left of 0 and a right of 0. And we're going to pass in that background color, and we're going to apply this. Let's take a look at what happens. So right now I'm not seeing anything because I think I've called the pseudo element incorrectly, but let's try that once more. We should see it appear. We should see it appear just over here where we have our home special overlay. And when we apply that, let's double check that we have all the details correct. So we've got content, We've got a display block. Yes, we also need a position of absolute. So let's apply that and we'll refresh, and we can see now we've got that background there. And that's exactly what I was after. So that looks like it's working well, and I'm pretty happy with that. And that's resizable on all aspects. So what we can do now is we need to make sure that the element's Z index for the item below has a higher priority. Now, to be able to do that properly, what we're going to do is first let's move this item here below. And then for the actual special order, we'll also put a position of relative, but we'll give it a Z index. And in this case, I'm going to give it a Z index of 500 again. And this will just make sure that it's above the element here that we're placing with our overlay. And that's done, and we can tell because we can select the text here. Now that we've done this section, we can have a look at making sure that it is mobile responsive. So let's resize it and take a look at this aspect ratio here. So when we take a look at this, it sort of changes a little bit, but most of the rest of it seems to fit in just fine. We do have some changes here in the font sizes. So here it's 36, whereas here it's 30, and this content here goes down to 18 pixels. So let's first do that. I'm going to jump over here and we're going to grab a responsive media query and we're going to paste it here in below. We'll start off with the title. So here for the title for LG, we're going to change that font size here to 30 pixels. We'll do the same here for the description where we set it to 18 pixels, and that should get us done for the very first responsive media query. So let's resize that a little bit and we should see that effect happen. Now we're actually going to do this at the XL level, just because I can see that it's already not wrapping very well. And now it seems to be fitting in just fine. So when we get to this point here, we can see that it's sort of coming through. We're going to keep it like this, I think, more or less, all the way through until this viewport over here. And this is the MD viewport. When we get to the MD viewport, I want to change the display flex to just be display block. If we do this, our items should collapse and be on top of each other. So let's refresh and we can see that has taken effect. But the width for this item on our display circle, it's not correct, and this is because it's not a display of inline block. So I'm going to just update that and refresh, and we're going to see that that's taken effect. And in this case, we're probably wanting a display of inline flex, just so that those items can exist properly, and that looks much better. We're going to add in a responsive design element here, and this is actually for the MD viewport. So let's save that. And let's actually create a bit more styling over here. So I'm thinking maybe we'll do text align center. So let's pass text align center here for the MD viewport, and everything should come up centered when we do. Let's take a look at our design, and on here it looks like that's not the case. So let's actually remove that. We'll want to keep accurate to our design. And when we do, we can see that looks a little bit better there. Now, there is a little bit too much padding happening in general. The first bit of padding we want to get rid of is this padding here on the left. So this is applied just over here in our entry content, and I'm going to remove that when we get down to the MD viewport. When we do, we should see that that sticks out a little bit better. The size of this save button also has to change a little. So here it's 30 and 48 pixels in height and width. So let's actually update those. I'm going to update the font sizes here, and here this 20 will go down to 48. So let's pass in 48 pixels here, and the save sign will go to 30 pixels. So that looks correct. Let's save that and refresh and see what that looks like. So that's a little bit better, a little bit smaller. We also have to make the circle smaller. So in this case, it's 156 pixels. So let's update the design for that. We'll apply it over here. So I'm going to copy that height and width. And in here, I'm going to adjust it to be 156 pixels. So let's apply that in here. We'll refresh, and we can see that's taken effect much better. So I'm pretty happy with that. And as we go down to this viewport, we can see that it's taken effect straight away. And most of the content seems to be laid out really well there. So I'm going to keep that, except the only other thing I'm going to do here is change up the padding. And I might reduce this down to 30 pixels or maybe even a little bit less. Let's have a look. Actually, 30 pixels looks just about right. Here for the image, I might also do, let's see, a margin bottom. And we'll set this to be 15 pixels. And we'll apply this after the Excel viewport. So let's resave that. And that gives it a little bit more padding. But the other part to that is that this section here, where we're adding, where is it? 30 pixels top and bottom. I'm going to reduce this to 15 pixels for each. So let's also update that too. That way on the mobile viewport, there's a little bit more spacing that's being applied at a better level. So with all of that done, I'm pretty happy for that. It looks very accurate to what we have in our mobile design here. Obviously, the circle is really big in our mobile design here, whereas here it's a little bit small. So we might play around with that. And what I'm thinking is we can do this in a number of ways. What we can do is on the MD viewport for the discount circle, we're going to change how it works. So maybe we'll remove the height. We'll set the height to auto here. Whoops, where am I? Yeah, we'll set the height to auto here. We'll do padding top to be 100%. I think that should do. And then, yeah, let's just have a look what happens if we do that. So I'm going to refresh, and that doesn't look correct. There's a trick to doing this so that the circle stays uniform. Let me take a quick think about how we can do this. All right, I think I remember now. We actually set the width to 100% and we do padding bottom 100%. When we do this, you'll see that the circle expands out. The only issue with this is that while it expands out and it looks fine, the text here is being pushed out of the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this text and put it in a absolute holder. Now we're not going to be using this absolute holder just yet, but we'll be using it a little bit later in. So let's actually pass this in here, just maybe like this. And this should pass it in just accurately. So to start off with, it should make no difference to the content. But what's going to happen is that when we get to the point of a MD viewport, we're going to change this and we're going to set this as a position of absolute. We're going to put the top at 50% and the left at 50%, and we're going to translate this. And we're going to translate it on the, let's see, sorry, we're going to transform it. So let's do transform, translate, and we're going to pass in negative 50% and negative 50%. And this will translate it on the X and Y axis and center it. So let's give that a test and we can see that it's been centered very well. The only problem is the text font size is a little bit too small, but we can fix that up too. Let's copy across the font sizes that we're using regularly and reset them over here. So I'm going to reset this to font size 100 and we'll apply this on MD. And let's reset this one to 48 and we'll set this on MD. So now if we refresh, that should look a little bit bigger. And now as we resize, we can see it's keeping that size. So that's really cool. We could even push this down to maybe maybe an iPad, a small iPhone design. Let's have a look. And that still fits in very nicely. We will have to have a look at this text input because it looks like it's being pushed out, as well as this menu and the phone number, but let's take a look. So far, so good. Great. Very good. So let's close this off and let's expand everything out. And that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this section now. So we can keep going. We'll have a look at the next section to design. And in terms of the next section over here, it looks like it's these products over here. And we're going to design the layout for this and make sure that it's dynamic so we can change it in the future as well. So let's grab this title over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it, and we're going to start just putting in the HTML code. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in maybe a class called select, or maybe I'll just do a container to start off with. So let's do a container here. And for this container, we want a title section. So for this title section, what I'm going to do is maybe just a dot title here, or maybe a h2 text, which says select the right bin for your project. Now, underneath that, we have a number of products here, and these products are these large examples of essential bins and some details about those bins, but there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 of them here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do maybe something like home-products. And I'm not sure if here's home-product-info, and this will be home-products. And here we'll have home-product. And this will start up our CSS here, so we can later customize it. We're going to have a few things here. We're going to have the image, which is about 3 columns, the content, which is about 3 columns, and the features on the right here, which is about 3 columns as well. So let's put those in. I might do these as a row, just because that'll be nice and simple. And we'll do col LG4 in here. And we'll copy paste this out a few times to essentially get the content just right. In here, we'll have the image. And in this case, I might just use a placeholder image like this one here. So I'm going to export this one to Photoshop, and we'll use this to get us started. If we take a look at the image here, it's about 300 pixels by 200 pixels, but this one here seems like it's a little bit too big. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually crop it a little bit so that we get some better measurements. And I'm just going to crop it down here. So it's about 360 pixels in height and maybe a little bit less width there. So that looks okay. If we take a look at the measurements for that, that's 612 by 360. So that should do fine. I'm going to save and export this as a JPG, and we'll start being able to use this in our design. So I'm just going to save this as a high format, seeing it's a quite small image. And I'm just going to save this here in our image folders, and maybe I'll call this product-placeholder. It should be good enough. And we can put this now into our design over here. And what I might do is I might copy over the syntax for PHP here for WordPress. And we're going to reuse that to get the URL for our image. So I'm just going to paste it in here, /image/product placeholder.jpg. And we'll just call this product placeholder for now as the alt tag. With that done here, we might also set up a width of 100%. We've got the next section over here, and this section here has a title and it has some list items. So I'm going to pass in the title here like this, and we'll possibly put it in as a title class here. And in here, I'll do a UL and an LI, and this LI will have a few items in here. And from what I can see, we've got a few features that we can copy over. So I'm just going to copy these over, and we'll create a custom list in a sec with that little arrow there on the left, and that should look pretty good once we're done. So let's copy over this text, and I'm just going to paste it in here. And we're just going to copy this last one for building sites. And that should be just about right. Is there anything else? We've got this button here at the bottom which says get a quote for the skip bin. Now this button, it sort of looks like it's floating. Let's have a look at some of the other design elements here. So it does seem to resize a lot when we're changing up the design. So I might create this as a custom floating aspect, maybe with an absolute position or something like that, but it's going to exist outside of our entire row here. It might even exist as a absolute folder button, maybe something like that, and we'll put the content in here for get a quote, and we'll style this out a little bit later. Finally, we've got these two big circles in here with this icon and some content in here. So we're going to have to create those, and I'm going to use a similar fashion to this 20% that we created before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this text, and over here we're going to create these circles. So let's call this as home product circles. And then in here we'll call these maybe a circle in general. And then in here we'll have the text or content holder. And in here we'll have the content. So in this case, it's approximately 4x trailers. And in here we'll have the icon. And for the icon, it'll be that image. And we might just pull out this image over here and pull this out, I think, as an SVG to be able to put in our design just as a placeholder to start off with. So I'm going to select this one and we'll save this as an SVG and export that straight into our folder. And this one here looks like a trailer, so I'm going to have a look in our images folder, and it looks like it's already been called trailer, but I'm going to rename it to home-trailer. We're also going to grab the other one here, which looks like a bin, and I assume this is just going to be called bin when we export it, but let's take a look. So I'm going to export that one, and it's called component 15, but we'll call it home-bin. So we've got these two in there, and we can use the same syntax here we did for our image previously to put these icons in. Now I'm going to take out the width for now, and I might put that in manually, and we'll grab the syntax here for our trailer. So let's copy that over here, and let's rename this product trailer, and the other image, which goes in the other circle. So we'll copy over the entire circle in here. We'll call this home-bin. And in here, let's copy the text here for the bins as well. And once we've got that in, we can start doing some of the layout for this content because we've got most of the elements ready here. Just thinking that the only other thing we might want to do is call this maybe home products holder, just so that it's a bit more specific to what we're doing in here. So let's create this class here in our CSS. So we're gonna collapse up most of the product info in here. We'll create a new subcategory of children classes, I suppose. And let's jump in here and double check everything's okay. We'll copy over our next bit of class here, which is the home products. If I put that in twice, no, just once, that's fine. Got home products in here, and this will be our loop that will be created with a home product. And we'll also grab our H2 title here, and we'll be customizing this. So let's put that in here. And for the home product, we've got our image, we've got our title, and we've got our list item. So let's put an image in here. We'll put in title. And we'll also put in the list item, so UL and LI. And I think that should be most of it. I think we're missing just one here, which is that little button thing that we created here at the bottom. So that was, what was that? Absolute holder button. So we'll place this in below here. We also have the circles holder. So let's copy over the CSS class for that, and that's just over here, home circles product. And for that one, we had a circle, so let's copy over the circle over here. We also have the content holder, so we'll copy that over here. And we also have the icon, so we'll put that in over here. So that's all our CSS classes in here, and we can start styling this. So if we take a look, we have a bit of margin here from the top and the bottom, which is about 100 pixels. And this text here, it's about 48 pixels bold. And it's got this icon down with the arrow. So I might start off with this text here. So let's put that in. We'll do 48 pixels size for the H2 tag here. Hit save on that. And let's refresh our page, see what we get. Great, so that's in here. Now we also need to do a margin top here of 100 pixels. So that'll just push it all down. or it should anyway. Let's make sure we're copying this over properly. So here is our home product holder. Here's our H2. So that looks all fine. It's inside our home product info. Yep. So let's refresh that and let's see what's happening, because I can't see that margin there. And it should be being applied. So let's see, home product. We seem to have a bit of a bug here. And it's just over here. Just let me have a look. Our gulp has crashed, so we're going to rerun that. Sometimes if it crashes or if it's not running in the background, it's not going to compile our CSS. So I'm going to rerun that and save our file, and that should load up once more. With that running, let's hit save once more, and we should see that all our content now updates, and it has, which is really cool. We need to grab these arrows and we're going to need to present them in our design over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up a little bit to our top navigation here, I think it is. Just over here, and we're going to get that font awesome icon. So I think we've placed it somewhere in here. Let me double check. Here it is. I'm going to copy over this syntax. So we're going to place this here into our product section, and we want to have it next to the H2 title. So I'm going to place it just over here. Now in this case, I think the arrow is pointing down. Let me double check the design. It is, and it's also a black color. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our CSS over here, and we're going to find that H2. And for the eye, which is the icon, we'll do a color of, I think it was black. Was it black? Yeah, it was black. The whole text in general is actually black. So let's actually place this in here below, and we'll do a margin right of 0.5 EM to give some room for that piece of text. So now it's looking a little bit better. It's a little bit too much room there, so I'm going to reduce this to 0.25 EM, but that should be just about right. We're also going to increase the font weight. So over here, I'm going to do font weight, and we're going to set this, I think, to bold. Let's double check. Yep, that looks like it's bold. Otherwise, the rest looks fine. So I'm pretty happy with that. We can have a look at doing this next section over here. And for this next section, we're going to have this big circle thingy, box thingy with a border radius. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a border radius over here. We're going to do this at 15 pixels. Let's make sure we spell that properly. We're also going to change the background here to be white with the text color to be black. So let's do that, and background, and let's save that and just have a quick sneak peek of how that looks. So that's already looking much better. We're also going to give it a little bit of padding. So I'm thinking a padding of about, let's have a look what we have on our design here. So if we take a look, the amount of padding we have is 30 pixels. We're going to put in 30 pixels here for the padding. When we do, we'll see that most of our content now seems to fit in much better. So that's looking really good. We also seem to have a strange negative margin happening here for the content. So I'm not too sure yet what that is. It's because we're adding in a manual height here for our product info. So we did that earlier, but we can get rid of that now that we've got most of our content underway. So when we do, we can see that's reverted back in. Now we've got also a little bit of margin here from the top of our text. It's not much, it's just about 15 pixels. So over here for our H2, I'm just going to do margin bottom 15 pixels. We're going to refresh that. That'll drop down just a little bit. And now we can start styling most of this content. I want to style this section here for get the quote for a skip bin. And from what I can see, this just looks like a black background. And to be able to do this, we're going to give the home product a position of relative. Then over here, we're going to give this section a position of absolute with a bottom of 0, a left of 50%, and a transform translate on the x-axis of negative 50%, and this will center it. We'll also give it padding of maybe about 10 pixels and a font size of, what is this font size? It's a font size of 18 bold, so 18 pixels, font weight bold, color was white, and background was black. think that's it. We also have a border radius, but it was on the top left and top right. So we'll do border top left radius. We'll set that to 15 pixels, and we'll do border top right radius, 15 pixels. Let's save that, and we should see that it updates, I think. Maybe we've got a bug in there, so let's double check. We do. We've forgotten the semicolon there, but let's refresh that once more, and that's in there now, and that's looking good. I'm going to also add a little bit of padding for this section. So we had 200 pixels of padding at the top, but I'm just going to put in 100 here at the bottom. So let's refresh that, and we'll see some yellow here at the bottom in a second, I think. Or maybe we won't. What's going on here? We haven't defined the bottom section here. So let's update that from top to bottom, and we'll refresh that once more. So now we can see that text in there. We need a little bit more padding there from the left and the right, and maybe a little bit less padding from the top and bottom. So what I'm going to do is for this absolute position, I'm going to update the padding. We're going to do maybe 5 pixels from the top and the bottom, but 30 pixels from the left and the right. So let's give that a refresh, and that's looking a little bit better now. We also need to update the text, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a text transform, and we're going to do uppercase, and this will make all the text uppercase in our design. So when we refresh now, we can see that's taken effect too. Finally, there's a bit more padding here that's happening at the very bottom of this item between the text at the top and the text at the bottom, but we'll take a look at that later. The next thing we're going to do is update this title, which has a font size of 30 pixels bold, and that's just over here. So let's do font size 30 pixels, font weight bold, and we also have a little bit of a margin there from our UI element, and that's about 30 pixels, but I'm just going to reduce it down to about 15 pixels. So I think that should be okay. Let's put that in and give it a test. So that's looking okay. Now for our list item, I'm going to do a list style of none in here. And we're going to create our own list style. So we're also going to remove the margin, and we're going to remove the padding. I'm also going to do the line height a little bit more narrow, so maybe 1.15. When we do, we'll see that we get rid of most of this styling over here. And we're going to redo the styling ourselves. We want this sort of chevron right, or this arrow to the right here. And we want, how much padding is this? About 15 pixels. So we're going to do this by creating a before element here. We're going to do the content of none for now. We'll do a display of inline block. We'll do font family, and we'll pass in font awesome. And we'll pass in a font content in a second. But for the time being, this should be enough. We'll just do a letter X in here. And I think that's mainly it, maybe just a margin right of 0.5 EM. So let's give that a test and see what we get. And when we do, we can see all our X's are here, and they seem to be working okay. In terms of the content itself, I'm not sure if we want the line break or not, but let's actually just start off by having a look for an icon that we can place in here. In this case, I've just gone to the Font Awesome website, and we're going to get this icon over here. And what I'm thinking is to be able to get this properly, we're going to copy over this code, and we're going to place this into our content over here with a backslash. And we're going to hit save on that. We'll also update the color, and we'll set it to primary. Now, if we do that and we refresh, we can see that that looks like it's been applied. So that's looking good. The font here is actually a little bit smaller. It's font size 16 pixels, and it's a font weight of light. So let's put in the font weight here to 300. We're going to save that and refresh, and we can see that's looking a little bit better there. With that done, we can actually increase the line height. So I might reset that back to what it was before, and that'll give it a little bit more room to breathe. So now our content is looking pretty good for that. We can build the circles out now. Now for the circles, they're about 176 pixels, but I think that's a little bit big, so we're going to make them a little bit smaller. We're also going to have a look at how we can lay them out so that they exist similar to how we had the other circles before. So what I'm thinking is here, I'm going to do a display of flex maybe, Or maybe let's take a look at our design over here. So we've got two here going back to back, but over here we have two going from top to bottom. So what I might do is I might actually create these in a row, and then we can customize how they're styled. So over here, I'm going to cut these out. I'm going to do a row in here. We'll do col LG6, and we'll paste the first circle in here. And the second circle, I'm going to cut that out, and we'll do another col LG6, and we'll place it in there. That way there are 6 columns from the width of wherever they exist, essentially. But this should work a little bit better. And now we can create the circle. So what I'm thinking is for the circle itself, I'm going to give it a width of 100%, padding top of 100%, a background of primary, and a border radius of 50%. For the content holder, I'm going to do a position of absolute. And by doing this, we have to make the circle a position of relative. And for this absolute position over here, we're going to do a top of 50%, a left of 50%, and a, well, actually we might do this a little bit different. Let's do top 0, bottom 0, left 0, and right 0. We'll do a display of, how will we do this actually? Let me think. Because this circle, the content inside might need to exist a little bit differently. So what I might do is I might create another class in here called absolute circle holder. And this is where we'll actually hold the content for our circle. So I'm going to copy this over to our other item here. And this is where we'll put that absolute positioning in so that our content can be nice and centered. So let's actually copy over this class here. And we're going to place it inside of our circle. And then the icon and the content text itself can be inside of that. So I'm going to save that. And we're going to copy over this absolute position down here. And we'll set this to a flex with a justify content of center and align items of center and a flex direction of column. And we can put in the content in there a little bit later, but this should get us started. So let's take a quick look at what that looks like. And we can see our 2 circles in there now. Now our text could work a little bit better. Right now it's a little bit all over the place. Let's do text align center up here. And that'll just center up the text a little bit better. And our text needs to be a little bit smaller and work a little bit differently. Let's also do the line height here to 1, just so that it's very narrow. And that should look a little bit better. But from what I can see, the text here and the image icon have to work a little bit differently. So what I'm thinking is for the position for these, I'm going to do a left here of 15 pixels, a right of 15 pixels, and a top and bottom of 15 pixels. And this will make them just a little bit more narrow so they're not hitting the corners. Then for the actual icon here, I'm going to do a margin top. And we'll set this as 15 pixels too. And we'll save that, and that'll push it back up a little bit. Now we're almost there. I just think with this font has to be a little bit smaller, and it does. It needs to be 16 pixels. So I'm going to do the font weight here to 500, I think, and font size to 16 pixels. And we'll hit save on that, and that should get a little bit smaller and fit in there a little bit better. And that looks like it's almost done now. So I'm pretty happy with that. We could copy this entire section out now to create another product. So what we could do is we can collapse this section and just copy and paste this product in below. So that way we've got 2 examples of products. And when we do, we can see them over here. They need a little bit of margin between one and the other, and that's about 30 pixels. So over in our CSS, we're going to jump into the product section. We'll just do a margin bottom of 30 pixels and hit save on that. When we refresh, we should see them out and about, and they look really good now. So I'm pretty happy with this section. We can add some dynamic content in there a little bit later, but for the time being, that sort of gets us started, and that's looking really good. So before we move on, we're going to double check the responsive elements for this. And if we take a look over here, we can see that this design over here sort of breaks down a little bit different when we go to this viewport. So let's have a look at our viewport and see what happens when we reduce the size over here. And when we do, we see that straight away we're already having something here break where it's overlapping a little bit here with the quote at the bottom. But let's keep going and see what we get. When we get to this viewport over here, it looks like our circles and content doesn't fit in very well. And then finally, as we keep going down, there's still a little bit out. So we're gonna see if we can play around with this to make it work a little bit better. So to start off with, we're gonna jump in here to our content. And for this home row over here, I'm gonna change these to XL variables. And we're gonna change them a little bit when we get down to the next level. So over here, I'm gonna do, let's have a look, a 6-column design, I think, for the LG one. And over here we'll do 6 columns, and over here we'll do 12 columns. And let's save that and refresh and take a look at it. And we're gonna just double check. So that's that over here. And over here we can see that maybe that's not working too well. I'm not too sure. These icons down here, they're a little bit too big. And what I'm thinking to do over here is, while I'll save them as 6 columns for Excel, for the LG viewport, we might make them a lot smaller. So let's do call LG 3. So let's save that and take a look. We'll refresh. So that looks a little bit better. We might also move them a little bit to the right, so we might do some offset here. So let's jump in here, and I might just do the offset over here of 1 column. Let's take a look, and we'll apply this at LG, I think. Let's refresh. Maybe we'll do it a little bit more. Let's do 3 over here, and that should center them. So that's looking a little bit better. Let's double check our design, and while they're here on the right, in this case, I don't particularly want to do that because it means we would have to redo the entire layout for the design, and that might not look very good. So in this case, I'm just going to do something a little bit more simple. Now, the other aspect to this I can see is that the content here goes on the left, but in this case, I think we can leave it like this. That's more or less okay. We might just change up how some of the padding works for these sections. So right now, if we take a look, we could do a little bit more padding at the bottom there. Let's also expand this out. And over here, where we've got the offset of 3 columns, here we might set it to none, or will that even work? I wonder. Let's refresh and try that out. And it looks like it does work. So I'm going to refresh that. So here we can see we're dropping down the offset a little bit. And then this quote button here, we're really going to have to play around with that, because right now, when it gets to this viewport, it doesn't seem to work very well. In our design, we've got a bit more padding there at the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a media query. So let's copy over one of our media queries from before. And we're going to paste it in here to this section where we're applying the padding. And we're applying 30 pixels of padding, but for the bottom, we might apply a little bit more. We might apply 60 pixels when we get down to the LG viewport. So let's refresh, and we might actually change this to XL, sorry. And let's refresh once more, and that looks a little bit better. So I'm pretty happy with that so far, for this viewport anyway. And I guess the next thing we can do is we can keep collapsing it down to this viewport over here. And this is where it gets a little bit funky. Let's see. So here we might change up. So right now, this is breaking completely, but we want to keep it the same. So what I'm thinking is over here, we'll actually set the MD viewport to be 6 columns. So let's give that a test. I'll copy this below here as well, and we'll refresh and see how that looks. So that's looking pretty good. It even might be a little bit too much, so I could even reduce this to 4 and 4. So let's see how that looks. That's pretty good, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. The only other part for these circles here is that they might need a little bit more padding, and that might be on that viewport. So let's jump in here, and for, I think it was MD, we'll do padding top 30 pixels, and let's save that and refresh. Maybe that's a little bit too early. Let's do LG. We'll refresh, and that's looking good, but it's a little bit too much padding, so I'm going to reduce it down to 15 pixels, and that should be just about right. So that's really looking good and starting to take shape. The only other aspect to this is this bin section looks a little bit big, and right now, if we take a look, it's because the columns are a little bit too large. So for col MD, we might set that up to be maybe 8. That way it's not utilizing the full space, but it's not utilizing too little either. So that way it looks a little bit better and it fits in a little bit nicer. And I think that should be okay for this viewport. So let's reduce this down a little bit. Yep, so that's looking good. I'm wondering if we could even keep this on the far right here in this viewport, or if we should keep it collapsed down. Let's try. Let's actually reduce this here down to MD. And this one here, we'll leave that as MD. Let's give it a test, see what happens. So that actually does seem like it's still fitting in quite well. So I think we could keep that as is. And if we take a look, the bin section still could do with a bit more padding, or maybe it could do with a different offset. So maybe what we'll do is this offset over here, we'll pass in MD. And we'll do the offset to 3 here, and let's refresh. 3 might be too much. Let's do 2, and that's just about right. So now we can see it's still staying centered, and that's still looking good. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then this viewport over here, which is SM. Let's put something in for that. So over here, let's actually create this viewport over here as maybe col SM6. And I'll copy paste this into the other circle as well, just so we get a brief idea of what that looks like. And that looks pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with that. And I think we've got everything now more or less done. We just need maybe a little bit better section here for this bottom button. And what I'm thinking is just to give it a little bit more room maybe, or because it seems to be breaking up on this viewport over here. And we can do this in a number of ways, but what I'm thinking is if we take a look at our design, we can see that it spans the whole column there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this responsive query, and down here, I'm going to apply one here on the MD level. And instead of doing a transform, I'm going to remove that. So I'm just going to pass in, I think, none. And then we'll do left to be maybe 30 pixels and right to be 30 pixels. I think that should be about it. So let's refresh that and have a look. And now it's fitting in nicely, but we also need a text align off center in here. And we'll refresh that once more. And that's looking really good now. And we also will remove the padding on the left and right, just so that in case it does need to utilize more space, then it can. Otherwise, it might line break, and we don't really want that. So I'm going to refresh that once more. And now as we go down, we can see that that seems to be fitting in much nicer. Now, what is happening with these circles? They seem to... No, they're fine. It's just this other bit of code that I haven't updated yet. Alright, so this is more or less done now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over some of this styling to this next section here. So let's copy over this entire product over here, and we'll paste it in here to this other product. And that way both of them can work properly, and we'll refresh and test that out. And it looks like they're both collapsing down really well. Finally, for this mobile responsive design, we need some padding here between the buttons. So let's jump into the button section over here, and I'll create a new responsive design query of a margin top here of 15 pixels for the circles, and we'll apply this, I think, on the MD viewport. Let's double check. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's looking okay. Yep, beautiful. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. I think we've almost got that just fine now. We could possibly make these circles a little bit smaller. And we could do this by maybe passing in another viewport in here. So maybe instead of the width of 100%, we can do maybe 75% and 75%. So if we do that, they should become a little bit smaller and that'll look a little bit better. Otherwise, they were a little bit too big before. So I'm pretty happy with that. Obviously, on this viewport here, they get very small and I'm not sure about that. The font size is 16 here, whereas here it's still 16, but somehow I don't think we'll be able to fit them in quite that well if we try it, but let's give it a shot. So let's jump back into our product section over here. And instead of doing SM6, we'll do XS6. So let's apply both of that and refresh our icons here. They should apply. Or maybe not. Well, I wonder what's happening here. Let's copy this over once more and do XS. And XS is for really small devices, and we'll apply that in and refresh. Let's take a look at what's happening in the code here. So here we're applying the columns, and this should be 6 and this should be 6. But it doesn't seem to be working. All right, it seems that Bootstrap's updated and it doesn't use XS anymore, it just uses dash. So we'll use col-6 and we'll pass this in for both of these. And let's copy this in above. So we might not even use SM here, but for the time being, I'm gonna leave it in. And let's expand out our other product, which is just above here, I think. And let's pass that in as well. And what we'll be able to do is, since we're doing this, we might remove this 15% and we'll refresh that. Let's take a look. So that actually does seem like it's fitting in okay. So I guess we'll leave that in as is and we'll see how that works. But for the time being, it looks like that responsive design is working just fine. Let's take a look at this title over here. When we take a look at it, we can see these arrows and this text changes a little bit. It reduces to font size 30. Is that smaller? Yeah, so it goes to 30 and then to 24. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump up here to the H2 tag and we're going to reduce this to font size 30 pixels and we're going to do this on LG. And then over here for MD, we're going to reduce this to 24 pixels. And then what we can do is refresh and just take a look at that. So let's save that and refresh. So that looks okay. We might even do text align center here for this version. So that way that looks a little bit better. And then let's expand this out a little bit. So that's looking good. I might actually apply the center a little bit earlier. So let's apply it in here. And then expand it out a little bit more. And yeah, that looks like it's working really well. So what I'll do here is I'll just fill out the other items in here. And we'll just copy across these products so that we can sort of keep the same style. So let's collapse all of these down. And let's copy paste them out just so that we have 4 as an example. And I'll break them down here so that you guys can see that. But it should be pretty standard. So we'll hit save on that and we'll double check it here just to make sure it's working okay. And here we'll be able to change this up a little bit later, but this is just to get us started so that we have 4 in there. Now that we have that in there, we'll be able to jump into the next section. And the next section here is to accept the following waste, which isn't as pretty as it sounds, but let's create this element. It's got 2 aspects to it. It's got the title, a button here, and some large icons we'll be using. So let's take a look at how we can create that. We'll create a brand new section here in our content. So let's collapse all of this down and we'll just fix it up so it's nicely presentable. And we'll type in home dash, is this still in the yellow section? It is. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to keep it here in the product info section. And I'm going to pass it in here below. So I'll call this home dash maybe. We accept, maybe? Yeah, let's call it we accept. That's pretty standard. And in here we'll do a container. And in here, we'll have a title dash holder. And in here, we'll have our H2 text and our little button here that says read for a full list. So let's put that in, and we'll save this as a button here, and it'll be an A tag, I think. So let's pass that in here. It won't have a link just yet, but it'll just be nice and standard in there. And let's copy over the title here as well. So I'm going to copy that, and that's font size 48 pixels, and we'll begin styling that in a second. Great, so now that we have the beginnings of that, let's collapse down this class. And in here, let's add this new one. And in here, we'll pass in the H2, which will be inside a title holder. And we'll also have the button. And for now, I'll just keep that standard, and we'll do it all in a display of flex, where the H2 item has a flex of 1. With that done, we also need a little bit of margin there from the top. And if we take a look, it's just about 75 pixels. So let's do margin top 75 pixels there. The title here, we want font size 48 pixels, and we want the font weight to be bold. I think that should be enough to get us started. So let's refresh and see what we get. All right, so that's looking okay. This section here where we accept the following ways, it needs to be changed up a little bit. Right now, it needs to have a color of black. The button might have to be inside of a button holder. So I'm going to do button dash holder in here and pass the button in here. And we'll create a holder class for this. Otherwise, it might expand out to the whole area. And that's not what we want. So let's place a button holder in here and hit save on that. And we should see that that pops into a regular size there. Now, if we take a look at the button itself, it only has the outlines of the black. It's not all in black. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in another class here called outline. And we're going to create this in our global CSS for the button itself over here, where we'll do and outline. And for this, we'll apply a little bit of different styling. We'll have the background as transparent. There we go. We'll do the border to be 1 pixel solid black. And maybe we'll do the color to be black as well. I think that should be okay. We can give that a test. We'll refresh. We can see that we've got our button there. We'll apply a different hover effect. So we'll place it here below. And here where we're applying a white hover, we're going to change this to apply a black hover with yellow text, which will be the primary color. So let's save that and give that a test. And we can see that's looking a lot better there. The font size for this button is also a little bit smaller. I think it's only 20 pixels. So let's see. No, that seems correct. So that's looking all good. We're done with this section, and we can now have a look at this next bit, which is adding these full circles in. That should be pretty simple. We've already done this a few times. So we're going to do a column here with LG3. And we can copy this across a few times. But what we want to do is we want to place a circle in here. And this circle will have an absolute holder. And this absolute holder will have both the text or the icon. So in this case, it's just an icon. So in here, I'm just going to put an icon. And this icon itself looks like it's an SVG that we can pull out. So what I'm going to do is instead of doing an icon class, I'll pass an image in here. And we'll export this image out to Photoshop. So let's do that. Let's mark to, where is it? Maybe we'll just select up here, export selected as SVG. And let's have a look at what that might be called. We'll jump up here into our images, and it's called group 87, but I'm gonna rename it, and we're gonna call it we accept 1. And we'll pass in the word home as well here so that we know it's the very first item there. And we can do that for the next one here. So I'm just going to select this icon here, hopefully anyway. Is that selecting? No. No. Nope. There we go. Oh. It looks like the whole thing is one big shape. You know, there's a different way we can do this. We could actually export the whole section here as an SVG. So let's give that a shot. That might be a little bit easier. So I'm going to export that. And the previous one we created, I'm going to get rid of that. So we'll click to delete it here. And here where we have commercial waste. Let's see if we can do a preview for that. Maybe we can't, but That's simple because I'm just going to rename it over here. And we're going to place it into our image over here and pass in an old tag of maybe we accept waste. Beautiful. Now we also need to pass in that shortcode. So let's pass in the the syntax there for PHP to get to our theme location. So I'm just gonna pass that in over here, and we're going to put it straight into our image src, and we'll hit /image / and save on that. And let's quickly have a look at what we get. So we do get that image in there, and that looks like it's working just fine. I'm going to also do the width to 100% just so that it utilizes the full 100% of the circle area there. And we might not even need a circle in there. We might be able to get rid of all of this now, and we simply might have a title in here. Now for this title, we might just have plain text, looks like, font size 24 pixels, pretty simple. We'll pass this in, and that looks good. So we can copy this out a few times now. And this will have the hallmarks for the content that we put in here. So all we have to do is export the other icons in here and export the text as well. So let's grab these and put this into our code over here. We'll grab the one that says green waste and put this in as well. And over here for the household waste. So let's copy that too. Beautiful. All right, so that's looking good. Now we just need to export these SVGs. So I'm just gonna grab each one and I'm gonna export them. So let's select this one, export. We'll jump in here and we'll rename them one by one. So this one is building waste icon, and we're gonna rename that to home we accept to. We'll grab this next one, which is of a little flower, and we're gonna select to export that as well. And then if we jump into our content over here, there it is. We'll rename this to -3. And finally, this last one here with a chair, let's export that. And if we have a look here in our home, here it is, and we'll rename that to -4. So now that we have all of that, we should be able to refresh and see most of our content in there, and that's starting to look good. What I'm going to do is for each one of these, I'm going to place them inside of a class called circle, and we'll utilize this in a second. So let's actually copy this across and place it under each one of our elements and copy over a closing div as well. And then over here in our CSS, where we have most of our content here, what I'm thinking is that we'll pass in a circle class. And for this class here, we're going to do a margin top of maybe 15 pixels, maybe 30 pixels. Let's have a look. If we take a look over here, it's about 60 pixels, which is quite a lot. But that's okay. And then for our title, we'll also have a bit of margin there at the bottom. So I'm thinking margin bottom 30 pixels, and for the button holder, margin bottom 30 pixels. So let's save that, give it a refresh, and we can see now it's starting to take effect. We just need to update this content in here, and this just needs to be, I think, a font size 24 bold, and it's text centered as well. So here for the circle, we'll do title, I think it was. Let's double check. Yep, title, font size 24 pixels, font weight bold, and text align center. Beautiful. Let's save that and refresh. We'll see it updates, but we also need to make sure it's a black color and it's got a bit of margin there from the top. So let's do color black and margin top, maybe 30 pixels as well. Let's give that a test. It might be a little bit too much, but in terms of our design, that seems like what we have here. So yeah, it is about 30 pixels. And then we've got about 100 pixels from the bottom, I think. Yep, great. So that's that section done, and we just need to make sure that it's responsive now so that it's working properly. Let's shrink down this window and we'll scroll down to this aspect here. When we resize, we can see that our text over here seems to adapt quite well. Let's take a look at the design doc over here, and when we have a look, from what I can see, these columns reduce down and this title text reduces down, but the button here disappears and suddenly appears at the bottom. So what I'm thinking is let's jump here into our CSS, and over here we'll add a media query. So let's do at media max width, and we'll pass in LG, and we'll do font size 30 pixels, and let's save that. And the other thing we'll want to do is we'll make the button holder over here. Maybe we'll make it work a little bit differently. So just thinking how we can do this for placing the button at the bottom. And one way is that we could just call this top, and then we can create and copy this one here below. So what I'm thinking is maybe just over here we'll pass in the exact same button but call this one bottom. So let's save that. And we're applying this class on the holder. So here we'll do and top and bottom. For bottom we'll do display of none. What we'll do is when we go to the media query here, we'll add a display of none for the top one, but for the bottom one we'll do a display of block, and we'll save that. And that should get our button up and running here. So when we reduce the media query a little bit, maybe I haven't done that right. That's top. Yep. And that's bottom. Yep. So this should be normal, and this one here should be none. So let's double check that. We're going to refresh. And let's have a look at this one here below. So right now this one here below seems to be displaying. And then when we get down to this viewport, the bottom one displays still. Maybe I'm applying the wrong display none here. So let's double check. We've got the button holder here with a margin of top. Our CSS is running just fine. When button holder has a class of bottom, it should have a display of none. Correct. So let's jump in here. We'll refresh our page. We'll scroll up. And this is the button here. Here it has button bottom, or button dash holder, and then bottom, but it's still not applying. So let's make sure it's inside the home dash we dash accept section. So this is home dash we, and we might actually just move it outside of the title holder. Maybe that's what's causing it, but yeah, I think that's what's causing it, because the one at the bottom there isn't inside of the title. Great. So now when we refresh and resize, when we get to this viewport over here, then we'll see it's popped down here below. But we're going to have to resize these images because right now they're not correctly sized. And to do that, we'll just add another query in here, and we'll do call MD6, and this will make them 6 columns when we get down to that viewport. So let's put that in and let's refresh, and we can see that those work now. We'll also update the content in here. So for this content, when we get down to that next breakpoint, what I'm thinking is we'll do a text align of center for the title. So let's do that over here. Actually, we can do that above, so we'll just apply it in here. Text align center. We'll hit save on that. And I think that should be it. Let's refresh and double check, and that looks like it's taken effect. The button down here probably also needs a text align of center. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy over this query. And then for the button holder over here, I'm just going to place it in like this. And let's give that a shot. So there it is. It's nice and centered here. And the only other thing is it might need a bit of a margin from the top there. So I'm going to apply it, and that looks perfect. So now when we get to this viewport, that's all applying very well. And when we get down to the next level, we could probably keep this up. So I might even put this down to the SM level. So let's put SM here instead of MD, and this will keep these views, essentially keep it going with 6 columns until we get to a very mobile-like size, and then they collapse completely. And if we take a look, that looks much better now. So now we can move on to almost the very last part here, which is the footer. If we take a look at this footer, and we'll see that it's actually on all the pages, as well as on the mobile and the tablet views, and we're going to create it on a separate file here. So we're going to close all of this down. Let's collapse all the sections here, and we'll go into the file here called footer.php, and this is where we'll code it out. In here, we'll create a couple of sections here. So the very first one is this testimonial here. We have all these stars, and this should be pretty simple to do. So first off, let's create this whole section here as a category, and we also need this this copyright section, I suppose, at the bottom. So to make this, we're going to I suppose it's in two aspects. The first is this this aspect up here, and the second is the contact form. So let's just start making the code for this. I'm going to copy over this text over here, and in here we might put in something like testimonial section. So footer-testimonial. Hopefully I've spelled that correctly. And in here we'll put the testimonial, and this will be the text here. Now we also need these stars above. Now we can use Font Awesome to create these, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call them stars. And in here we'll put them in. I think it's just I-FA-star maybe. We'll give that a test in a second. And we also need the author here at the very bottom. So what we'll do is we'll put in author down here. We'll pass that in. And this section in here can just be called maybe the quote. And let's actually pass that in as a class. There we go. So that's looking good. And for this section here, for the testimonial, let's create a ID here in our CSS. So I'm just going to open up our theme again. We're going to collapse up all the home section. And here we're going to create the ID for the wrapper footer. We're going to leave the background because we've already set that, but we'll add a little padding at the top here, which is just about 100 pixels. So let's start off with that. We'll do padding top 100 pixels. Then underneath that, we'll create the footer testimonial class. And in here, we'll pass in those classes we've created. So testimonial, we'll pass in stars. We'll also pass in quote and author. And for the author and the stars, we want both of those colors to be the primary color. So I'm just going to pass it in here like this as a variable. And for the quote here, we want the font size to be a little bit bigger. So let's actually expand this out. And for the font size here, we want this to be 30 pixels, whereas the text here is just a regular 18 pixels. So let's do font size 30 pixels there and save that and give this a refresh to see what we get. So we're going to scroll up here a little bit. And I think seeing that the main body is now really big, we could probably get rid of this 8,000 pixels min height we applied. So that way we should get straight to the bottom here. And when we do, I think maybe I haven't saved the footer here. So let's quickly save that and refresh once more. And there's our footer. Now we've got our star and everything like that, but that's not fitting in properly because we haven't put it inside of a container. So I'm just going to put a container in here. There we go. And then I'm going to make sure that the text alignment for this is center. And that way it should come in nicely. So now that we have that, we can see our footer is sort of taking shape there. We need a little bit of a margin here. So we're going to do a margin bottom of about 75 pixels, I think it is. Let's double check that. No, it's actually 100. So let's put in 100 pixels here before we get to the contact form. So there we go. And we're going to copy out the star a few times. And from what I can see here, this star has a width and a height of 43 pixels. So we're going to copy this out a few times. Let's get 5 of those in there. And over here, we'll do font size 42 pixels and save that. Let's refresh. And we can see now that's starting to take shape. Now we've got a little bit more margin here underneath the quote. So let's apply that as well. We'll jump in here. We'll just do margin bottom 15 pixels and save that. We'll give it a refresh, and that's looking good. And now we can do the contact form. Now this contact form looks like it's a simple container with two 6-layer columns. So let's put those in as well. We'll collapse this section here. We'll call this footer contact form holder. Or maybe footer contact info. And then over here, we'll have the container. And then we'll have the row. And then we'll have col LG6. And maybe another col LG6. Now we'll have this section here with a title. And we'll also have a description here. And some contact information. So let's put the description in here. And the contact information is just the email and the phone number there. So let's copy those across. I might do them pretty simply, just contact info with a phone being here and the email being second. So let's apply that over here. We'll be able to pass in font awesome icons for those as well. Now, looks like this container might not work inside of this div, so I'm going to make it go outside. And we're going to apply the footer as a yellow color so that it has that yellow background we're seeing. So let's pass in a background here of primary. And if we take a look, now we should start to see it. So there it is. We have a little bit of a padding being applied. It's about 60 pixels. So I'm going to do padding 60 pixels here and save that, and we'll refresh. We'll see that the padding is being applied. Then we'll want to add some border radius. I'm going to do border top left radius of 30 pixels and top right as 30 pixels, and we'll save that as well. And that looks good too. Next, we'll want to create this title and this text, and all of this needs to be the black color. So in general, I'm just going to do color to equal black for this whole section. For the title and the description, let's pass in the text sizes and weights. So for the title here, it's 48 pixels bold. So let's put in font size 48 pixels, font weight bold. And then for the description text here, it's only 24 pixels, but it's medium weight. So let's do font size, what was it, 24 pixels. And then we'll also do font weight. And for the weight, 500 is medium. So we'll refresh that, and that'll start looking a little bit better. We can fix up some of the spacing here. So if we take a look, we've got about 30 pixels from the top and 30 pixels from the bottom, maybe even 45, but I think I'll just keep it at about 30. 30 is nice and standard, and we'll apply this to the top and the bottom here, and we'll save that, refresh. That'll look a little bit better. And then we need to do these call sections. So these call sections, they've got an icon there on the left. So first let's put those in. I'll just use an I tag here. So FA-phone, I think it is. Let's pass that in here. And we'll pass in here another one called envelope-o, I think it is. Envelope-o. Great. Now I'm going to pass in the contact information here below. And we're going to stylize this a little bit. So for the FA, we're going to make the color white. We're going to do the min width to maybe 1.5 EM, just so that that's standard. And let's take a look. So that's looking okay. But we also need the font size to be a little bit bigger. So here it's 24 pixels. So let's actually apply that. We'll do font size 24 pixels. And for the div, I'm going to do a margin bottom of maybe 0.5 EM, and that'll just give it some extra room below each item. So that's looking pretty good now. It's pretty good. I think we can move on to the next section here, which is this contact form. So to do that, we're going to have to install contact forms here on WordPress. So I'm just going to click to add a new plugin. We're going to install contact form 7. I'm just going to jump in here and I'm going to select to install it, and this will just install in the background. Once it's installed, we'll activate it and we'll have it over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump in here to the left and we're going to create a new contact form. We're going to do a footer contact form here as the name. And if we take a look at the design, we just got the 4 items here and a submit button. We don't have any additional text. So we're going to jump in here and we're going to remove all these labels. We're just going to have the actual inputs themselves. So let's get rid of all of this. And we'll also place some placeholders per se as well for them. So once we've gotten rid of all this text here, we'll do submit here for the title, but for the name, let's add a placeholder. And for the placeholder, I think we'll just keep it simple, your name. We'll do the same for the email and the phone. And for the phone here, you can see that we have a subject. So I'm just going to change that to tell and pass in the required field with a star. And in here, we'll pass in phone. So this will be your phone and this one will be your email. And finally, we'll have one for your message as well. So we'll just do your message. Great. I'm just going to remove all the line breaks here because sometimes contact form does some weird p tags when you don't break those. And here's our short code for that. So I'm going to copy that in and I'm going to paste this here into our footer in this column here. So I'm going to do a contact form holder and I'm going to pass in this short code. So we're going to open up PHP. We're going to echo out a do short code. And in this short code, we're going to pass in that short code for the contact form and save that. So let's save it and have a look at what we have. When we have a look down here, we've got our contact form, but we don't have the classes yet working exactly how we want. So I'm jumping in here to our CSS and we're going to create essentially this contact form holder with a background of black and maybe a padding of 30 pixels. Let's see if that applies to start off with. So I might not be applying this at the right level. So I'm just going to collapse this stuff over here and I'm going to apply it just over here. Let's refresh once more and there it is. Now we've got some border radius on there, so I'm going to apply that as well. So let's just copy over this one here and get rid of the top right and we'll just have border radius 30 pixels. So if we refresh that, it should look the same as our design here. And that's looking a little bit better. The other part is these inputs here. They don't look quite right, so let's fix those up too. What we can do is we can jump here into our theme contact holder and we can create a class, or we can create an input in here. And in this input, we'll border a radius out and we'll check the border radius here. I think it's about 15 pixels. So let's do 15 pixels here. We'll update the font size. And if we take a look at this font size over here, it's actually only 18 pixels. So let's do font size 18 pixels. I like to set the height to auto just so that it works okay. And then finally, we'll make sure that the background is white. What else? There is no border, so we'll do border to none. And there's no outline, so we'll do outline to none. Let's save that to begin with and see what we get. And we can see that our contact form there is a little bit better. But the border radius is a little bit too much, so I'm going to reduce that to 10 pixels. And I'm also going to do a margin bottom here. So let's do margin bottom, maybe 10 pixels as well. So let's save that and refresh, and that's already looking a lot better. The other aspect to that, obviously, is that the text input hasn't applied this styling. So we can just pass in text area here. And we can see that that's working better now. We'll also change the margin bottom to just 5 pixels there, and that should look a little bit better now. The text area there has a little bit too much in terms of rows. So I'm going to set manual rows here, and I think I'm just going to set 3 of them by putting in X3. When we refresh, that has disappeared. Maybe I haven't done that properly. So let's actually jump in here. We'll place it in after the name and before the placeholder, and there it's back again. 3 might not be enough. We might boost that up to 4, but 4 should be just about perfect. So that looks good. And finally, we've got our input here, and our input for the submit isn't looking right. So we're going to do and type is equal to submit here. And we're going to customize this. We're going to make a display of inline block. We're going to set the background here to be primary and the text color to be, let's have a look, white. So let's pass in white. Let's apply that and save and see what happens. And that's looking already a lot better, but the width is still 100% and that's not exactly what I want. So let's have a look what's being applied here for the width. Not too sure. I'm gonna see if I can play around with the style here. Maybe do auto. Yeah, so auto fixes it up. So I'm gonna just do that over here in our code. Let's do with auto and we'll save that. And there we've got our contact form now working a lot better. This color here is a darker version of that yellow. So I'm gonna pass in primary-500 and that should make it just a little bit darker to see. Great, so I think that's almost it. We can see that we do have a little bit more padding there for this contact form, but I think that should be okay to get us started. And finally, we can do the copyright section here at the very bottom. And before we do that, we've got a bit of a wrapper padding that's being applied here. And this is just on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into our content here. And for the wrapper, I'm going to do padding to 0 pixels. And we'll place this somewhere at the very top just to take care of this extra padding we seem to be getting at the bottom. That's a lot better. Now let's create the copyright section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse this section and pass in copyright. Now for this section, I'm going to do a container. And if we take a look at the design, we just have some basic text here, generally speaking. So I'm just going to copy all of this in here. Now we'll create some spans here for these line breaks, or these forward slashes anyway. And these in here will be links. So let's pass in A tags for that and an A tag for this one here as well. And normally when you design a website, you can put in your own company in here, but in this case, I'm just putting in this one. And that should be about it. So then for the copyright section, we'll scroll down here to our footer section. We'll create a new class. We'll call this copyright. We'll do the background to white. We'll do some padding as well. Let's make sure we spell that correctly. I think the padding would be just about 15 pixels. We'll set the color here to black. And what else do we have? We've also got the links to be black. So let's pass in an A tag here. The color will also be black. But for the spans, they have that yellow color. So let's put in yellow here. They also have a bit of a margin. So I'm going to do a margin left of maybe 1.5 EM and do the same on the right. And I think that should be enough to get us started for that. So here we can see our footer and that looks like it's taken shape. So I'm pretty happy with that. We could add a little bit more padding on there, but I'm not too sure. I think, yeah, we could do it up to 20 pixels. So let's actually do that. We'll jump in here and we'll do 20 pixels for the padding. We'll increase this left and right EM to 3 EM as well. And that should be just about right to finish off this contact form. So actually no, 1.5 was just about right. So let's leave it like that. And that's starting to look really good. Maybe 1.5 EM was a little bit too much. So let's actually reduce that to just 1 EM for the span there. Great. So there's our website. And it looks like we're more or less done for the home page. We might have a look at adding some animation and some internal and external pages, but this gets us started. Let's also finish up and make sure that the responsive design for this section here is working properly, because we haven't looked at that just yet. So I'm gonna scroll down here to the very bottom. We're gonna reduce the size down. And in terms of our design here, if we have a look at the font, it goes from font size, let's see on the right here, 30 to font size, what is that? 24. But that's on the SM level, I think. Let's take a look. We'll go to the testimonial here and we'll do at media, max width, and pass in LG. And we'll do font size 24. So that's 24 pixels there. Let's see if that resizes. So I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. And that should be a little bit better now. Great. The other thing I want to do is I want to update the footer section here. So here it seems to be overlapping pretty well. It needs some more margin from the top there. So what I'm going to do is for this contact form section, we're going to pass in that same media query, but we're going to do a margin top here of about 30 pixels just to give it some extra room. So has that applied? It doesn't seem to have applied. Maybe I'm putting it, I should be putting it here on the contact form holder. So let's reapply that. There we go. So that looks a little bit better. We could also probably remove some of the padding that we're applying, but I think for the timing, that's okay. Let's have a look at the sizing for the text here, because it does seem like it's getting a little bit too big. So over here, let's scroll down. So this reduces to 48 and 24, and here it is 48 and 24. Okay, so it looks like it only reduces finally over here. So what we're gonna do is let's copy this text over, and over here for the contact info. Is it the contact info? No, for the title section here. We're going to pass in MD, and we're going to pass in those reduced sizes. So we'll do 30 pixels for the title and 18 pixels here for the description. And we'll save that, and that should look a little bit better. So that looks better on this viewport here. We do need to take away some of those margins we're applying. So I'm going to reduce these down to 15 pixels, and that should look a little bit better. Yep. We're also going to reduce the contact form size to 18 pixels as well. So let's refresh that. That looks better too. We're also going to remove the padding we're applying. So instead of 60 pixels here, we're only going to apply 30, and that should look a little bit better too. Great. So that looks fine. I'm pretty happy with that. Just thinking what else we need to do here. So if we take a look, the testimonial section here probably needs to reduce in size too. So let's jump here to the testimonial, and here we are reducing it to 24 pixels, but somehow, oh, that's the stars that we're reducing. So we're not actually reducing the quote. So actually, let's reduce the quote here. We'll do 24 pixels for that too. And let's have a look in here, and that looks better, but I think the stars, maybe we'll keep them at 30 pixels. So let's refresh that. And that looks okay. Expand that out. Yep. The only other thing is maybe we don't need as much margin here for these sections when we get down to the mobile version, because we're still applying like 100 or 50 pixels of padding. So here I'm going to reduce this down, and on the MD level, maybe we'll just do 30 pixels. And for the margin bottom here, we'll also do 30 pixels. Let's give that a shot and see what it looks like. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. That seems to fit in quite nicely. I think that's about it. So yeah, here is our design. We can see that from the very top here, and from the design from the very top here, we're going pretty well. As we scale down, we've got our slider home here. We've got our discount over here. We've got our products over here. We've got our accepted waste over here. We've got our testimonial over here. And finally, we've got our contact form at the bottom with our copyright. So that's all good. Let's take a look at the internal page, because that's what will need to be designed next. And if we take a look here in our design, it's pretty simple. We just have these two main columns. One looks to be a sidebar, whereas the other is just our content in here with an image. And it's a little bit different from our blog posts and a bit different from the rest of our content. So let's create a page here around that. Now, what I'm thinking is we're going to jump here into our content, and we're going to go into two files to create this. We'll jump here into the page file, and we'll also browse into loops-templates. And we'll jump into the page loop over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy over this header with this title short code. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste it into our page.php inside of a container. That should get it started. So we're going to have a nice container here with our title. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page here in WordPress. So we'll go to pages and we'll create a new page and we'll create an internal content page. In here, we'll just have some basic text with H2 and lists and stuff, but very similar to what we already have in here for the design. The only other thing is we'll export this here to Photoshop and we'll save that into our file, maybe in our images folder here as maybe a page-placeholder.jpg. And we'll put this straight into our design over here. So hopefully I can just drag and drop it and it looks like that's come in. We'll hit update and save to that and we'll go and view this page. So let's do that over here. We'll create a new section here for our menu for that. So what I'm thinking is maybe we'll just drag it in here under a section called maybe internal. And that should just be like that. And we'll hit save to that. We should see it pop up here in our menu, but it's overlapping a little bit there with the blog and other pages. So I'm just going to quickly remove one of those, maybe something like maybe the About Us. And we'll just have this as maybe About Us, or just even About. So let's save that and we'll go to this About page over here. And here we can have a look at the building blocks for this page. And as you can see, we already have most of the layout ready. We just have to finalize it a little bit. And this is mainly adding some margin here at the top, as well as these 2-column designs and stuff like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to customize this page. And what I want to be able to do is I want to get rid of the manual right sidebar we're adding in here. We're going to have our own sidebar. So for the time being, I'm just going to remove that. We'll close this off and now we just have a single row here with no sidebars, but we can customize this. Right now we have our content in here just like this, and what I'm going to do is I might get rid of the left and the right sidebar. So we just have this main section in here. With this, we might put in a couple of manual rows in here and we'll do column LG maybe 4. So let's do col LG4, and the col LG4 will be for the sidebar, and the col LG maybe 8 will be for our main content in here, which we can paste just like this. And this will do the loop for the actual page itself. Here in the sidebar, we want to do that special, and this special is very similar to what we had on the home page before. And this was just over here. So we can use some of that same design to create that. But what I'm thinking is we'll start off by just copying that syntax across. So let's jump into the template homepage and we'll go to that section. So I'm just going to go to the percentage section. I think we added in 20%. And here it is. So I'm going to copy this offer. And I'm going to paste this here into our sidebar. So we might call this right sidebar promotion maybe. I think that should be okay, and we'll paste this in here. We'll remove the home special offer since it might be a little bit different, but that should get us started, and I'll just collapse this in. What we can do now is we can create some content around this. So for the right sidebar, so that we can reuse that anywhere, I might just create this as a global class without any parents, and we'll add in some styling for this. And what I'm thinking of doing is copying over some of the styling we used before. So let's grab this home special offer class and we'll just have a look at where we have that defined. So that's just over here. And I'm going to copy most of this across. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste this into our new class below. And this is just over here. The only other thing I want to be able to do for this class is maybe change up the entry content titles section there, but let's leave that for the time being and see what we actually get. We're going to refresh the internal section here. And Here we get that section. Now the problem with this is that we're still applying some flex and everything looks a little bit funky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that flex over here and I'm going to remove some of that padding. Maybe I'll reduce it to 30 pixels there. Let's refresh that and see what it looks like. And I think, it feels like that's not applying correctly just yet. So let's take a look at that. So here's our right side bar. And we're still applying some flex in there. So let's see why that is happening. I think it's because maybe we're not applying the right class or something like that. Let's take a quick look. So here it is. And I think, let's see. So this looks all fine. Here, so we need to remove that. I'm going to remove that display flex there, and that should fix it up. So now it's on a single column there, and we can fix up some of the font sizing and the circle sizing there, and we should get that working quite well. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change up the background, because currently the background here is yellow and the circle is white in comparison. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here, and here I'm going to set this up as the primary color. Let's take a look at that. So that's looking a little bit better now. Now with this circle section, the circle itself is a little bit different. It doesn't have a manual width. So what I'm thinking is that we could do a width here of 100%, and our height will be removed, and we'll do padding top 100% instead. And we'll remove all of this stuff here. We'll just leave the position relative. So that should get us started. Let's refresh and see what happens when we do that. And our circle's gone a little bit wonky again. So let's take a look at why that is. Now we've got the padding top at 100%, but I think because of the text down here, it's not working really well as an absolute holder. So we're going to change that here. We're going to set this absolute holder as an actual absolute position. And we'll set the top to 0, bottom to 0, left to 0, and right to 0. And this will put our content straight in the middle there, and it should fix it up. So it looks like that's working now. And now we can do this next bit, which is the title here. This is font size 30 pixels, and it's got a bit of content in there, but it's a little bit less than what we had before. So let's reduce these two values here. And for the description, we'll reduce that as well. And I'm going to reduce all these values down just a tad so that they fit in a little bit better with our new design. I think that should be enough. So by doing this, we should have something that looks a little bit better. The only other thing here is for the color for this, I'm going to set it to black, and I think that should be about it. So that's looking a little bit better now. For this font size, it is 30 pixels, and on here, let me double check that it is as well. So it does look like it is, but the line height is a little bit too high. So I'm going to do line height here to about 1.15. And I'm going to change up some of the padding. So I'm going to remove this padding here on the left. That should give it some extra room there. And we're also going to maybe remove some of the padding on the sides there. Let's actually zoom in and take a look at how much is being applied. And we can see that about 15 to 30 pixels is being applied. So I guess that is okay. We just need a bit more padding there from the top and the bottom of this title section. So if we jump back here to the title, what we'll do is we'll do a margin top here of maybe 15 pixels, and I think that should push it up a little bit better. So that's looking good. And then this section here below, instead of white text, it's meant to be black as well. So what I'm going to do is I might put in the text color black for the entry content in here. And that should fix it up. And finally, we have this button here at the bottom. And this is actually an outline. So what I might do is for this button, I'll add the class outline in here. And I think that should just fix it up automatically because we did some styling for that last time. So now it looks like we've got this section more or less done. I'm pretty happy with it. The other aspect is just double checking the font sizes here. And this is 18 pixels. And this one here, let's take a look what that is. That's also 18 pixels. So that looks all good. And I think we can move on to the next section. The line height still seems a little bit high though. So what I might do is I might bump down the line height for the whole section here to 1.15, and that should neaten up everything a little bit nicer. The button could also use with a little bit more margin at the top, but 15 pixels actually I think might be just enough, so we'll leave it as is. Let's just give some more margin here for the entry content itself. So I'm just going to give it another 15 pixels of margin from top to bottom. Maybe I'll actually do that on the description. So let's do that over here. We'll change this to 30 pixels here, and change this back to 15 and 15. This will just make sure that this room for the text has a little bit more room to breathe, and that's looking a little bit more accurate to our design there. So I'm pretty happy with that. We'll change up find more information just to find out more as well, because that text is a little bit different. And we also want that to be in uppercase. So in this case where we have the button, and that's just over here, I'm going to do text transform, and we're going to do uppercase, and that'll bump it up. So it should look a little bit better. And we'll also do a display of block for that. So it utilizes the whole room. In case we don't have text center, we'll do text align center as well. So if we do that, we'll see that this looks a little better now. With this section now sort of done, we're going to update the styling here for this internal section. And this internal section needs to have, I suppose, a bit more padding in general. Right now, the entry content here, we could create a new class for that here on the page. So what I'm thinking of doing is maybe doing page header holder. And in here, we'll paste our container, but this page header holder, it'll have a little bit of margin there at the top. So let's collapse down this right sidebar, and over here, let's pass in maybe margin top 100 pixels and margin bottom. And maybe we'll do this to 50 pixels, but let's double check what our design has here. So in terms of our design, we have about, not much. It's about 50 pixels, but I'm going to do it a little bit less. Maybe do this to 30 pixels. So let's refresh this and take a look, and that is looking a little bit better. The title here, it's 48 pixels light with that primary color as well. So let's jump here into our CSS, and for this H1 tag over here, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in 48 pixels, font weight 300, and we're going to do the color here to the primary color, and we'll save that and refresh, and that should update. So that's looking much better. The text here, this one actually already looks okay, so I might leave that as is. The only other thing here that we might want to do is we might want to give it a little bit of margin there at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this section. This section as a whole is under main, so I'm going to pass in this main as a tag, and we're going to use this to customize the rest of our stuff. So under main, I'm going to pass in, I think entry content is the class that all the content is in here. So let's double check that it is indeed entry content. So we'll pass in the class here entry content, and we'll pass in H2, and we'll pass in margin bottom. And we might do that to 0.5 EM. So if we give that a refresh, we see that it's got a little bit more spacing in there, but not enough. Let's do 1 EM, and that's got just almost enough. It feels like in our design we have a little bit more, but can't be certain there. I think that should be okay though to get us started. And we can just do this list item here. And I think we've already done a list item before. So I'm going to copy that over. We're just going to paste it here into our entry content. And let's save that and take a look at what we get. And that's okay, but we don't want to change up the font sizing or any of the content in here. We just want to keep it standard, because I can see right now the font size for this has changed a little bit, and we don't really want to be able to do that. So let's see where that is. That's over here. So I'm going to remove that. And the other thing we want to do is we want to use a different style here for the arrow. So for this arrow, firstly, maybe I'll leave the padding in there. Let's get rid of that padding and margin that we're applying. So that way it's got a little bit of an indent. Oh, actually no, in our In our design, we don't have that indent, so I'm going to remove that. But we do have a bit more spacing there on the right. So I'm going to give it a little bit more spacing. And let's grab that Font Awesome icon. We've already used this one somewhere here on the home page. I think it is FA Circle. So I'm going to copy that over, and we're just going to paste it here into our design, but I actually don't know what the special code is for that. So we can jump into Font Awesome and get that. To do that, we'll just go here to the website and we'll put in the name for the icon. And that's arrow circle down. But in this case, I think we're using right. I think, let's double check. Yeah, it is right. So I'm going to grab this circle over here, and we'll get a nice little code here, which is F0A9. And we're going to put this here into our before section. That should add it in here, and that's looking a lot better already. So I'm pretty happy with that. We'll add a little bit of a margin there at the bottom of our UL. So let's do margin bottom 1 EM. Let's give that a refresh. That looks good. And now we'll just customize this image. And to do that, all we're going to do is add some border radius. So over here where we're setting images, I'm going to pass an image, and we're going to do border radius, maybe 15 pixels. I think that should be just enough to give those curves there. Actually, we might bump this up to 30 pixels. It looks like it's a little bit more in the design. So that's looking a little bit better there. And I think that's mostly our internal page done. Now we do have a little bit more spacing here. We have like a 1 column extra spacing. So what we could do is for this page here, we could do 7 columns. And here we could do maybe, we'll keep doing 4, but we'll do column offset 1. I think that's it. Let me double check. I can't remember what I said here for the offset on the home page. So it's offset dash the media responsive query dash the number. So let's jump here into our page. We'll remove column and we'll just put offset dash LG dash 1, and we'll hit save on that. And that should give it a little bit more space there. So that looks pretty good. We can resize this now, and we should see that it will update when we resize it. This save section though, it looks a bit funny with this circle because this circle's a little bit big, but we can fix that up. So what I'm going to do is over here where we're doing this circle, we're going to change up the media query that we're applying. In this case, what I'm thinking is we'll just get rid of all of this and we'll create our own. Most of the other aspects are fine here, but what we want to be able to do is possibly we can get rid of this too, and in here we'll do maybe a manual width, and for this width maybe I'll do just 50% to start off with. So let's give that a refresh, and we'll apply this on the LG viewport and see if that applies. So that's looking a little bit better, and we'll also update the padding top, and we'll also set that to 50%. So that should make the whole little circle a lot smaller here. We could even make that a bit more smaller by doing 33%. So that looks okay. And the other thing we could do is we could even make this circle placed, I suppose, in the middle. So let's do a display here of inline block. And let's do another media query in here. And what we want to do is we want to create essentially text align center. Let's put this in text align center, and we'll apply this. So hopefully that circle will go to the center of the aspect, and that looks a lot better now. Finally, when we get to the next viewport, and this is on the SM viewport, MD viewport, I think it is, we'll increase this back to 50% just so it's got a little bit more room there. And then finally for the SM, we'll do 100% again. So let's save that, and I think that should be it. So let's refresh that. So here it looks fine. Here it still doesn't seem to be big enough. We might need to make it a little bit bigger, because here, I suppose it's because the font size is actually increasing. So what we might do is over here, we won't increase the font size until the SM level. and that way we should get it working. So that looks better. Great. So that aspect is done, and it looks like this whole section looks pretty good. The other thing we might want to do is for the main section, maybe for the main section, we could change up the font size for the H2. No, I think that's okay, actually. We'll leave that be for now. We can also change up the padding that we're applying, because we're adding a lot of padding over here. So let's actually copy over this section. And we'll do margin top here, and maybe we'll just do this to 60 pixels. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. Let's save that, and that looks a little bit better. I think that should do. So that's our internal page done, and we can customize this a little bit better later on, but it looks pretty good in terms of our design and our content here. It fits in nicely. We can now move on to the blog post, and the blog post is a little bit different because we're displaying the date, the category, the blog post, an image, and some blog categories here on the right. So to get started on this one, what we'll do is we'll jump here into WordPress, and what I'm thinking is we'll just go here to the post sections and we'll create a brand new blog post. And for this one here, we're just going to call it something generic like blog post content title. We'll give it a category. So in this case, manage garden waste will be the category. We'll just create a brand new one over here. And we'll also possibly give it some content. And all of this is just placeholder content, but we'll fill it out just so that it's similar to what we did earlier for our page. So I think that should be okay. And finally, we've got this truck over here, and we've already got an image that we created before for our main page. And I'm just going to reuse that same page image over here. And that should be enough for us to get started. So let's double check that this category got created, because I can't see it here on the far right. Here we go. Add new category. Whoops. No, that's not it. There we go. So we'll publish this and we'll take a look at what this looks like. So I'm just going to click here to view the post. And right now it doesn't look very good. We don't have any styling yet, but let's jump into our design here. And what we want to do is we want to be able to go here to the single section, and this is where we have our blog posts. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a couple of things. We're going to create this large scale section here for the image. And if we take a look at this section, it's about 600 pixels in height. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this page header holder that we had for the page. We're going to put it here into the post, and we're going to call this post header holder. This will be a little bit different, but the essence is more or less the same. What we do want to be able to do is we want to grab this in here and create some styling for it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some height. And in this case, I'm going to do about 600 pixels here. We'll do a background of black to start off with. And let's have a look what else. We need the background image, and to be able to pull that in, we'll use some syntax for that. I've already got some pre-made, so I'm going to pull that across. The syntax we'll use, we'll just place maybe in here, and we'll call essentially if, it'll be some PHP, and I'll be calling if there is a post thumbnail, set the background style with that URL. Otherwise, don't do anything in particular. And this should be enough to get us started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over, and we're going to refresh our page here and see what we get. So here you can see that we've got that image appearing, but it's not styled properly yet. So we're going to jump in here and we're going to do background size, and we're going to set the size to cover, and we're going to do background position as well. And we'll do that to center. So that should essentially make it fit in a little bit better. So I can see that it's in there now. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a display of flex and a justify content of flex end. And also maybe a flex direction of column. So what this will do, I think, is it should post our content here to the bottom, which it has. And now all we need to do is give it a nice background here. So this is that yellow background with a black text. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump in here, and where we previously were setting in a height over here, we're going to do the same thing for this H1 block. And in this case, we're going to have the background here with that primary color, and we're going to have the text color here as I think just black, was it? Yeah, just black. We're also going to give it some padding. So I'm going to do padding maybe 1 EM. And we'll also do display inline block, so it doesn't utilize the whole room. So let's refresh and see what we get. This is what it looks like. We still need to customize it a little bit. So here it's got a slightly bolder look, so we'll take out that 300 weight here. We'll also update the padding, so we'll do 0.5 and 1 EM. So let's refresh that. That's looking a little bit better now. We might want to have the weight a little bit less, so I'm going to do font weight 400 here. And finally, we'll do some border radius. So we'll do border top left radius of 30 pixels, and we'll do border top right radius to 30 pixels. And we'll refresh that, and that seems to be almost perfect. We just need to get rid of a small margin there at the bottom, and we can move on to adding this bar with some metadata. So let's get rid of this margin here at the bottom. Let's do margin bottom 0 pixels. And then we'll do a post header metadata. And this can be a background of white with padding of maybe 1 EM. And in here, we'll add some content in. So let's create this. We'll do post header metadata. And in here, we'll have a container. And in here, we'll have the date and the category. There we go. Let's save that and refresh. So here we can see we've got that. We just need to update the coloring a little bit, because here it's a black color with font size 18 and font weight light. So let's grab this class over here. And what we're going to do is font weight 300. And we'll also do color to be black. So we should be able to see it in there now. So that looks fine. We'll also add in the icon there for a date, and icon there for the post type. So over here, let's create 2 classes. And what I'm thinking is we can simply do these as a row and do call LG maybe 4 and call LG maybe 3. Maybe 3 would be better. So for each one of these, we can do an FA calendar. And here we can do the post date, and we'll pass in a post date in a second. And for the second, we can do, what was the second one here in the design? These bars are list. So let's just do bars for now. And in here, we do the post category. So let's save that and take a look. So that's looking a little bit better. 3 columns might be a little bit too much, so I'm going to reduce that to 2 columns. Actually, 3 columns might be enough if we put in the full content. So we'll leave that as 3 columns for the time being. And let's put in the post date and the post category. Now I've also got some short syntax for that, so I'm going to copy that across as well. What I'll do is I'll just paste it here. And what it is here we're going to grab the date for the post, and we're going to print it out here with this format of DMY. This is a WordPress function here that we're utilizing. And for the category, we're going to echo out the get category, and we're going to print out the very first category it's in. So let's save these 2 bits of syntax. And when we do this, we can see the category has been printed out there. I might increase this to columns of 6 so we can see that. But it looks like the date hasn't printed out. So I'm going to do echo the date. Maybe there's a different syntax for that. So let me take a quick look. Great. So I think this is actually get the date, and we'll pass in DMY here and we'll save that. We'll refresh, and that looks like it's working now. So pretty happy with that for the blog post there. And what we can do now is we can actually pull this across here to our theme. And what I'm thinking is that we'll customize this next section because we don't need all of this. So what we'll be able to do is we can jump here into the loop templates, and we can go into, I think it is the content section here. but I'll have to have a look. I'll remove the header here and we'll refresh. No, it's not that one. It's the content single, I'm pretty sure. So we'll remove the header from this one and we'll refresh, and we can see the headers go in there. And we'll also remove the thumbnail. Let's take out this post thumbnail. And when we do, and we'll save that, we'll see that we just have the text in there. And what we want to be able to do now is we want to create this text in two separate areas. We want the block categories here on the right with the content here on the left. But before we get started, let's just jump into our page. We had an internal page with some basic content, so I'm going to copy all of that. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our blog page here, and we're going to edit this and paste all that content back in. So I'm just going to paste it in here and hit update. That way, when we go to our page here, we've got a bit more content to play with. Now, the very first thing I want to be able to do is to add some padding there from the top. Now, again, this is in the main section here. And what we want to do is we want to apply this to the main ID. Now, I think we had some CSS earlier for the main, and I think that's just over here. So that's looking good. What we want to do is maybe we want to add a bit of, if we add margins here to the main here, it'll affect our pages. So we have to be really smart about how we do this. So what I'm thinking is that we'll actually add the margin here on the post header. So what I'm going to do is on the post header, just up here, we're going to just find that, which is just over here, and where we have the post metadata, we're going to do margin bottom, and we're going to pass in 100 pixels there. And this should give it some more room so that that content is fitting in nicely. In this example here, it's actually not 100 pixels, it's just 50 pixels. So I'm going to reduce that down to 50. And that looks much better. Now, the other thing we want to be able to do is we want to jump in here to the post single. And here where we have a right sidebar and a left sidebar, I'm going to get rid of both of those. And just like last time, we're going to create some columns for this. So I think previously in our page, we had some syntax for that. So I'm just going to copy that over and over here as well. But this time, instead of this discount, we're going to pass in some different things, which will be this section here for the block categories with some actual block categories. So let's pass that in. What I'm going to do is going to pass in right sidebar blog categories. And in here, we'll pass in maybe a H3 class with block categories and a UL and an LI. And this LI, it's going to have a few items here of the actual block categories, which we can fill out a little bit later, but let's just get this in there for the time being. I'm just going to paste these out a couple of times, and we're just going to copy over what we have in here. Great, and one more to go, which is the building sites. Beautiful, and I'll cut out this last one. We'll save that, and we'll create a custom class here for this category section. And what I'm thinking is, let's do a H3 in here, and that over here has what, a font size of 30 pixels, and a font color of the primary color there. So let's save that and refresh and see what we get. So it looks like it hasn't come across exactly the way we want it. We might have made a mistake somewhere. So let's jump into the single section there. If we take a look here, we're passing in main twice. I'm going to get rid of that, and that should fix it up. Let's expand out this LI just to close it off here and refresh that once more. Seems there still is another bug happening somewhere, so let's have a look at what we have. We've got our wrapper here with our container. Then this wrapper and container has a row with an LG here and a main. We're not closing off that class for the LG, so let's close that off, and that's looking a little bit better. Then we've got our section here, and then we're closing off this row, and then this container for the content, and that looks like everything. So let's refresh, and there we go. So that looks like it's applied now. So that's much better. And here we can update this list style. So let's jump into our list styles that we had before. And let's copy across this to our list items. And what I want to be able to do is ideally reuse it, but in this case, I'll just keep it simple. So I'll just place it in there and we'll get rid of the margins. That's looking good. So let's refresh that. We should see that apply in there. Now we're not using the right chevron for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to find that. And I think, let's see. I think it's this one here. Let's save that and refresh. And that looks a little bit better now. The only other thing here that I can see is that it's got a little bit more margin and line height and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the font weight here, because this looks like a font weight of bold, and I'll put in font weight here to maybe 500. We'll do a slightly larger line height for this whole section. So I'm going to do line height 1.5 maybe. Let's give that a refresh. 1.5 might not be enough, so I'm going to increase that up to 2. So let's give that another refresh, and that looks a little bit better. And finally, for the title section there, I'm going to do margin bottom 1 EM. That'll just give it a bit more padding there, or margin at the bottom of that section. So that's pretty good there. And I think that's the blog section now done. If we take a look, the only other thing here we have is the next and previous button. Let's see if we have any of those. So we do, we have this one here. We also have these comments and stuff, and normally I don't really like comments on pages, so I usually take those out. So let's have a look here. I'm going to remove this footer section, and that should remove the section here that we're not really applying. And we also have this WP links section. So if we remove that, am I removing this from the right place? Maybe not. So let's put that back in, and we'll go here to our section. If we remove the content, is the content, yeah, the content is disappearing, so that's good. But this section here didn't seem to be disappearing. I wonder why that was. I'll leave that in for the time being then. And what we'll want to do is we'll want to have a look at this content section in here. Now, this content section in here. And here we can see we've got this section for the comments. So I'm going to remove that. That should ideally get rid of the comments. So that looks good. And then in here, we've got that section where we've got the previous and next items. Okay. Also, if there is no image here for a post, we should also create a placeholder image. Now, let's see in our files if we have any good examples for that. So I'm going to browse in here. And in here, I might just use this image that we had for the truck, which is slider 1. And even the page placeholder, that might be fine actually. So we'll jump here into our post header holder. And here we'll pass in background image URL, and we'll pass in image with page placeholder.jpg, and we should see that pop up in here. So at least it's got some content in there. The next thing we want to be able to do is we want to move this whole section here for the post metadata outside. So I'm going to cut this out from the header. Is that where it is? Let's refresh. Now that's not what I'm after. I want to cut out the actual single section navigation. So I think that's this part here, the understrap post nav. I'm going to cut that out, and that should get rid of, of that section. We're going to paste this in outside of the row. So I'm going to paste this in here, and I'm going to call this maybe post navigation options. And let's actually call it in here. This is PHP script, so we'll actually open up our PHP tag in here and save that as is, but that'll pop up in here. So that looks good. What we need to do is we need to add these dotted lines with a next and before section here. So I'm going to copy over this class, and we're going to create a new class for this over here. And we'll do a border top of 4 pixels dot dashed primary. We'll do a margin top of maybe 50 pixels and a padding top of about 50 pixels and maybe a padding bottom of 50 pixels. So let's take a look at that. That should come up with these arrows, so that, sorry, these lines, so that looks good. And then for this URL here, which is inside of this section, we want to create some custom styling for this. So what I'm thinking is that we'll reuse a button we previously made. Ideally, we could just add the button class to it, but in this case, we already have one over here. So I'm going to actually copy all of this styling here. We're going to scroll back down, and we're going to place it in there. So let's have a look where we are over here. So this will be an A tag, and in this A tag, we'll pass in all this styling. Now we do want to use this outline styling, so I'll get rid of this, and that should apply, and we'll save that. If we refresh, we should see that take effect. The only other thing we need to do is make sure that border is that border primary color. So I'm going to get rid of this, and let's refresh once more. And the color also has that be that primary color, so I'll get rid of that too. And there we go. We have that coming in, so that looks good. So I'm pretty happy with that. The only other thing is this icon here. Right now it seems like a chevron right, and I actually want this to be a different icon. So let's see what we can do to fix that up. Maybe if we pass in, I think I'll just leave that for the time being. We can fix that up a little bit later, but at least this gets us started with the content here and for these icons. And that's pretty close to our design, and we can have a look what else is happening in here. And in here we can see that we have this section here that we had previously in our footer, and this is actually its own section on all the pages. So we're going to have to move this from the home page and into the footer section. So let's do that as well. We're going to jump here into the home page, and we're going to collapse out all our sections here. And for the product information, we have, I think, these circles here where we have home, we accept. So if we go back to the home page, we scroll down, that's this section here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have a section of its own here, and I'm going to put this into the footer. So what I'm going to do is I'll paste this here, and we'll call this home-we accept. And let's pull this out of our CSS. So this is our CSS over here, and this is that whole section. So I'm going to cut that out. I'm going to place it here just above the footer section, but we're going to have to copy over some of the styling from the section above it. We're going to get rid of this padding bottom 100 pixels, and instead we're going to do padding top here 100 pixels. And I think that should be okay, maybe even 75 pixels. And we'll also do padding bottom 75 pixels. Great, let's save that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the page here, and we'll refresh. We'll make sure that everything looks okay. Right now it doesn't. We haven't had the background color. Let's put that in there. Background primary. Let's refresh, and that's looking a little bit better. We still have a bit of a margin here. So to get rid of this margin, let's see where it's being applied. And I think it's just being applied in the section here above in our product home folder section. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to browse to that, and I'm just going to add padding bottom, and we'll just do 30 pixels here. Let's refresh, and that should get rid of that. So that's looking a little bit better. That's back on our home page now. It's working just fine. What we want to do is we want to go to one of our blog pages here, and we'll just view it, and we'll make sure that footer section is in there, and it looks like it is now. So that looks really good, and it should be here on our home, our regular page as well. So that's good as well. I'm pretty happy with that. And we can look at making the contact page now. And to be able to do this is pretty simple. It's mostly the same. We're just adding some iframes here from Google. We've got a contact form in here and some basic content. So what I'm going to do actually is let's collapse up most of these sections here. And we're going to create a brand new page template. We'll call this template contact.php. We'll copy over the full page width here and paste this into our contact page. And we'll rename the template here to contact, or maybe template contact. With that, we can customize how this looks. So again, here we're applying what looks like a 12-column design, and I'm going to get rid of that 12 columns. So let's get rid of that over here. And we're going to put in our own columns, and we're going to reuse some of those ones we've created for the pages and the singles and stuff like that. So let's expand this out and copy this out. And we don't need the main class, so I'll get rid of that. And we'll close this section off here, and then we'll do another one here for the other one. And we'll close that off as well. And here we'll paste our iframe. So I'm going to do iframe dash holder. And for this one here, this will be for our contact us template page. So I'm going to pass in template contact us in here. And we'll do some custom styling for this. And let's jump here into our CSS and create a new class for that. So what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here below. And I'll paste in iframe dash holder. Save that. We'll also need a page title holder, very similar to how we did the other pages. So I'm just going to copy that across as well. So let's paste this here above and save that. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a new page here in WordPress, and we're going to call this contact us. We're going to set the page template here as template contact and publish this. This is pretty standard, but what we want to do is we want to paste in some H2 text in here, and that'll be just over there. And we also want to paste in these phone numbers and emails and contact us information bits. So for this, I'm thinking we might edit the actual code itself. So let's just paste this in to start off with. And then we can edit it a little bit better. There we go. Ooh, beautiful. I'm gonna swap here to the code editor, and here's our code for this. And what I want to be able to do is pass in some of these icons here. These are fun, awesome icons. So as per usual, I'm just going to add in some eyes here. I class fa-phone. We'll close off the I class. Sorry, that I tag. And here we'll do maybe map, and here we'll do envelope -o. I think that should be enough to get us started. Finally, we just need a contact form in here. And for that one, we might just put it straight in below. So we might need to create a new one for that. I'm just going to browse in here to our contact forms, and I'm going to create a new one. We'll call this contact us form. And if we take a look at this form, it's very similar to what we had previously. It just has a bit more information. So I'm going to save this for the time being, and we'll just put in a H3 block in here. We'll pass in this information. We'll close that off. And for this section here, what I want to do is I want to grab our previous contact form that we created here for the footer. I'm going to copy paste that straight in. And the only other thing I might do is I might add in one more prompt here for text. And this will be your business name. So I'll just pass in your business here as the option. So let's save that. I think we're missing the phone numbers there. So let's put that back in. And that should be about it. We'll grab the shortcode for that, and we'll paste this here below into our page. And let's hit update on that and take a look at what we get to see. So I'm going to view this page, and here's all the content for that. Now, the first thing we'll want to do is we'll want to jump here into Understrap. I'm going to get rid of this max width for contact forms, and then we're going to jump here into our iframe holder and contact us page classes and stuff, and we're going to set a background on this frame, and we're going to set the background here to the primary color. So let's pass in primary, and we might copy over some of the input styling we created last time for our footer contact form. So let's go to footer here, and I think we had some stuff here for the contact form holder. So I'm going to copy these across, and we're going to paste them straight in, and they should just take effect. So let's save that and take a look at what we see. So we see that that straight away took effect, and that's looking good. We just need to change the title section here for the H3 block, and that's going to be pretty simple. We'll just set the color here as black. I think that should be almost everything done. We'll just do a bit of a margin there at the bottom of maybe at least 0.5 EM, maybe even 1 EM. And I think that looks good. We can also give this whole section a bit of a margin from the top. So I'm going to do margin top 50 pixels, and we'll apply that as well. I think we added, margin top 50 pixels, but for some reason that doesn't seem like it's applied. Let's have a look here. We might have to, let's see. It's being overridden. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to pass in an important tag, and this should bring it back. Great, let's refresh. And there we go, we've got some spacing there. Now we also have a bit of data here. So this section here for contact us for all residents, this needs to be a H2 tag. So I'm going to change this to H2 over here. And we'll resave that and refresh. Let's view our page. So that looks a little bit better. And then this section here for the phone numbers. If we take a look, it's font size 20, and the icon has a bit more room here as well. So let's jump in, and in this section we'll do font size 20 pixels. We'll also pass in the I tag, and we'll do the color to be primary. And we'll also pass in a bit of a min width here. So min width maybe 75 pixels. Let's save that and see what we get. That looks good, except the min width is a little bit too much. So I might do 40 pixels. That might be a little bit better. Great. And finally, these are actually A tags. So we should update that. Let's actually edit them, and we'll create A tags for them. So over here, call us. I'll set this as the phone number. So I'm just going to copy the phone number straight in there and hit enter on that. And then in here for the email, I'll turn that into a link as well. And then finally for the head office, I'll leave that as is, but we might update that with a link later on as well. So now if we take a look at our design, these might turn yellow. Everything's turned a little bit yellow. Everything's gone a little bit wonky actually. So let's take a look at our actual code here to see what's happening. So here we've got our H2 tag, which is wrapped in a P tag. I don't want that. This P tag is fine, and it's opening and closing, but the A tag's not closing. So I'll just close it off here. And then here, this I tag isn't closed off either, so I'll close that off. And this one here has closed off. So that looks fine. Let's refresh and retry that. That's looking a little bit better. I think we can keep that as is for the time being. I might even make these A tags just the color of white to start off with, so that they don't go funny. And I'll apply the I class in there like that as well, in case they override the I class in the future. So that looks good. And we just need the iframes in there. But before we do this, let's also add a bit of margin bottom here for the contact us form holder. So I'm just going to add in about 50 pixels of margin at the bottom there. I think that's taken effect. We might pass in the important tag once more to apply that. And finally, the iframe holders. And here are a bunch of iframes for different locations. So what I might do is I might just pull out this general location for the contact address. And we'll jump here into Google Maps. And what we want to be able to do is click Share, embed the map, and grab the iframe in here. And then we want to paste it straight into our code. And I'm just going to paste it in here like this. We'll set the width to 100% and the height to 100%, and the rest we'll leave blank. And in this iframe holder, we'll actually set the style for it. So we'll do a position of relative in here. And then for the iframe itself, this is where we'll customize the design. We'll do a position of absolute, top 0, bottom 0, left 0, and right 0. And this will fill out the space. We'll give it a default height, and in here the height for this is about 300 pixels. So let's pass in 300 pixels. We'll also give it a bit of a margin from the bottom, and in our design here it's about 50 pixels as well, I think. Yep. So let's pass in margin, bottom, 50 pixels, and we'll save that and refresh, and we should see the iframe pop up here on the side. The only other thing here we have to do is stylize it a little bit. So I'll do border, radius, and we'll set this to 30 pixels and the overflow to hidden. And this will give it those nice corners that we see. So with that done, we can copy this iframe across a few times. Now, right now I can only see the one location, but I'm going to copy it across 3 times for when we have more locations in the future. So just copy this out, and that should be about it. So let's refresh that, and we can see the 3 iframes there. The only thing is their height might be a little bit high. So what I'm going to do here is I think the columns for this in general can be reduced just by 1. So I'm going to reduce this to 6, and I'm going to increase this to 5. And let's refresh and see how that looks. So that looks all right. And then for the styling here, I might just do a margin of 30, and the height will decrease to 250. So that way they can all fit in nicely. And if we refresh, we should see that apply, and now we can see they all fit in nicely there. So that's really cool. And that's our contact page finished, and we haven't even labeled it properly, but let's go to our menu here, and we'll remove this incorrectly spelt one, and we'll add this new one in here. And I'll just remove the us so we have a bit less text in there. And we'll jump back in here and we can select it, and that's working, and we can go back to home and that's working too. So that's our internal page, our blog page, and our contact page done. And what we need to do now is we need to create a page here for the categories. So let's jump in and have a look at that. And that's similar to our blog post, but instead of just having the blog categories on the right, we've got some posts here with a next and previous page. So let's take a look at how we're going to do that. I'm going to create a new page here, and we're going to set this as our category page. Let's have a look at what we can do. Maybe we'll set this as recent posts, or recent news, maybe even. Recent blog posts, I reckon. All right, we're going to do recent blog posts. And I'm going to just save this as an empty page. So there's nothing special about this yet, but what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our settings. And I think it's in reading, maybe? We have a section here for posts page. And this is where we can sort of apply a page. So I'm going to apply this to the recent blog post page, and we're going to hit save on that. We're also going to put it here into our menu. So here where we have, I think, blog, I'm going to remove that, and we're going to put it in here. And I'm going to just pass it up 1, and I'll get rid of most of the other text in here, but I'll just save it as blog. And we should be able to browse into it now. So let's browse into blog, and here it is. There's no styling on there yet, but in PHP, to be able to customize this, we're going to go to archive.php, and we're going to edit it in here to get it to look the way we want. The first thing we want to be able to do is grab the title and display it up here. And again, this is similar to what we're doing already in our pages. So I'm just going to reuse this bit of code, and we're just going to paste this in above. We'll get rid of wherever it might be placed right now. So I might get rid of it just over here. And if we refresh, we should see it update. Well, we should, but doesn't seem to be. So let's see what we're doing wrong. If we go to posts and categories, and here we go to manage garden waste. All right, it seems to be popping up in here. So I think I might have been going to the wrong page previously. I think that was the index page we were editing previously. So for the time being, I'm going to leave that index page because we're not going to really be using it. But that's okay. I'll just paste the code in here just so that the title, if anyone does browse to it, will still work. But for the time being, we'll delete the page that we created for that. So let's delete that recent blog post page here. And instead, we're actually going to use the category itself because that's a better way to manage it. I'm going to just view this category over here. And this is that one here. We might add that into the menu. So I might do blog in here. We'll pass this in as a category and we'll put this into our menu. So we'll remove this invalid link here. We'll go to categories, view all, and pass in blog in here. We'll also add a few posts in there so that they actually work. So right now we only have the 2, but that should be enough for us to get started. So let's save those and add them to the blog category. We can close them off now. And what we can do is we can go to categories and we can view the blog over here. And here we've got those 2 posts and we can start customizing this. Let's start by creating these 2 columns. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close off this section and I'm just going to copy over this here into the archive. And here we've got our row and we're going to remove this sidebar here and paste in our first lot of column. And then we're going to copy over this section here and we're going to paste in. Actually, we might even use the post as an example for this. So let me just go back here to the single section and I'm just going to copy that over here. And that should be enough to get us started. So I'll just paste that here below and I think that should be okay. We'll also have this pagination and we might take a look at doing that a little bit later on, but let's make sure that we paste this here in below and let's save that. And I think that should be okay. Let's take a quick look. We might remove this sidebar check and we might put in this pagination just here below. And we might put it in a similar section to how we did the previous one on the posts. So let's jump here into the post and we'll copy over this section for post navigation options and we'll paste this here into the navigation for the archive page and we'll close this tag off as well. Let's save that and refresh and see what we get so far. So we've got this sidebar here with our blog categories and we've got this bottom section with the pagination, but we're not utilizing that just yet. The next thing we'll want to do is customize the styling of this layout right now, because if we take a look on our design here, we've got 2 column design items here with our blog posts. So let's take a look at how we can do that. What I'm thinking is that we'll customize this section here. We'll get rid of this header section with the archive description. So let's completely get rid of that. And then in here where we have our posts and we loop through them, we might do some custom content. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of this formatting here so we can just get straight into the good stuff. And I'm going to pass in another row in here. And this row will do our loop. And what I'm thinking is that for each one of our loops, we're going to pass in essentially a column-lg-6. So I think that should be okay. And let's actually open our script up with that. I'm going to pass it in over here and we'll pass it in like that and we'll close off our script here at the end. After that, we'll actually perform the while. So here's our while. We can get rid of that and we'll open up our script again here for PHP and pass in the post. And we'll get rid of this section here. And we'll pass in this template that we'll be accessing. And then finally, we'll close it off completely and we'll run this else script. So let's pass that right over here. And this will be where we close everything off. So I think that should be okay for us to get started. The only other thing here I'm thinking is that we'll get rid of this else maybe, or for the time being we'll leave it in there. Let's save that and just see what we get. So we have these 2 columns in here, and that's looking good. That's essentially what we want, but we want to customize the styling for that now. Now if we take a look, the styling for this currently is pulling in a lot of text and a lot of content that we might not want to use yet. So we might customize the look and feel of this, but before we do, let's grab this article in here and let's stylize the background and the content and stuff like that. So we'll need to put the title here below. We'll need the description, read post, and the image at the top. So all of this here is inside our content on our none section. So let's go to our content here. I think it's this one here where it says none. Let's remove the page title and refresh and see if the title disappears. So it might not be this one. Let's try this empty one over here. So I'm going to remove the title from the content.php loop, and it looks like it's this one over here. Now I've got a few different elements on here. We've got such as the date and stuff like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this one here. So we'll just have the title. Then I'm going to move this title in below. So I'm going to grab this whole header section, and I'm going to echo out the thumbnail first and then the title second. So that way we've got our image on top and we've got our text below it. We've got also this read more with all these links and stuff, but I'm going to get rid of that. So we'll essentially have just the read one. I'll get rid of this footer section too. So that way we just have our excerpt there. So I think that's good to get us started, but even this is a little bit too much, and we might want to have different content summary for this. Now I've got a special function for that, and I'm gonna just copy this in. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new file in here called moshi.php, and this is in our ink section. I'm going to copy paste some content in here, and this mainly is the thing that we'll be using, which is to grab the post summary. And in here we can provide a length and we'll take out all the tags from it. So this is the string over here, and you can find this up on Google as well. I'm also going to enqueue a couple of other scripts such as animation, wow.js, a custom.js, and a swiper. And we'll be using those a little bit later in our video. But for the time being, I might just copy these across. And swiper.js you can find online as well, but I'm just going to copy previous versions of them that I've used. And it's essentially just going to be some basic scripts. So in this case, I'll just copy them across over here in our JS. And swiper.js, if I can show you, is just swiper.js over here, swiper.js.com, and you can get that over there. And this custom.js, we're not really using this, but we are going to be using wow.min.js. So if we take a look at wow is just the animation library we'll be using. And finally, we'll also be using animate CSS, and that's just over here in animate.style, and it just provides some animation for us. We might even grab the latest version of this just so that we can use. So let's do animate CSS GitHub. And I usually like to grab the GitHub version simply because it's usually the most latest and up-to-date one. So we can jump in here, and I think we can just grab it somewhere. Let's have a look. We'll go to doc. Here it is, animate.min.css. And I'm just going to grab the raw version of that and save that. In this case, we're going to save this in our folder here in CSS. So I'm just going to save that over here. And I think that's more or less everything. Let me double check. So that's our CSS. Yeah, we also need to copy over Swiper CSS. So let me get a copy of that too. I'm just going to grab the previous one here we used on Backbeach in our previous video. We're going to paste that straight here into our CSS. So that's enough to get us started for this section. But what I want to use is this function here for the post summary. And we want to go into the content and replace the excerpt with the post summary. When we do this, we'll see that it doesn't work. That's because we haven't included the include file in our functions.php. So we need to do that too. what I'll do here is I'll just create another line item here, passing in moshi.php, and we'll just save that and we'll refresh once more and we'll see that that applies, and that's starting to look good. We also want to add a link in here with a button. So what I'm thinking is if we take a look at our design, we have a section here for our button and the calendar date. So I'm going to pass this in. Maybe we'll pass it in here below. We'll call this entry metadata. And in here, we'll pass in an A tag. And this one here will be read more. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pass in here. Where is it? And in here, we can pass in some code. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a PHP function. And this will be PHP echo we might remove the echo and we'll just pass in the underscore perma link. And this function should just get the URL for the content. So if we refresh that, we can see there it is. So that's looking good. We'll also turn this into a class as a button, and we'll reuse that button style we've used previously. So that's looking good. And in this case, we want the whole section here as an article to essentially be styled a little bit different. So we're almost at that part where we can style it. We just need to pass in one more thing in here. And what I'm thinking is we'll pass in a date and we'll reuse some of the date functionality we created earlier in our single.php post. And this was for the blog. And what we can do is we can scroll up here and we can grab this function over here and we'll paste this in here. We'll save that. And let's take a refresh to see what we get. I'm going to refresh that and we can see we've got the date in there. The only thing with this date is that we're missing an icon here and it's not aligned properly. So let's fix this up. We'll pass in fa-calendar, I think it is. And we'll expand this out. And in here, we'll call class date. And then for this, we'll add some CSS for this. So this is our article, and this article is inside our archive page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a couple of these classes in here that we'll start using. So let's grab the entry metadata in here and pass this in, and this is the date. And for this article, we want the background to be white and padding to be maybe 30 pixels, but we'll apply that a little bit later on. Now, this whole section here for this article, it exists in our archive page inside of our main section. So let's take a look. We have this here as our archive wrapper, and I think that's where we'll place everything, but usually what we want to do is we want to make sure we're presenting all of these properly. So I'm just going to save the archive section here like this. And we're going to browse down here to our wrapper. And our wrapper essentially has a few things, but here in our main, we're passing in all these articles as posts. So what I'm thinking is we'll create a new class in here called main. And for main, we'll pass in article, but the article itself we'll make sure is passed with the correct classes here. And in this case, I just want, I think maybe just post or category blog. Let's try just .post as the article there, and we'll save that and give it a refresh to see what we get. So that's the content we're getting there, and I think that's okay. It doesn't break any of our other pages, and that's sort of how we want it to work. We need the color of the text to be black, and we need to do a border radius of maybe about 15 pixels there. So if we refresh that, we should see that apply, and that's looking a little bit better. We also need to do an overflow here, and we're going to do the overflow to hidden and the margin bottom to maybe 30 pixels. So let's save that as well. And that's starting to look a little bit better now. Now for our image there, the images might sometimes be different sizes. So instead of passing in an image like this, where we get an image tag, we might pass in a archive post image. And this will be a div. And in here, we'll print out our CSS with an actual image if there's a image supplied, but otherwise we'll just default it back to a generic image, sort of like we're doing over here. So I'm going to copy over this same code to check if there's a thumbnail and to post this out as a style. Let's save this and we're going to add some CSS here. We're going to paste it in here and we'll give it a height. And if we check the height here, it's about, let me double check, 230 pixels. So that's pretty high. I'm just going to do 200 pixels. We'll do background size to cover and background position to center. And that should be enough to get us started. I just always like to also put in a pre-made background URL just in case there's no image in there. And we'll use that page placeholder like last time. So I'll just pass that JPEG in there. Let's save that and refresh, and we should see that appear. We can get rid of the previous image that was being applied here on our content. So I'm just going to save that and let's double check what's happening. There seems to be an issue here with the tag closing. So let's have a look. Here it is. So I'll just save that and we'll refresh once more. And that's a little bit better. And let's see what's happening here. So here we've got an image before we're getting to that entry content. And that image is just appearing above our tag. So that's over here. We can get rid of this one now. And when we do, we'll see that these both align properly. So that's really cool. We also want to be able to pass in at least a min height to all these articles. And right now this article is about 470 pixels. But before we do that, let's just make sure it's laid out properly. Here, this title is 30 pixels bold with a black color. So what we're going to do is we're going to update this. We're going to jump here into our CSS. And for the H2 tag here, we're going to do font size 30 pixels. We're going to set the color to be black. And we're going to do the font weight to be, was it bold? I think it was bold, yeah. This text over here in the P tag, or in this section here for the content entry, this is essentially a little bit different. It's got a little less line height there, and it's also a little bit smaller. But let's apply this. We'll do font weight, and we'll do 300 there. We'll also do the line height here to 1.15, and we'll also do a margin top of maybe 15 pixels and a margin bottom of 15 pixels, and that should be enough for that section there. So that's looking okay, but our header section there doesn't seem to have applied yet. So I'm going to copy this over, and it seems that our main article post.h2 is taking effect there, and it's not overriding the A tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this into the A tag here. Great. And if we check now, we can see that's looking a little bit better. Now this whole section here, where we have our content, it sort of all needs to be in a single div where we'll have a bit more padding. And what I'm thinking is maybe let's collapse up some of these spacing sections, and we're going to put this over here. We'll do maybe article holder in here. And in here, maybe article body holder, something generic like that. And we'll save this class. And over here, where we have all of our content like this, seeing we have our image here first, we're going to paste this here at the top, and all this other stuff will go inside of our body holder. And our body holder will have maybe 30 pixels of padding. And that way, if we have a look at it now, it's got a bit more room here to work with. So that's really cool. Of course, the text here, it's quite large for the amount of room we have, and we can expand out this room a little bit. So instead of, for example, just having a few columns here, we're going to remove this one column of offset, and we're going to make this 8 columns. So that way it's got a little bit more room there to work with, and that already looks a lot better. Now, finally, for the actual content itself, if we take a look over here for our content, we've got this entry metadata. And if we jump in here, I'm going to display this as a flex. So that way the read more and the date can be next to each other. I'm also going to justify the content to center. And I think that should make it align properly. No, I think it is align items center, and that should align it properly. And I think that's okay. The other thing we want to do is for our button over here, where we've got our content. We want to be able to have this just as an outline. So I'm going to pass in outline here. And let's have a look at how that looks so far. So that looks a little bit better. And for the date, it just needs a little bit more room there to work with. So if we take a look here, it's a light color and the icon is a light primary color. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to pass the date here with a font weight of 300. But for the FA item, I'm going to set the color here to be that primary color. And we're going to refresh that, take a look, and that's looking a little bit better. And we're also going to give it a little bit of a margin there from the left. Thinking maybe a margin left of 15 pixels should be enough. And if we do that, we can see it's got a little bit more room there to work with. So that's looking really good now. If we take a look, most of the design now I'm pretty happy with in comparison to what we've built here. The only other thing I'm thinking is that we need to make sure that the height of each one of these is the same. And normally I like to do this by designing a min height. Now, if you take a look at the largest one here that we have in our design, it's about 500 pixels. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass in a min height of our article here of 500 pixels, and that'll make sure that most of them are hitting that benchmark. We'll have the odd one that might be longer, but that should be okay. It should get us started for this blog post section. So I'm pretty happy with that now. We can move on to the next part. And if we take a look, I think actually that's a lot of it done now. We've got our recent blog post. We've got our blog section there. We've got our internal page. We've got our contact us page. What we need to do is work out the product categories here in WooCommerce, as well as making some of this data here dynamic, because right now it's all static data. What I'm thinking is to start off with, let's just quickly fill out some of these sections here, such as these blog categories, so they're a little bit more dynamic, and then we'll move on to the WooCommerce products, because these sections here should be pretty simple to do, and we can copy them over to most of the other designs we've had. I think we've got another section in here. We've got this little sidebar with WooCommerce we'll add in later on, but I think that should be okay for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into one of these, and maybe I'll just jump into the single one over here. Now over here we do have our blog categories. What we'll do is here we'll pass in this code, and this is PHP code, but don't worry about what it's doing. You can copy this out a little bit later in, but what I'm thinking for this one over here is we're going to be grabbing all the terms here for our, actually, maybe this isn't the best example, so I might remove all of this. Let's try this in a different way. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump on Stack Overflow and grab a function that prints out all the categories, and we're going to pass it here in our UL. And what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in li over here, and we'll close it off over there, and we'll delete all of these here. And this will loop through our categories and print them out. So let's take a look at what that might look like. And when we do this, we see that they've been posted out here, but the color is wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to browse here into our CSS. We're going to expand this out. And over here in our LI, we'll just make sure that the color here is white. Once we do, I think that should be more or less all good. So we'll be able to use these now in our posts. But what we can do now is we can copy out this code to other sections in the website. So I'm just going to copy this UL here, and we're using this in a few different places. So I'm going to replace it over here. And this is for our archive page. And I think that's mainly it. So here we have it. Here we also have it, and I think that's about it. We're not using it on our internal pages, and we're not using it on our contact us page either. So I think that gets us started, and it fixes up our blog section. Let's see if there's anything on the home page we need to add to be dynamic. We do need these products to be dynamic, but we can do that a little bit later. But I think that's about it. So let's close that off. Let's also check out the responsive design for our blog section here. So I'm going to collapse this down a little bit. And I'm thinking that when we get to this viewport over here for our LG, when we collapse down to LG, we'll remove that max height or min height that we're applying. So let's find that. And that's just down here somewhere, I think it is. Let's have a look. Here it is. So let's do at media max width, and we'll pass in LG here. And we'll do min height auto. So let's save that and refresh. We should see that updates. So that looks good. Over here where we've got our text, the issue here is that the flex is causing some overlays happening here because our button doesn't have enough room to breathe. So what I'm going to do is for this viewport, I'm going to display this to flex, and this is on the XL viewport, so it's one earlier, but that way at least it's got some room to work there, and hopefully that just works. Let's change this, from flex to block, and that's a little bit better. So I'm going to refresh that and we can see that's working. The only other aspect to that is that rather than a margin left of 15 pixels, we'll get rid of that and we'll set it to 0, and we'll do a margin top of 15 pixels. So let's refresh that, and that's looking a little bit better now. So that way that looks good when we go down to this viewport, and then over here that looks good as well. And that seems to be all working very well all together. So I'm pretty happy with that so far. And I guess now we can move on to WooCommerce. And to get WooCommerce installed, we're going to have to go into the plugin section here. We're going to have to search for it. So I'm going to type in WooCommerce here. Maybe we'll just go first to add, and then we'll type in WooCommerce. So let's jump in here, WooCommerce. We'll search for it and we'll just select to install the very first one. And that's just over here. And we'll start customizing our WooCommerce. And I'll show you how to do that, because there are a few tricks that you need to be able to do. But what we want to be able to do is to create a product page, sort of like this, where the product image and details are here on the left, and the description section is here on the right. Once it's installed, we'll hit to activate it. And over here, we'll be able to go through the setup. And I just want to go through a simple setup process here. So we're just going to click to get your store up and running quickly with the improved setup. So let's hit yes, please, and see what that's like. All right, in here, we're going to fill out some details. So in this case, I'm setting this up for a client store, but this isn't exactly what I thought I'd be filling out. Maybe I can go back to the previous page. I think I prefer the old setup, but it doesn't seem to be allowing me to do that. So let's take a look here. We'll jump into WooCommerce, we'll hit settings, and we'll see if we can go through the setup. So let's go continue store setup. And what we're going to do is we're just going to pull in some of the details here from their contact us page. So I'm just going to copy this address over here. We're just going to pass in this basic information. So let's put Australia, WA in here. Hit OK. And we're setting this up for a client. We'll hit continue over here. We'll select other for now, and we'll possibly leave these as physical products, and we'll hit to continue over here. I don't have any products yet, and I'm currently not selling anywhere else, so I'm gonna turn all of these off for the time being. We'll hit continue, and we don't want any themes. We're just going to continue with our active theme currently, and we're not going to install Jetpack. We'll just get started like this. So that should get us started, and we'll hit continue here. What we want to do is we want to make sure that our store is ready, so we can add our content, personalize our store, and all of this stuff we can skip. So we'll do this a little bit later. But the main goal for this setup was to create these pre-populated pages. So this is such as the store page, the shop page, our account page, and all of that. We won't be using it just yet, but what we'll do now is we'll create our very first product. And what I'm thinking is we'll we'll set up how this is working in a second. Let's close this off and create our first product in here. And I want to create our skip bin in here. And we've got a few examples of that, but let's use this pre-made one here. So I'm going to copy this over. And we're going to paste here in our details. What we want to do is we want to have a basic description for it. And this is our basic description with a few bits of our content in here. So in here, we've got a section to fill out some content. We've got some dimensions and we've got some groupings in here. So a lot of this content, what we can do is we can create some ACF, which is advanced custom fields for this post type. And we can put these in here. But for the time being, we'll just put in something very simple, which is just the title and maybe the price here on the left. So let's copy out 420 here. I'm going to paste this here in as a regular price. We might also get an example here of the bin, and I think we already have a product image for that, but if we don't, I'm just going to copy this over in from the theme folder. And this is just over here in images, and we'll just copy over this placeholder, which we can use. So let's save that and we'll update our bin in here, and we'll have a look at what we see so far when we view it. So this is what we're currently seeing, and we're going to have to customize this a little bit because right now the layout that we have here, the layout that we get is quite a lot different, and we can do a number of things here to customize this out. The first thing I want to do is remove reviews because I don't really find them very useful, and usually clients don't want them. So we'll go to WooCommerce, we'll go to settings, we'll go to products over here, and we'll find the section where it says enable reviews, and we'll turn that off and we'll hit save on that. Let's go back to our product. So we'll go to products over here and we'll select this view and we'll have a look at it. So we've got a bit more to play around with. And what I want to be able to do is add some details in here. So what I might do is I might copy over this text for unacceptable waste as well as these notes over here. And we'll paste these in here for our product short description. And this section over here, we might have as our section for general list items and content in general, which will be a little bit above. So let's paste that in over here. I think that's okay, and that should get us started. Let's save that and take a look at what we're going to get. I'm going to browse in here again. And we should see that here, I'm not sure where our list, all right, so our list is actually coming here below. So we want to swap this around. We want this list actually to be here in our product short description, and we want this content to be here. So let's fill this out and, oops, where's that gone? There we go. So let's update that and refresh once more. So we've got our list items up here now. But our description down here below, maybe for the time being, we'll keep everything up here, or I'm just thinking how we can do this in different ways so that we can get this styling. The other way is we could actually customize the functionality of WooCommerce and move it all up next to our content here on the right side. And that might be another way to go about it. But in this case, what I'm thinking is I might just start using ACF. So let's go ACF WordPress in Google, and it's called Advanced Custom Fields. We're going to download this and use this in our project. I already have a copy of this, but if you guys want to get your own copy, you should be able to do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to install it here as a plugin. So let's click to add it here, and I've downloaded it here below, and we're just going to upload it as a file. So I've just selected it here and we'll hit to install it, and that should get it up and running for us. And then I'm going to also put in the license file, and this will make sure that it's up to date. And then we'll be able to create some custom fields for our content here. So let's jump in here. We'll go to the update section and we'll put in the license key in here. And after that, we'll create our first group here. And I'm thinking this can be our WooCommerce Product custom fields. And we're going to check the product type is equal to a product over here. and we'll publish this to get us started. And what I want to do is I want to add a few custom fields in here. The very first one is the dimension. So let's pass in dimensions here, and this will just be plain text, and I'll leave this all default. So we'll close this one off. We'll create another one in here, and for this one we're going to do the approximate trailers and approximate bins. So let's actually copy this over. I'm gonna put in approx bin and approx trailer. Here we go, trailer. Beautiful. And these can be text as well, I think. Let's double check. Oh no, these are actual numbers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this. We're going to change this to a number, and we're going to edit this one here as well. And we'll change this one here to a number as well. Now with that done, we've got some list items here. And what I'm thinking is we'll do a post type here for that as well. So what I could do is maybe features or information, but I think I'll do features, and this will be a list of items. So what I'm thinking is maybe, what we could do for this is a couple of things. We could do a repeat. Sometimes repeats are good. What else do we have here? So we've got select, checkbox, radio, repeat. Let's see if there are actual examples for this, because maybe that's what we need to do. If there are, then maybe, otherwise we could always do it just as free text as well. That's another way to be able to do that. I think we'll just do it as free text. So we might not even use this. We'll remove it, and let's have a look at what else we need to do in here. And I think that's mainly it. We might add some more stuff in here in the future, but I think that's enough to get us started. So I'm going to save that. We're going to go here into our product, and we're going to edit this bin, and we're going to have a look at the content we have in here. Now, if we take a look, we can put in the dimensions. So I'm just going to copy this text over here. We're going to paste this in here. We'll copy over the 4 and 6 here. So that's 16 and 4, and we'll save that as well. So that's some of the content we'll be able to use in here. And I suppose we'll have a look at how we can update the layout for this content now, because what we want to do is we want to move a number of things. We want to move the price to the bottom right here. We want to place in the dimensions straight after the title, and we want to update how this list item looks and how the add to cart is also on the left side here. And this description we might leave at the bottom for the time being, or we might play around with it. But what it really needs to be able to do is have some H2 or H3 classes in there with some custom content. So let's actually create H3 tags for this, or even H2 tags, and just take a look at what they look like before we continue on. So I'm just going to quickly update that, and we'll view our product. Yeah, great. So what I'm thinking is we'll do a H3 tag, and we'll make it yellow when we're applying it. So let's jump into our content over here. And what we want to be able to do is copy over some of the entry content we were passing in before for our ULs and our LIs and stuff like that. So here's a main that we've created. And what we want to do is we want to jump here into our product and have a look at what WooCommerce is using for its main. And if we take a look over here, it looks like it does have a very similar main. And this is it over here. But what we have is mostly the entry summary that we need to apply. And I'm going to actually copy that over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass it into our main over here. And I'm thinking maybe just like this. So let's save that and see if that takes effects for our ULs. And so our list has updated there. We also want to apply it here in this section. So what I'm thinking is for the WooCommerce tabs, I'm going to copy that over and paste that in here too. And we'll create a H3 in here with that color of primary. And that should do for our title section there. So let's save that and refresh, and we should see that take effect. So that's looking good too. we could probably get rid of these tabs because we're not going to be using them. So I think let's have a look where they exist. That's this class over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start customizing WooCommerce and adding classes and functions all over the place. So hopefully you guys can carry along to see what I'm doing here. But the first thing is I'm going to remove these tabs by just doing display none on them. And that should get rid of them, I think. Let's double check. So in this case, that hasn't done it just yet. We might not be passing in the right items in here. We want to pass in WC tabs, and we're going to pass this into our section here. So let's remove that dot. I think that was causing the error. If we refresh, that's disappeared, and that looks a little bit better. We also don't want this H2 tag, but we want other H2 tags. So for the time being, I'll leave that as is. But what we want to do is we want to update this image so that it's in its own little block. And we want these two icons next to or after our title. And also we want our title to have this styling here. So let's start off with our title. Over here, if we scroll in, if we take a look, this is the WooCommerce Product title. And we're going to edit this. We're going to paste it in here. And we're going to do a font size of 48 pixels, a font weight of 300, and a color of primary. And I think that is correct according to our design. It is. So we're going to refresh that, and we should see that take effect. So that's looking good. That also has a bit of a margin there for the next section, but the next section is these dimensions in here. And this is the part where WooCommerce gets a little bit more fun, because over here we have some basic WooCommerce content, but in order to customize this, we're going to have to do some additional functionality, because a lot of this is just basic WooCommerce layout. It's not really layout that we can really customize without getting into the nitty-gritty of WooCommerce. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into our functions file, and we're going to start customizing WooCommerce. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here to our theme, and we're going to go back a folder. We're going to go into the plugins, and here we have WooCommerce. We've got our templates in here, and I want to copy out the single product, which is just over here. We're going to copy all of these, and we're going to paste this into our own version of WooCommerce over here. So let's expand this out, and let's go to single product, and I'm going to paste this all in here. We're going to leave the add to cart section, but the rest we're going to replace, and that should get us started. And this is where we can start adding in our own content. So for example, here we've got the title. And in this case, I want to add our little section here for the dimensions. And we can do this. To do this, we're going to use ACF. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the field, I think it is. And we're going to pass in the field in this case. And for the field that we're using, we're going to pass in the dimension. So let's pass in dimensions in here. And let's see what happens. We're going to go to our page there, and ideally we have our dimensions there, which is exactly what we want to happen. But we can do this a little bit more custom. So what I'm thinking is in this section, we'll pass in the word dimensions. And let's pass it in just like this, dimensions. Then we'll echo out, or we'll pass in the field here where we'll print out what those dimensions are. We'll have this all in a single div, and this div will have a class. And for this class, we'll have maybe product dash single dash dimensions. Dimensions. If I can spell it properly, dimensions. There we go. So let's paste that in here. Now this section, the dimensions itself will be inside of a strong tag, while everything else will be in a regular tag. So I'm going to save that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it in here. We're going to do a font weight here of maybe 300, whereas the strong will have a font weight of maybe 500. So if we take a look, that's more or less what we're applying in here. And if we take a look at our design, we should see that apply. We need a little bit of margin applied here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do margin top of 1 EM and a margin bottom of 1 EM. And we'll save that as well. And if we take a look, we should see that come out a little bit better there. So that's looking really good. I'm pretty happy with that so far. So what I want to be able to do here is, let's just pull in the design file once more. And we want to essentially create this section here where we create an instant quote. And before that, we have an instant quote section here where we select a suburb. But even before that, I also want to put in these circles here. So let's quickly just do that to start off with. And we'll open up our our single product over here, and we'll go to the title once more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add another section here called product, single, and maybe we'll do sizing in here. And for the sizing, we want these two circles with the icons, and we've already done an example of those in the home page, so I might copy over the content for that. Let's jump in here and we'll go to the products over here. And what we want to do is we want to copy over these circles that we have. So if we take a look, we should be able to copy over the entire circle as is, just like this. Let's make sure we're grabbing the right amount here. I think, let's double check. I'm not sure if I'm spacing this correctly or not. But this has to be indented one more, and this has to be indented one less. There we go. So what we want to do is we want to grab this section here for the circle, and I'm going to copy that. We're going to paste it right in here. But before we do, we'll pass in a row with a column of LG6, and then we'll pass in the circle here. So let's pass this all in. And let me expand this out a little bit. Great. Now we want to grab this circle design, and we're going to put the CSS in here as well. So I'm going to copy over this CSS that we have. I think that's the main one. Yep. And I want to copy actually all the CSS. I'll copy the whole circle CSS here, and we'll create a new class here below. And let's pass in the circle section over here. Then we're going to grab this product single sizing, and we'll pass it in here as a parent class. With that done, what we can do is we can save that and refresh and take a look to see if it applies here in our content. And it looks like it has applied. It's slightly too big, and here it's 170 pixels, so we can actually update that just a little bit. But that's okay so far. In terms of the design, the text here should be black, so I'm gonna update that as well. Let's have a look where that is. That's just over in here. So I'm gonna do a color here of black, and let's apply that, and that should take effect. And the only other thing I'm gonna do now is set the columns here from 6 to maybe 4. So let's save that and refresh once more, and that looks a little bit better there. I'm going to have 2 of these, so I'm just going to copy out this section. I'm going to save it like this, and that should look okay. We should have 2 of them there. We do seem to have a little bit of a bug happening there. Let's see what's happening. So we've got our first circle here. It seems we haven't closed off the div properly. What I'm thinking is to be able to do that, we'll just make sure that we're copying the whole thing across. So here's our icon, here's our absolute section. So we need one more div to close it off here. And let's pass this in, and we're going to do the same here below. So let's save that and indent it one more level. Great. Let's refresh, and we can see both of them in there. Now we had a different icon for the other one. So what we want to do is we'll grab that. And if we have a look here in our images, I think it is this one here for a truck. So let's just copy this text over here, and we'll paste that in. And let's refresh that, make sure it's working correctly. Might not be the right one there. Let me double check. No, it was the bin. So let's actually pass this in as bin. Great. So we'll save that and we'll refresh. And in terms of this design here, we're getting a border radius being applied, and we don't want that in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump in here, and for these images where we're setting them as icon and then image, let's remove the border radius from them. So we'll set that to none. I think that should remove them. Or maybe we have to set them to 0 pixels. I always get that one confused. Or maybe we don't have a border radius on that. Let me double check. All right, we are having a border radius on there, but it might not be applying because we're not passing in a strong enough tag. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in important, and that should override it, and we'll get rid of that border radius. So that's looking a little bit better now. We'll also update the text, and in here we can see that we have this bit of text. So what we're going to do is we're going to update that over here. And I think that should be just about fine. And finally, we'll pass in our field here. And what we'll do is we'll get the field called, what did we call it? Let's jump into our ACF settings. So I'll go to field options, WooCommerce Product, and it was a prox bin and a prox trailer. So let's pass those in. And in here, I'll pass in a prox bin, since that's what I've copy pasted. And we'll actually copy paste this in below. And the other one is a prox trailer. So we'll pass this one in here and we'll save that. And let's refresh. They should both be 0 because I don't think I've actually set them, or maybe I have. Let's take a quick look. So I have set them to 16 and 4. So it looks like that is applying, and now we've got those sections done, which is cool. We also don't have very much margin there at the very top of this WooCommerce section. So I might give it some additional margin there from the top. And to do that, we'll just pass it in straight into our WooCommerce main wrapper, and we'll just do margin top 100 pixels. And we'll pass in a media query as well. We'll do media max width, and we'll pass in MD. And for this one, we'll just do margin top 60 pixels and save that. And let's give that a quick refresh to make sure it's got a bit more room, and that's looking a little bit better now. So we've got those two icons appearing. The next thing we want is the text over here. And we want to get rid of this price. We want to put it somewhere else, I think. And the add to cart as well, we'll be putting that a little bit to the left. But that's starting to look good. If we go to the uncategorized page, we do have our bin over here, but I think that's good for us to get started on. So the first thing I want to do now is actually customize this section, and let's take a look at how we can do this. We've got this bottom section here with this gray color, and that's what I want to build out. So what I want to do is maybe find the section here in WooCommerce for maybe images. Maybe product image or product thumbnails. Not sure. I think it might be product images. Let's put some text in here and see where that applies. And I think that should pop up here at the bottom, which it seems it has. And what we want to do is we want to put some content in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an instant quote holder. So let's put in product image instant quote holder. That's pretty specific. And what I want to do in here is create a section that's quite gray. I don't think we've used this F3 color before, but let's double check. All right, so it is a secondary color. So we're going to apply that here to our design. We're just going to set this as the background, and we'll pass in the variable there. Let's also add some padding, and I think the padding is about 30 pixels, more or less. Let's have a look. So about 30 from the left and about 30 from the top. We've got this title and text. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump in here to this section, and we're going to just add it straight in here. So what I'm thinking is for this, we'll do maybe a title. We'll pass this in, and in here we'll do a description. We'll pass this in. Now for this description and title, the title is font size 30 pixels. So let's pass in title here. We'll do font size 30 pixels, font weight bold, and color will be that primary color. And for the description, that'll just be font weight 300. Let's save that and refresh and see what we get. So if we refresh that, we can see we've got that gray there. We also need to add in some border radius. So what I'm thinking is we'll just do a border radius, border bottom left radius of 30 pixels, and we'll do the same on the right there. So when we do that, that should give it that nice sort of a curve. We should probably put some border radius at the top of our figure there. So what I'm going to do is, let's see what we can do to do this. I think it's just this item over here. So I'm going to maybe pass it in manually. And we're going to do border top left and top right radius in this case. And we'll do it just over here. Let's pass it in. Let's see if that applies. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it seems it hasn't. Maybe we'll also have to do a overflow of hidden, and maybe that'll fix it up. So let me refresh it, and that seems to have done the job. So I'm pretty happy with that. And now we can just customize this bottom section in here. So we've got a text input, a price, and a button here to order this bin. Let's see if we can put the price in there. And what I'm thinking is that in this same section, we're going to create a section here called product, price holder, maybe. That should be pretty simple. And what I might do is pull in data from wherever the price might be. So let's see, here we've got a section for price, and we might copy this section across and just paste it in here. And instead of doing a class, maybe I'll get rid of all of that and we'll just print it out. Yeah, let's give that a shot. We might even put it inside of another field, but for the time being, I think this should be fine. Let's save that and we'll refresh our design. Hopefully our price pops up. So it is in there, but it's actually outside of the body of our content. So we want that to appear inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this here inside of the product image instant quote holder. And let's put that in there. So that should be a little bit better. And now let's copy this out and we'll create a class in here for it with the background of secondary. Let's give it that darker color, which might be just secondary in general, or secondary 500. Let's also maybe give it some padding of 30 pixels, border of 4 pixels solid primary, maybe dashed actually. And let's give it a size, a font size that's a little bit larger than life. And in this case, that's 48 pixels. So let's pass in 48 pixels in there and font weight bold. Great. I think that's font weight bold. Yes, it is. So let's refresh and see what we get. So there it is. It's standing out pretty good there, but the background color isn't what I want it to be. It's meant to be this much darker shade. So let's see if I can pull that shade of color in. Here it is. So that's 161616. I might just put it in manually in this case, just because that'll be nice and easy. The padding we're applying is a little bit too much, so I'm going to put it down to 15 pixels. We'll also do a border radius on here. And we'll do the border radius as maybe 15 pixels. And let's save all of that and see what we get. And that's looking a little bit better now. So I'm thinking we'll increase the border radius to maybe 20 pixels. We'll reduce the padding to 10 pixels and 20 pixels respectively. And we'll refresh that once more. Okay, that's looking much better. Now we'll fix up the spacing, and if we take a look at the spacing, we should have a little bit more spacing here in the P tag. So I'll do margin top here maybe 5 pixels and margin bottom here to 5 pixels. I think that should be okay. Maybe 10 pixels. Let's do 10 pixels. That sounds a little bit better. And on here, I'll also do margin top 10 pixels. And let's save that and have a look. All right, so that's looking a little bit better with the spacing there. And this section here actually looks pretty good for the price. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not sure if we need to do anything for Inc GST, but let's actually copy that in manually. So I'm just going to jump in here and I'm going to do it here as maybe a small tag, or maybe even Inc GST, and we'll pass it in just like that as its own little class. And I might put it in there like this. And let's do display inline block and save that and see what we get. If we refresh that, there it is. And we want this to be a little bit smaller. And in this case, that's font size 14 pixels. So let's do font size 14 pixels, font weight 500. And we'll save and refresh that. And that's looking much better now. So that's pretty good. We've got this section almost done now. What we need to do is probably remove the price from the right side here. And in this case, I'm just going to echo this out or remove this syntax. So that'll just disappear off the right there. But what we will want to be able to do is have a little bit of a margin there between our content. So I'm going to grab this CSS over here. And I'm going to put it in here in our WooCommerce section. And I'm going to just do margin top to about 30 pixels and margin bottom to about 30 pixels, just to give it some room there to breathe, similar to our design. So if we refresh that, you'll see that looks a little bit better. And yeah, we're slowly getting there in terms of customizing this page. So it's coming together quite well now. What we want to do is we want to add to cart, but we want to create this add to cart button here on the left inside of this section. So let's create that as well. Now that we have this product set up, we're actually going to create some variations, because depending on the distance the product exists will depend on the price of the product here. And to do this, we're going to create some variations here on this product and the different pricing options. And in order for us to be able to do this, we're going to change this WooCommerce product from a simple product to a variable product. And in here, what I'm thinking is we'll create some attributes. And this attributes section will be pretty simple. I'm just going to do distance. And the distance options we've set here are 0 to 25 kilometers. So let's place that in here. The next one is 25 to 50 kilometers. Then we've got 50 to 75 kilometers. Then 75 to 100 kilometers. And then 100 kilometers plus. So we'll put all those variations in there and they should be good. I might just change km to a lowercase just because I don't like the uppercase. It doesn't seem to fit in very well with the text there. But we can put those in. So we're going to save that. And we might also set them up to be used as variations by selecting this option just over here. So now if we select here to variations, we should be able to create variations from all attributes. So I'm going to select that and I'm going to hit go. And this will create all the variations. And we only have 5, but that's enough for us to get started. So now we've got the options in here. And what we can do is we can set a variable price for each one of those. So for example, we'll start off here with the 4-meter bin. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump in here because this is the one we're currently using, the 4-meter square skip bin. And we're going to put in a variable price here. And this price will be $225. Now for this item, I'm pretty sure we can only purchase a single one, but we'll select here to manage in stock. Yep, so that looks all good. Now the next one here is the 250 option, and this is on 25 to 50 kilometers. And we're going to put that in here, so that should be good as well. Let's collapse down that section. We'll grab the next one in line, which is 50 to 75. So let's expand that out and put in the price here of $300. So So that's looking good. Then we've got this next one here for 350, and this is between 75 and 100 kilometers. And finally, we have one here for 400. So let's place this option here for $400 for plus 100 kilometers. And I'm going to hit to save those changes. So that looks good. We're also going to set this as sold individually because we only want a person to buy one skip bin at a time. We don't want them to buy 5 or 10 because that wouldn't make any sense. And we'll hit update to this entire product. And let's take a look at the changes to see what it looks like now. So now when we have a look here, we've got a distance option, and this is the distance from the skip bin location to the depot, or from the depot to your location, but it might not be very specific. So this is why we're going to code out a custom function here, where you fill in your suburb and it's automatically calculated and gives you a price based on the variation that is required for you. So this is what we're going to be able to do. And finally, we'll add the add to cart button, but we'll place that in below. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just zoom in here to this text here, and we can see that the text now is slightly different. So we're going to have to play around to fix that up. But because of this cost difference, what we're going to do is we're going to possibly hide it, or let's see if we select an option. All right, so the price is actually updating down here below in the price section. So that's pretty cool, but we might want it to play around a little bit different, but for the time being, that is okay. So we'll leave all this as is. The only other thing here I'm thinking is we'll change the font size for this section, because right now it's 48 pixels and that might be a little bit too much. So let's browse into that section, and I think that's somewhere here below. Here it is, and I'm just going to change this to 36 pixels just so that we can fit in most of that text in there. So when we refresh that, we should see it apply. Whoops, that's the title we're changing there. So let me just find the section for that. So we'll zoom in here and we'll grab the class, and the class is this product price holder. And let's browse in here and we'll change that here to 36 pixels. There, so that fits in nicely now. So what I think I'd like to be able to do is move this distance option here from the right side to the left side. And if we have a look, we should be able to find it here in most of our content. So I'm just going to expand out single product, and we'll go to the add to cart button. And we've got one here for a variable. Now, this is a lot of stuff over here, and it's going to be a little bit complicated to do. If I cut it all out, we've refreshed it, we'll probably lose all of that. But what I want to be able to do is actually to pull this into the section where we have the image. So I'm going to actually copy all of this out, and maybe I'll place this near our product image. So our product image is just over here, and we've got this section here where we've got the price holder. And this is sort of where I want it to exist. So let's see what happens if we just paste it in there, because that might be just the easiest way, but I'm not too sure if that will work or not. So I'm going to also remove some of the other stuff we're doing, but I think that should be enough to get us started. So let's refresh that, and we'll see that we do have a bit of an error here on product image on line 68. So that's just this one here. This is because we're not pulling in the attributes. So we're going to have to grab those. And I think there are presets somewhere up here. Let's have a look. So if we jump here into this section, we'll jump here. We have attributes being pulled from the attributes keys. And these attribute keys, I guess, are just being passed across when the global product is being set. So maybe this isn't the right way to do it. Maybe there's a better way to do this section. All right, that was a quick pause, but I've sort of figured it out. What I've done is here in the product variations, I've copied all of this. And in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment it all out because we're not going to be using it any longer. So let me just do a quick comment here, and this should keep going all the way to the end. Or what we could even do is we could remove this entire page for the time being. But what I'm thinking is that we could do it a few different ways. So this is the variable products, and here are the variations. But what I want to be able to do is I want to remove this section so that we can place it here into our product image. And that's what I've done. I've copy pasted that in. So now if we take a look, I'm going to remove this print screen debugging I was doing, and I'll remove it from here as well. But the essential part is that we get that same sort of button here that we have on the far right. And we'll play around with this a little bit later, but it just gets us started there, and we can start customizing this a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump here into the functions file, and I'm going to pass in remove action. And what we're going to do is we're going to remove the section here for the single product summary, and we're going to remove the add to cart button because we're actually adding this in separately here on the left. So if we refresh on that, we could see that that should be updated, which looks pretty good. That's essentially what we wanted to do. But if we take a look, let's save that and refresh, make sure it's all working fine. Yeah, it looks like that is working just fine. So I'll leave that as is for the time being. And we might want to have a look at maybe even removing this section here for the SKU. I don't think we'll be using that. And that's just the product meta over here. So let's see, we've got some functionality here. And in this case, I want to remove the product meta. I've got some short code here for this. So we're going to jump back into our code over here, and I'm going to put this into the PHP as well. And we're going to refresh that. And that should fix that up as well. So now our content looks a little bit better. We could even move this description up above, but for the time being, I'm just going to leave it just over here. Now we can sort of customize how this section over here works. Now, something I'm noticing is that the price doesn't seem to be popping up. So I wonder why that might not be. Let's do 25 to 0 to 25. Maybe that's because we added the add to cart option. Let's actually put that back in and refresh. So I'm going to just jump back in here. Now, if I do 25, all right, so it does look like that needs to be there at some level. But what I might do is I might make that disappear just manually. So over here, let's scroll into this section in here, and we might just remove it with some CSS. So this section here is called the WooCommerce div product form cart. So what I'm going to do is I'll jump here into our CSS, and we'll just browse here to our theme. I'm just going to scroll here to the bottom and do a display of none and hit save for that. And hopefully it doesn't make both of them disappear, but it looks like it has. So the next thing we'll want to do is we'll want to jump in here to our variable product. And here we'll be passing in some stuff, but what I want to be able to do is I want to create a custom class in here, and this class will be called hide right side variations. I'm going to hit save to that, and instead we'll just pass this in here. So if we refresh, we should see that update, and we'll have our options here on the left, but we won't have the options there on the right. So that's looking pretty good. And then I guess we can move on to doing the pricing here. So here in the pricing, this is actually located inside of this small section here called the WooCommerce variation price. So what I want to do is I want to jump into our code here in the product image and find that bit of class. And that class might be a little bit hard to find, but we should be able to find it. It should be located somewhere over here. So let's see what we have. So here we have a table of our variations. We might have to dig a little bit deeper. So we've got our table of variations here. And straight underneath our table, we've got our single variation wrapper. And this is what we're looking for. So let's actually find that. And that's this one over here. And this calls this bit of code here for a WooCommerce single variation. And I think that's this price over here. Let's have a look. WooCommerce single variation, yes. and then this grabs this bit of code here. So what I want to be able to do is find where this bit of code is. So I'm just going to do a quick search and see if we can find that. And that looks like it's just in here. And if we take a look at that, it looks pretty empty to start off with, and then we add a bit of code and it pops in. So this is this variation.php file, and what we're going to do is we're going to customize the look and feel of that, because what we want it to do is sort of look the same as this pricing section over here. So over here we do have some CSS for that. So I'm going to copy that and find it here in our styling, and we're going to copy that over a little bit. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here below. And then we're going to browse into our item over here. And we're going to apply it here to our WooCommerce variation price. So let's paste this just in here. And let's see if we have any GST or anything like that added. It doesn't look like we do. So I might manually add that in, but let's take a quick look over here. So in terms of our content for our pricing, if we scroll back up, we should be able to see where it is, and it's this one in here. So I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to paste this here into the price. So this is the pricing section. We'll paste it in here, and I'll just hit save on that, and we'll refresh to see what we get. So if we select this, it might not be updating just yet. Maybe I haven't applied it. Let's have a look here. Yes, we didn't save the actual file. So we'll save the file here for our CSS, and let's refresh that once more. And let's select an option there, and that's looking a little bit better. I'm going to update the color for that because we don't actually want it to be this white color. So we'll jump in here, we'll go to price, and this is where we want to update it. So I'm just going to select the price over here and put it in here and do color white. Let's save that and refresh. Hopefully that updates. It might not be a strong enough variation here. So price, and then we'll pass in this section here. So let's put that in there too. And hopefully that's enough priority in our CSS to override the green color that we're getting here. And it looks like that is, so that's good. Now, I'm just thinking what else we need to do here. So that seemingly looks good so far. We could probably get rid of this section for now where we're doing a product price holder. And we could replace it with something different in a sec. But for the time being, what I'm thinking is we'll just comment it out. So let's go to our product image over here. And in here, I'm just going to comment this section out. And we'll use this a little bit later. So let's remove that. There we go. So here we're getting the price being selected. We also want to customize this button a little bit. So we want this to say order the skip bin, instead of what it currently says, which is just add to cart. So let's have a look at where that button is. So if we do a quick inspect on that, that is this button over here, add single to cart. And let's do a customize on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a WooCommerce customize add to cart text. And let's see what that says in terms of the functionality. Because sometimes you need to find the function to be able to do that. So it looks like there is a plugin for that, but usually I like to do it just in the functions.php file. So let's see what options we have available to do that. All right, so we do have this one over here. So I'm going to use that. We're going to jump here into our functions file. We'll browse here below, and we'll do order the skip bin as the actual thing that we'll be using. So hopefully that'll just work. I'm going to save that, and we're going to refresh and see if that text updates. And it looks like it has. We'll just update the font on here because this looks like it has to have a slightly better font. And what we can do now is we can also customize this entire button. So what I'm thinking is this is a button called Add Single to Cart. And we're going to customize the way this looks here in our page. And to do that, we'll jump back into our CSS and we'll create a button here. And for this button, we want this design over here. So this is a pretty large button and the text here is 24 sized. So font size 24 pixels, font weight bold. We'll do text decoration, or maybe we'll do text transform and we'll do uppercase. We'll select the color to be black, the background to be primary. We'll remove the border radius, so we'll set it to none. We'll also do a padding of about 15 pixels with a text alignment of center, and we'll do a display of block. So let's save all of that and see what we get. But essentially the button should fill out a lot better there. So that's already looking much better. There is an issue where it doesn't seem to be using all the space available. So let's see why that is. If we take a look here, it should have all the space that is available as a display of block, but maybe there is a width happening here. So let's do width and see if there are some variables for that, or even maybe there's a margin that's happening. So let's do margin right, margin left. So they look all fine. Yeah, not too sure. I'm just gonna leave it like that for the time being. We might add a little bit more border radius to it. So let's do border top left radius to maybe 15 pixels and border top right radius to 15 pixels. And we'll do the width to 100%. So let's save that and refresh. Hopefully that'll expand out just a little bit. Okay, let's have a look here. So the width and the border radius haven't applied just yet. I might have made an error, which I have. Border top right radius. Let's save that once more. We'll refresh and hopefully that'll work this time. Okay, that looks much better. And then for this entire section here, we want to remove some of the padding we're applying on the bottom there, but I think I'm going to leave it in. I'm going to actually change up this button a little bit. So I'm going to remove most of that border radius and we'll keep it similar because we want the pricing to show up. So as soon as we show the pricing up, all right, so it's showing up here. So that's okay. We do need to add a bit of margin then to the bottom of this section. So let's grab this section here, which is the WooCommerce variation price. And let's find the CSS for that. So that's just over here and we'll do margin bottom 15 pixels and hit save on that. So let's have a quick look how that turns out. So that's good. I'm pretty happy with that so far. But I think that's okay for now. So what I'm thinking we'll do is we'll move this description up to the top right here. So it's similar to our design. So let's quickly do that as well. Now, to be able to do that, we need to be able to grab the section here that creates it. So let's have a look at our code here in our console, and we can see this section here is where we have our WooCommerce panels, and these panels have the WooCommerce description. So let's find these panels and hopefully we can find them over here in our code. So let's have a quick look. And it seems they just exist over here and they're in our tabs.php. Now what I'm thinking is we're gonna grab these tabs and we're gonna cut them out. I guess let's see, let's cut them out and let's actually paste them somewhere completely different. And in this case, I want to paste them straight after our short description. So I'm going to paste them in here and let's see what happens when I do. I'm going to refresh that and it looks like we have a bit of an error there on line 62. And this is because we don't have any PHP here. So I'm just going to save that back in. Let's refresh once more. But it looks like those have updated and that's good. We do have this description being applied and Where is that being applied? If we take a quick look, it's a H2 class, which is happening straight before most of our content. So if we take a look where our content is, and if we have a look over here, I think, let's see, we've got our tabs here, so we'll collapse that. And then we've got our content in here. So we've got our div, and here we're calling in a function that will essentially grab the product type. So, and then here we do after product type content. So let's see where that goes. That might actually be a separate section. So let's have a look. Here we've got tabs, here we've got descriptions, and here I think we've got that H2, and this is where I might remove that. So I might just place that up here above and just comment it out so it doesn't do anything. Or how else can we do this? I suppose we could just comment it out in general. So I'm just going to do that, and we'll refresh, and hopefully that H2 tag disappears. So it looks like it has. I'm just going to quickly refresh and have a look why there's also so much spacing here above. And I think this is just this WooCommerce description section. So I'll jump quickly in here and also remove some of that padding we're applying here to the bottom. We'll hit save on that. And that should be almost done there. So I'm pretty happy. That's getting to a point where we're almost ready to finish up this section. What we want to do now is we want to create this input here where we'll search a suburb and it'll pre-populate a distance for us. So we're going to be getting rid of this distance section soon, but we're going to do a different way to essentially assign this based on the suburb you're selecting from. Now, to be able to do this, I want to grab this object and I want to save it as a JSON object. And right now, if you take a look, we have all the pricing here, but it's slightly different depending on where we're coming from and what we're doing. And what we want to be able to do is create some pricing variations depending on the area and the distance from that area. And to be able to do this, we're going to most probably have to also create a second variation. So if we jump here into our products, we're going to have to jump into WooCommerce. We'll jump here into our product page, and we're going to set one more item in here as a variation, and we're going to set this as the depot. So what we'll do is let's jump into this section here where we've got variations, and let's put another attribute because currently we've got distance. So here I'm going to add another one, and we'll call this depot. Depot, I guess. I think that should be right. And for this, we'll put the ones that we have here. So we've got Pinjarra. So I'm going to copy and paste that in as our very first one. We also have Australian, whatever that is. So let's put that in. And finally, we have Vassi. So let's put that in as well. And these can be used later for the variations too. So all of these variations here are actually for the Pinjarra depot. So let's put in Pinjarra for each one of these. And I'm just going to hit save to that. We'll create one more variation here, or we can set variations for all our products, but let's keep it standard for the time being. And I just want to have a look at what that looks like. So here we'll have the distance and here we'll have the depot. Now we could probably move this up above. We would probably want to do the actual attribute of the depot before the distance. So let's save that. Let's see if that updates in the area here. So we do have depot, then we've got distance, and that should be mainly it. So if we select Pinjarra here and 25 kilometers, we get that option. And that's essentially what we want to be able to do. But what we also want to be able to do is pull all this pricing across, because all of these will essentially relate to a depot and a distance. So in here on the left, I'm going to add one more item, and I'm going to do depot in here. And for this depot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in a, essentially, what should I pass in? I think I'll pass in, If we've got all the distances in here, the easiest thing to do is just pass in the depot's name. So I'm just going to pass in the depot name just in here, and we'll paste it straight in, and that should just work. Or not. Let's copy this in, and I'm just going to drag it all the way down. Great. Then for this one here, I'm going to copy all of these items, and we're going to paste them in as well, but we're going to paste them in below our other section. So let's copy all of these. And then in our Excel, we'll go back to Pinjara here, and we'll paste them in. But in this case, they are this one here, Australind. Let's paste this all the way to the bottom over here. And we'll also grab the distance from the depot. So I'm just going to copy that attribute and paste it in here. Great. So with that done, we'll just grab VASI now. So I'm just going to grab all the postcodes here. I'm going to paste them in here. And for VASI, let's grab also the name here. We'll paste it in, and I'll just copy paste that here below. And finally, we'll also grab the distances here. So let's grab these ones, and I'm going to paste them in as well. So with all of these done, what we want to do is we want to have all the... Ooh, VASI didn't work very well there. What happened there? So here are 88 rows for VASI, and it seems like we might have missed a few. So let's copy all of those across and try that again. Yeah, so we did miss a few there. So I'm just going to copy paste them all in here. And then for the distances, let's copy all of those across as well. And I think that's all of them there. And I'm going to put them all on the very first line, because when they're on separate lines, that makes it a little bit confusing. So I'm just going to copy all of these across. And I'm going to do this for everything essentially. So let's copy all of this across, all of this across. Let's copy this across and this across. And let's copy all of these ones across too. So they're all on the very first row. And then we'll use some JavaScript. And we're going to use the JavaScript to essentially calculate the distance and the depot and pre-select a variation based on those attributes. So I'm going to copy all of this content across now, all the way down. And this is actually quite a few lines of content, but let's copy that across. And I'm going to create a new file here. And for this new file, I'm just going to paste it all in here. So I think that should be okay. And I don't know if I need to give it some details. I might need to give it some details. I'm not sure. Let's do this as the suburb. If I can spell that properly, suburb. Here is the postcode. This is the depot. And this is the distance. Beautiful. So we'll save that all. And what I'm thinking is we'll file save this and we'll browse it. And what we might do is we might just browse it and save it into our main folder over here. So I'm just going to go to West Coast and I'm going to copy paste that right in. So let's save this maybe in the JS folder, and we'll call this depot locations.xls, and we'll also save another one, and this is where I want to create a JSON object. So let's have a look if that can be done here. We've got XLS, XML, CSV, HTML. Maybe we don't have that option. Maybe we have to do it differently. Maybe we've got an option in here. Let's see. PDF, CSV. I'm not seeing one for JSON. Maybe we can do it differently. Maybe, let's see, get data from web. We might have to Google this one. So export Excel to JSON. So what we want to do is we want to use a CSV to JSON converter, looks like. So I might just do that. let's save our content here again, and we're gonna save this as a CSV this time. So just gonna find CSV over here, which is this one. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna paste our CSV of our content straight into this section over here. So let's open this up in Notepad. This is what it looks like. And I'm gonna jump into this website. We're gonna paste this in, and we're going to convert it. So if we have a look here, it looks like it has been converted. So that's really cool. And then in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file. And I'm going to call this depot locations.json. And we'll open this up in VS Code. And what I want to do is I want to put this in, and we've got all our depot locations in here. And we're going to be using this for our autocomplete, but this is pretty cool. So what I want to do is I want to grab this easyAutocomplete.com example of creating an autocomplete. And here we have all the files for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to paste these into our project over here. I'm just going to get the min version for both. So I'm going to pass in the min version here. And in our CSS, we're going to pass in the min version for the CSS as well. And what I want to do is I want to enqueue these so they get added to our WordPress. So to be able to do that, what I'm going to do is jump here into the functions, and this calls moshi.php. And then over here, I'm going to browse to that section. So we'll go to inc to moshi.php, and in here we've got some enqueues. I'm going to create some more ones. So I'm going to create one here for the styling. I'm going to pass in easy complete min CSS and maybe easy min CSS theme as well. So let's copy both of these out, and let's copy over the theme one over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass these file names in, and that should get those started. So let's save that, and I think that should be good. Then we're also going to grab the JS. So for our JS, we're going to enqueue a script. And for this script, we're going to enqueue this one over here. And this should give us the ability to start calling this file. So let's pass this in. And this is just over here. We're going to replace wow.js with this script over here. And we're just going to call this the autocomplete script. Let's hit save on that. And we're going to refresh our site, and hopefully we'll have those load in without any errors, and looks like they have. So we'll be able to create some autocompletes now, and this will be interesting to have a look at. But what we're going to do is we're going to collapse this in, and we're going to close out most of these files. What I want to be able to do though is I want to be able to keep the product image here, and in here is where I want to create a new item. And for this new item, I'm just going to do a input here. And for this input, I'm going to give it an ID. And the ID is going to be maybe single product autocomplete. I think that's a pretty good ID there. So this will be empty for the time being. We should see this pop up in here. And what I want to be able to do with this is I want to be able to do that autocomplete with that new function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into our content here, and I'm going to go into JS and custom.js, which should essentially be empty for the time being. I normally just leave it like this, but what we want to be able to do is inside query document ready, which checks if the page is loaded, we want to create a new query here. So I'm going to pass in the $sign so we can use this as part of jQuery. And we're going to look up the ID for the single product. And we're going to pass in the function here to do an autocomplete. So I think that's pretty simple so far. We also want some options in there. Now let's check out the options we have available. And these are the ones over here. So what we want to be able to do is we want to grab a URL, and we want to do a couple of things here. So let's expand this out and take a look. We've got a URL that we'll be grabbing in here. Now, I'm not sure exactly where this URL will go from yet, but what we really want to be able to do is grab these depot locations. So I'm going to pass in depot locations in here, just like this. And then what I want to do next is I want to grab a value from those depot locations. And the value I want to grab is the suburb and maybe also the postcode. But to start off with, let's just grab the suburb. So I'm going to save that over here. And then all of this stuff, I suppose I can leave as default. We're going to pass these options in here to our easy autocomplete, and we're just going to save that and see what happens on our page. We're going to refresh that, and I'm going to check my console to see if there are any errors. And there doesn't seem to be any errors, but it also doesn't seem to be working. So sometimes we have to refresh the cache just to make sure that it does load, and we can see it has, and it's tried to grab something, but I think it's had a network error when it was grabbing it. So let's have a look. Cannot read property in array of undefined. So we're getting this error, and I think that's because we're not able to find our JSON object. If we refresh over here, let's see if we're getting any errors to any of our objects here. And so far, so good. Let's do a quick search for that, for JSON objects. And there is a little bit of a red line here, but that's for the favorite icon, which we haven't set. But it doesn't seem like we're grabbing that. Now, there's a few ways we could go about grabbing this URL, but I think we'll stick with the easiest, which is just grabbing the theme location and then passing in the full path. So I'm going to copy this attribute over here, and over in our function here, we'll pass it in. And what I want to do is I want to pass in the whole path here to the depot location, just like that. So let's save that, and we're going to refresh our page once more, and hopefully that might work this time. So let's do a refresh on the cache, and it seems that the autocomplete is still not working there. Cannot read in array of undefined. So that's a tricky one. What we might want to be able to do is maybe we could even create our own lookup. It could be a little bit more complicated, but that's one other way we can do things. Normally though, I prefer to just use pre-made documentation or examples. So let's see some of the example documentation here and see if we can figure out what we might be doing wrong. So here we've got data, or we can pass in URL. So in terms of this, I suppose we could just try to pass it in as data instead of grabbing it from a URL. That might be a little bit easier. Let's take a look. So if we pass it in as data, let's actually close this off. We'll grab all of these, and instead of a URL, we'll pass in data here. And let's get rid of this and save this in like this as an array. Now I know this is a lot of lines of code, but it should be okay. And then I'm gonna go back here to our content, and we're gonna refresh that and see if we get any errors this time around. And it looks like we're still getting errors, so this still doesn't seem to be working. And what I'm thinking is that let's not even use this specialized function. Let's just do things ourselves. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here to our enqueue, and I'm gonna get rid of easy autocomplete, and I'm going to get rid of this easy autocomplete styling here, and we're going to save and close that off. Then over here we'll delete all of this, and what I'm thinking is that we might save the data. So what we might do to save the data is we might call this locations, and we'll pass this in just as an array. So let's do let locations equal, and we'll pass in all of these. And we'll get rid of all of the rest here. And I think that should be just like that. So that finishes up without any errors, and it seems to be working just fine. Now I'm going to collapse all of this because it's quite a few lines of code. It's about 3,000 lines there. But that's enough to get us started. So I'm going to save that. And then over here, we might start using that. We might start putting it in our autocomplete or something like that. So I'm going to put our autocomplete in a parent class. What I'll do is I'll call this single Actually, I might even copy this ID over here, and I might put it in as a div. So let's do div in here with the ID that we've got for the single autocomplete. And here's our text input. I'm going to paste that in below. We're also going to have maybe a autocomplete list. And this will be a class, or maybe even a UL. And here is an LI. And this will be a list of items maybe that we can select or customize or something like that. So what we'll have is we'll have our single product autocomplete ID here. And in here we'll have our single product autocomplete input. And we'll also create an ID here for the single product autocomplete list. So that's pretty good there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this single product autocomplete list, and we're going to do some jQuery to essentially fill it out. Now, what I want to be able to do is I want to do an for loop maybe, or something like that, where we go through all the locations and create a LI item for each one of those autocompletes. To do that, what I might do is a JavaScript function in here. And I might create let or var. We'll call this single product autocomplete list is equal to maybe locations.for each. Or actually, we'll just pass in an empty string in here. And we'll do locations.for each, and we'll do item in here. Now we can't do arrow functions because we've got to consider that this is an ES6, but this should work. So for each location, what we're going to do is for our autocomplete list, we'll add to it. And what we'll do is we'll add in maybe a LI element and a closing LI element as well. And then inside of this LI element, we'll pass in location.suburb, I think. So let's pass in location and we'll pass in suburb here. Now I think that should work. Then finally, with that done, we'll actually append this. So append this to, we'll append this text essentially to this list here. And I'm going to hit save on that, and we're going to give this a try. We're going to refresh. And yeah, it looks like that's worked. It's appended all the items over here, and that's really cool. But what we want to be able to do now is create a function that listens to what's being added here in our text input and only shows the correct list item. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function over here, and this function can be called maybe input single product key up, and we'll pass in a val here, which will be our value. What we want to do is we want to do a jQuery lookup. What we want to do is we want to check, I suppose we want to only append the products that we want visible based on the key up of the location. Just thinking how we can do that. So if we take a look, we should get a value here. So let's pass in, I guess we need to do a bit of a filter. So let's do location.filter. And this filter will, locations.filter, and this will grab a location. And what we want to be able to do is we want to grab essentially the location.suburb. So let's copy this over here. And we want to see if that has an index of the value. Okay, so that makes sense. Now we can't do arrow functions. I keep forgetting, but that's okay. We'll pass in a function here again. All right, so we'll check if there is a value for this. So if the index of this is equal to -1, we'll return false. Otherwise, we'll return true. And we'll set this as let search results equal. So that'll be locations. Now locations, we need to sort of store this outside of our jQuery. So I'm just going to store this at the very top up here so we can reuse it later on. So that way we should be able to reuse it here. And here's our value, and we're passing it in here. Now finally for these, I can't use let, so I'm just going to pass in var here. All right. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to do the search results.limit, and we only want to have a few items in there. So I'm going to do it maybe a slice. And we're only going to grab the first and the fourth, up to the fourth value, if we have that many in the array. Great. So I think that's okay so far. And last, we'll append them here. So we'll pass in this loop again, and we'll append them just to see if that works. And here I might change this to HTML, and I might change this to HTML. So let's refresh that and see if that works. Okay, maybe that's not working. Let's see. The other thing we need to do is we need to call this function every time we do a key up. So I'm going to pass in onChange here, and onChange will just call this function and pass in e. And e can be defined in here, and value can equal to e.target.value. Great. So I think that's everything set there. So let's refresh that once more. And let's see what's happening. E is not defined. All right, so we might have to set this in differently. Maybe we'll pass in this. And let's try that once more. We'll refresh, pass in bar, and see what we get. The red value for this is undefined. How do I do this? I do this in React all the time, but somehow it's not working quite well here. So ob object can be passed in here. And what we want to do is we want to get the jQuery. So jQuery, pass in this object, and we want to get the value. So let's try that. So single product autocomplete list is not defined. So where is that? So we just need to pass in an empty string over here. And I think we're almost there. $sign is not a jQuery function, so we haven't defined $sign there, but we will now. And we'll just pass in jQuery, and I think that's it. So that's looking good. The only issue is that this script isn't quite working. I'm just gonna cancel this out for the time being. If we pass in the letter bar, we are getting the content coming in there, but we're not. Don't think we're slicing it properly. So this is search results. So we have to pass in search results in here. And that should do it. So let's now pass in bar. Let's see if there's any errors. Nope, there is not. So we're checking here if the location suburb index of value does equal to -1. We return false, otherwise we return true. So maybe we'll do, no, that's all good. Let's check what we're getting for the console.log value here, because maybe we're not getting the right value. We're going to print this out over here and pass in bar. Sorry, val. Let's pass in val here. Refresh that once more, and we'll type out some content. All right, so this content doesn't seem to be coming out. So what we need to do is maybe we pass in, let's see, val. Let's try that. So let's refresh once more. And will that work? Yes, so that is working. We are getting the change, and now we can see that the content is updating. And the the slice isn't working. So I think it's splice. I'm gonna rename that and we'll refresh it. We'll type in bar in here. I think that does it. Let's also add one more thing in here. And instead of doing on change, we're gonna also pass in on key up. And this is useful just so that it happens immediately. So, all right. So that's all working. The only issue is I think it's because we're not lowering the case for the items here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do to lower case. I'm going to pass that in here, and we're also going to pass it into our val. So let's refresh that, and we're going to pass in ban ba bay. All right, bay is passing in just fine. Hell, might be our slice that's causing this. So, yeah, it's a little bit odd. The other thing I want to do is I also want to arrange these in order. Now, to do that, we're gonna do let's see, arrange array alphabetically. JavaScript. There's a quick function for this. I think it's just sort. So that's pretty cool. But let's see if there's a better way to sort. And here it is. So I'm just going to do that. But we want to sort alphabetically. So let's have a look. I think it's this one here. Yeah. So let's pass this into our results over here. And the first thing we'll want to do is we want to sort all of these. And it might even be useful to sort the locations before we use them. So right now, I guess, no, we'll leave them as is for now. Anyway, let's have a look. We've got our HTML happening here. We've got our slice, which is currently a splice. Let's have a look. Show only first 4 items in array JavaScript. Can't remember which one it is, so it looks like it might indeed be splice. And when we do this, we get the start and the end. So let's see. Yeah, splice 0 and size. So I'm gonna do slice 0 and 4. We're going to refresh this. We're going to pass in BAR. And now that looks like it's working. We're going to pass in BAA. So yeah, this autocomplete looks like it's passing in quite well. Now it's not doing postcodes yet. And I want to be able to do postcodes too. So what I'm going to do is we'll actually do a slight variation on this lookup. I'm going to pass in true if it finds the text in here. But I'm also going to do another lookup here, and this will be for the postcode. Now for the postcode, let's browse into the data over here. If we take a look, the postcode is just a number. Now for this number, we want to grab it. We want to get a copy of it. So it doesn't need to be too lowercase. I'm going to get rid of that. And we just want to see if we have an attribute close to it and return true. Otherwise, we return false. So let's save that. And we're going to refresh. And let's pass in maybe 6000. So let me double check. So if this doesn't look like it's -1, and if this doesn't look like it's -1, it returns false. We're also grabbing the postcode here. And the postcode, we might have to convert it to a string. So convert number to string JavaScript. And let's have a look. So we're going to pass in toString to do this. So I'm just going to pass it in here like this. We're going to save that, and then we're going to check the value. Then we're going to print out the rest of the stuff here. But the only other thing I want to do is I want to pass in the postcode to be printed out here too. So I'm going to just add it in like this. I'm going to do postcode, and we'll copy this section in below too, just so that we're seeing what we're seeing. So I'm going to refresh our page here. We're going to get our autocomplete, and I'm going to type in 6210. So here are all the locations in 6210. But if I type in, say, yeah, so that's pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with that. All right, so we can probably move on to the next section, but before we do that, I'm just gonna pass in this comma. Let's see if that looks a little bit better. And we'll pass it in up here too. Great, so I'm gonna type in Bunbury, and we're getting Bunbury in there. So we've got our autocomplete working. Of course, we don't want to list out all of these. These are way too many items to list out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna provide a slice in here, or maybe when we start off, we don't even have this happening. We don't really need to do any of this. So I might get rid of this code for the time being, and we'll keep this empty. What I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh, and it'll be empty, and we'll type in bar, and we can see that we're getting all our results here. Now, when we have empty results, we seem to not be slicing stuff very well. I wonder why that is. Let's see what's happening. So we should be slicing it, and it should be var. So that our slice doesn't seem to be taking effect very well there. What I might do is I might pass it in after our object over here, and maybe that'll fix it up a little bit better. Let's give it a test. So, here. So we need to pass in, no, I think that's fine. So let's try that again. Great, so that seems to have fixed up. Now, what I also want to do is if the value, so if this value here doesn't exist, if it's empty, if there's no content in there, I don't want us to have any content in our autocomplete. So I'm going to get rid of that. And over here in our HTML, this will go empty. So I'm just going to make it empty like that. So let's refresh that. We'll give it another test, bar. All right, so I have not done an else script. I need to add the else, otherwise it keeps disappearing, but I'll add that back in. We'll give it another test. So bar, great. And when we delete, it's gone. So here's our autocomplete working pretty good now. And what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to have this autocomplete sort of be clickable, I guess, and we wanted to create a variation for us to automatically select when we type something in. So to do that, we're going to have to customize it just a little bit. So what I'm thinking is, we could do a link. A link would probably work. So let's try a link. So what I'm going to do is I've got Pinjara here at 25 kilometers. So I'm going to click to order this skip bin. And we're going to view it, and it's going to come back with a link for us here. And the link here has these attributions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole link, and we're going to create this in here. What we're going to do is we're going to look up what is happening here. We're going to check the location. So if the location is Pinjara, if the distance is 0 to 25 kilometers, we're going to be putting those things in as a link. So let's copy this code out here. We're going to pass in an A tag over here, and this will have a URL. So that's looking good so far. So for this URL, we'll also close this off. So I'm going to close it off over here. And here's our li item. And for this URL, we want to pass in this item here. Now we also want to know what page we're on. So right now we are on the skip bin page. So what we might do is we might even try and grab the current URL and add some attributes to it. That might be another way we can go about it. So let's have a look at how we can grab the current URL. The code for that is just this one here, which is window.location.href. So we'll pass that in here. That's our current URL. Then the window does not exist. So let's actually save this as an attribute. So I'm gonna save it in here. Maybe we'll call current URL is equal to window.location.url, and then we can pass it in here. So that's current URL. I can't remember if we use pluses or dots in JavaScript. I think it might be a plus, so I'll pass it in just like this. So that's our current URL. Then we also want these attributes in here. So I'm going to do a question mark with the attribute of the depot. And in here, we're going to pass in the depot location. So if we take a look in our code, we have a depot attribute. So we're going to pass that in. We're going to pass in location with an array in here. And this array will have our depot in there. So that looks good. Then we also want to pass in the distance. And if we take a look at our code again, we've got the distance in here, but this isn't in kilometers. It's also not a good way to do distance, but we should be able to calculate it. So what I'm thinking is we'll have to calculate it per result. So let's go and do this. We're going to check if the location.distance is, location distance is equal to or greater than 0, and if it's less than 25. So, and if it's less than 25, I think it is 25 kilometers. Beautiful. We'll have the, so we'll do let distance equal nothing, and we'll pass it in here. Distance will equal to 0 to 25 kilometers. Okay. So I think that's good. We're going to give this a test, and we'll just paste it in here. So in this case, we want and distance is equal to, and we'll pass this in as a variable. And then let's take a look if that's the right attribute. So I can't remember if it is or not, but we can jump into our custom fields, and we can go to WooCommerce Product over here, and we can check if there is a distance. Oh, sorry, my bad. The distance is in here. So that's that one there. And the other distance is in the product itself. So if we go to distance over here, we can see its distance with a capital D. And if we take a look at the URL structure, we can see its attribute underscore distance. So we're going to pass that in just like that. Great. So I think that's more or less us done here. Let's save that, and I guess we'll see what happens. We're going to jump back here into our page. And hopefully this loads up okay. So now if we take a look, we do have the attributes coming up. Now, in this case, I want to grab this one. And what happens if I select it? Great. So I've selected it. It's picked up Pinjara at 0 to 25 kilometers. So looks like that autocomplete has worked. We just need to fill out the other distances. So I'm just going to do that now. We'll do 25 to, we'll do equal to greater than 25 or more to 50. And here we'll do 25 to 50. We'll pass this in again. We'll do 50 to 75. 75 to 100, and I think the last one was 100 plus, but let me double check that here. Yep, 100 kilometers plus. So let's copy this out one more time, and this will be 100 kilometers plus. And what we want to do is we want to grab this value here, and it'll only apply if the value is 100 kilometers or plus. So that's looking good. Let's pass in these other ones here. So here it'll be 50, here it'll be 75, this will be 100, this will be 75, and this is 50. So I think that's all good there. We're going to save that, and we're going to give it a refresh. I'm just going to pass in bar here, and we can see that these all seem to be going okay. Let's put 6, 1. So here the distance is a little bit more, 2, 3, 4. All of them seem to be, No, I've done something wrong here because I can see that multiple ones are being applied. I think, anyway. Let's take a look at this URL here. So here we've got attribute Pinjara, attribute distance 0 to 25. We're doubling it up a little bit, so that's incorrect. I guess if we have any queries here, we're going to need to remove those. So let's have a look at the location over here and how we can do it without adding any question marks. So this would be the window location path name. So let's try that. Window location path name. We'll refresh that and see what we get. Okay, so that looks better, I think. Except all the ranges here seem to be going plus. So this has to be greater than or equal to 100. That's why we're having that issue there. So let's put those in again. And now we can see our ranges are updating. If we select the one, it resets and we go to our new section there. So in this case, I want this one here. And we can see that now we have, well, we haven't set a Pinjara variation, but we've got the 100 kilometers in there. So that's looking really good. I'm happy for our autocomplete, and we'll be reusing this for the quote above. But what we can do now is we can customize and style this out a little bit so it looks a little bit better. Now, before we move on, we're going to fix up some of the other pages we have on here because I've noticed some of the styling has gone a little bit funky. And sometimes this happens when we've got content that seems to overlap with other content. So here in our Contact Us page, we have an H3 tag. And this is now yellow because of the H3 tagging content we put in some of our other styling. So I'm going to jump here into the contact form and we're going to edit this one. And here where we have a H3 tag, I'm going to change this to a H4 tag. And I'm going to hit save on that and we'll refresh. And when we do, we should see that the text updates in here. But what we want to be able to do is we want to jump into our CSS and we want to update this so that it still has the same styling that we had last time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to browse over here to the H3 section. And I think, yeah, this is the one over here. So what I want to be able to do is I'm going to pass in, if this is H3 and we had H4 now, I'm going to change this to H4 and that should update. So let's do that and we'll just update to make sure our gulp is working. But so far that looks good. So what we'll do is let's jump in here and see if this updates to black and we'll refresh and I'll browse in here. Let's double check. So we've got our H4 class and in here we've got our H4 class and let's refresh that once more and hopefully that updates. Yeah, there we go. So that's updated. So that's looking a little bit better now. Now, the other thing I want to be able to do is let's have a look at this button over here. So that button is fine for the time being. But what I notice as well is on the internal page, this one is working fine. Then we've got our blog section, so that's working fine, and we can view a blog. But when we view a blog, we're getting this white background there, and I think that's because we added some white here on the other section. So in this section, we have a blog as a post, but this sort of styling needs to only be applied when we're in the archive page itself. So what I'm thinking is we might have to change it a little bit there. Let's see what we can do. So this is category blog. And if we have a look in here, let's see if we also have that class in this article. So in this article, we do have that same class. The only difference is that this isn't on the archive page. So what we might do is for the articles layout here, we might only apply them to category or archive pages. So I'm going to pass in this class archive, and we're going to update our CSS to only apply for those pages. So let's collapse this. We'll go to our main here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass this only if it's an archive post for this main section in general. So let's save that and refresh. And hopefully it still works here, but over here it's now no longer applying. So that's a little bit better. So let's go back to our West Coast waste section here. So all of those items are applying to, and that looks fine. Now, the other thing we want to do is here in skip bins, we want to put in a couple of those products. And right now we do only have the one product, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this into our menu. So let's browse here into our menu, and we're going to go to products, and we're going to view this product and place it right in here. We'll remove this other stuff because we're not really using that right now. We might put in our test product here as well, and this will be just something we can edit later. But for the time being, let's have a look. So we've got our skip bins, and we've got our 4M3 skip bin, and we're going to select that, and here we have it. And when we type in an autocomplete, it takes us to that page with an autocomplete section, and this is starting to take shape pretty well now. Now, the other thing we want to be able to do when we do this is we want to essentially, let's have a look at our design here. We want to customize that autocomplete. We don't want it to just look like this. And I think I had a update to the design for this. So let's open up Adobe XD once again, and I'm going to refresh the design, and we might have a new layout for that. So here is the design once more, and it doesn't seem to be loading. I wonder what's going on there. So I've just updated my Adobe XD here in the background, and we have this new autocomplete that we can start using. And I'm going to style this out so that we can get that sort of design working for us. Now let's jump into our current design over here. So we're gonna go here to the skip bin section, and we've got this text input, and the design for this needs to be adjusted a little bit. So I'm going to jump into the styling for this text input, and we're gonna design it a little bit different. So let's first grab this section, and this is the section just over here. And what I want to be able to do is I'm going to put this into a group. So I'm going to call this maybe input-group. And in here, I'm going to put in the font awesome icon. So I'll do FA maybe search. And after that, I'll actually pass in the text input. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this ID over here, and we're going to put this in. So I don't think we're using this anywhere just yet. So we're just going to create a new section here below. And we're going to do input-group in here. We're going to do the display here to flex. And what I want to be able to do is I want the text input to essentially utilize the entire section here. So what I'm thinking is we'll do a width of 100%. And here we'll also set a position. We'll set the position here to relative. The next thing I want to be able to do is I want to create an icon here with an absolute position. And this will be maybe 50% from the top and maybe 15 pixels from the left. So let's save that. And we'll also make this a color of primary. The text input will have a color of black. So let's keep that for now. I think actually we'll set this to black as well. So let's save that. We'll refresh and see what we get. So here we've got our updated design. Now, our design here for this text input, the search icon there doesn't seem to be the right one. We want to use a font awesome icon here. So I'm going to go to the font awesome packages, and I'm going to search for a pin, and that's sort of, or maybe location. Let's search up location and have a look at what we get. What I essentially want to grab is this marker. So this is location-arrow. I'm going to jump back in here, and I'm going to pass that in for our icon. So location-arrow. I'm going to save that and refresh, and hopefully that'll update. So that is looking a little bit better. The next thing we want to do is update the input itself. So we want to add some padding to the left. Now what I'm thinking is maybe we'll do a calculation in here and we'll pass in 1 EM, which is for our icon there, plus maybe about 15 pixels, or maybe even just about 10 pixels. So that'll calculate that width and it'll give us some room there for our icon to exist, but it's not just enough. We might need just a little bit more. So here I'm going to do 12 pixels for the align left. And here I'm going to do maybe another 12 pixels to apply, or maybe even 24 pixels. So that'll be just about double of what we're applying. So here we'll see that it works a little bit better, but that might be a little bit too much. So I might reduce that down to 18 pixels. And we'll refresh that once more, and we should see that our text input has a good amount of spacing there. Now this position is a little bit too high, so we're going to pass in a transform. So let's do transform translate. On the y-axis, we'll remove 50% there, and this will just center it a little bit better for our icon there. So that makes our icon looks much better there. And the text input here, it's a little bit bigger and it's got a bit of a border radius, I think. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a border radius here of maybe 15 pixels. Make sure we spell that correctly. And we're also going to do border of 0 pixels and outline of none. So let's save that as well, and we'll give it a refresh, and we should have a better section in there. And this whole text input, I think the font size in the design is quite large. I'm not too sure. No, it's only 18 pixels, so that's fine actually. But we will give it some extra padding. So what I'm thinking is maybe 1 EM padding, which is quite a lot to start off with, but it's just so that we get an accurate feel of what that looks like. So that's quite a bit there. So we might reduce that to 0.5, and we'll apply this before the padding left, just so that the padding left there takes priority. And now we've got a nice looking text input in there. Now what we want to be able to do is do this drop down in this section below. Now to do that properly, we're going to have to do a couple of things. We're going to have to stylize this list over here. Now we previously were canceling this out, but in this case I might put this back in, and this will just have some pre-populated results for us in our list, hopefully. Let's refresh our JavaScript over here, just so that that hopefully appears. And what we want to be able to do is we want to customize the layout for this autocomplete list. So over here, I might just pass it in like that. Now this is a UL, and we're going to have an LI in here with an A in here. And this is what we want to be able to customize. But before we go to customize it, let's just update this section here. And what we want to do is we want to just, I suppose, grab only a few results in here. Right now we're grabbing a few too many. So I'm just going to, first of all, copy this section in here. And we'll paste that just above to replace what we had. And we're also going to slice our results in this case. So here I'm just going to slice it like that. So that should be okay. And this is the search results. Now we're not doing search results per se this time. We're just going to have our own results, and these will be pulled in from the locations. So that's where I'm going to probably slice it. So I'm just going to slice it just over here. So let's save that and refresh, and hopefully we only get 4 or so. So I'm just going to do a full refresh here. If we don't get any errors, we're getting a current URL error, and that's because we haven't passed in this path section here. So let's pass this into our JavaScript up here, and we'll set this as a var. If we don't use vars, then we might have issues with IE, but we'll refresh and we can see we've got 4 there. So this will just help us styling, so I don't have to constantly refresh. Now the styling over here, from what I can see, is just a couple of list items here that sort of fill out just like that. So let's actually put those in. Now in terms of the styling here, we want to do a display of block for all of them. So I'm going to do a display of block for this, this, and this. And for the UL, we're going to do a background here of white, and maybe a border radius, a border bottom radius of 15 pixels, and border bottom right radius of 15 pixels. We're also probably going to do an overflow of hidden. Great. Now, the other thing we want to do is for the LI item and the A item here, we want to remove the list style. So we're going to do list style none, and we're going to do padding 0 and margin 0. What we're going to do is we're going to pass them in here. So we're going to do padding maybe 0.25 EM and 0.5 EM here. And we'll do a border bottom 1 pixel solid RGBA and a very light one. So I'm thinking maybe black at 0.1 opacity. So let's have a look at what we get when we do that. The only other thing we need to do here is maybe set a color of black and a hover state. And let's pass in a hover state here of maybe a slightly highlighted gray. So maybe a 0.025 of a background RGBA color. So let's save that and we'll give it a quick refresh and see what we get. So this is what we're getting here. Now our list looks pretty good. The only problem is that like if we type in something, we're losing the border radius here that we're getting at the bottom. So I want to maybe we'll actually copy out the border radius on this section, and rather than passing it in like that, we'll pass it in here. So as a top, let's remove that. And so instead of bottom, we'll just pass it in at the top there. So it'll sort of look like this, and we'll pass in Bunbury, and here we've got our result, and we can select any of these and it'll take us there. So that's pretty cool. We'll type in top, or maybe 6103, and we can click here. It should take us to the page there. So that's pretty cool. What else do we need to do here? So we're going to remove that pre-made script here that we were adding at the top. So let's remove all of that for the time being. Now I might turn this into a function. Let's call this function example content, and it'll be empty for the time being, and we're not going to call it, but it's just there in case we want to utilize it a bit later on. Great. So I'm going to save that and refresh, and we shouldn't get any content in there. Now the one thing we are getting is this depot and stuff, but we'll take a look at that a little bit later. So let's select an item here. Now lastly, I want to get rid of this section here for the depot and the distance. But what I'm thinking is that before we do that, I want to also fix up this section here, because I don't really like the fact that the border radius doesn't seem to work the way I want it to. Now, there's a few different ways we can do this, and the first and most easiest is just to use JavaScript in our searching. And here in our searching, I suppose what we could do is let's have a look. If there's a value, then we'll pass in a jQuery. And this jQuery will check our text input and add a class in there. So let's jump in here and let's have a look at our text input. And this is just this one over here. So I'm going to grab this one and pass it in. And what we want to be able to do is add a class. And the class I want to add is maybe active. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to remove that same class. So we'll remove the class active. Then in here where we've got our text input, we're going to check if there's an active class. And if there's an active class, we'll pass in these border radiuses, but we'll also border radius 0. Otherwise, we'll pass in border radius 15 pixels. So let's do that. Let's refresh this and have a look at what happens. So now we've got a nice border radius, and as soon as we collapse it, we're losing those at the bottom. So that's much better. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's test this out. This is working pretty good. Now the other thing we need to do is get rid of this depot and this distance section. But what I might do is, for the time being, I might leave it in there, and we might have a look at customizing it a little bit later. So here in our table, we have this thing called variations, and I'm just going to create some CSS over here where we'll do a margin top of 1 EM. But we'll take this out a little bit later. This is just for the purposes of seeing what's happening. And in this case, we'll see very clearly that we're going to these pages and this is working really well. Now, just thinking what else we can do on this page to make it work a little bit better. But I think that's about it. So let's take a look here at our design, and that's looking really good here. We also need this fill out the details section. So maybe that's what we'll put in. Now, I think we had a section here before. So if we put in this stuff, we do get content over here. We get this WooCommerce variation class that's being applied just like this. So let's take a look at it here in our CSS. And this is where we're applying that black background. And this is sort of what I want to use. I want to use the same product image instant quote class. So I'm going to browse into that one. And I can't remember where that was located. Let me have a quick look here in our code. And it's just over here. And we actually commented this out, I think. But let's put it back in. And we're going to customize it this time. So what I'm thinking is we want to utilize this text here, which says fill in the details above. So I'm going to paste that in here. I'm going to pass in the ID here. And for the ID, I'm going to pass in a very similar, I suppose, syntax to what we're using for most of the other single stuff here. But this will be called single product placeholder, or maybe metadata, or yeah, I think placeholder. Placeholder fits in accurately. So I'm going to save that. And then over here, we're going to do something where we essentially make it appear and disappear depending on our content. So let's see, if we have no variation set, that's when we want it to appear. But if we do have a variation set, that's when we don't want it to appear. So I'm going to essentially put it in here just like this to start off with. And what we're going to do is we're going to toggle the class hidden, because that's what we want to be able to do. Or maybe even toggle the class active. So in this case, we'll remove the class active if it's selected an item, but otherwise we'll put it back in. Now this is actually happening on search results. So no, maybe this won't be the right way to do it. What we want to do is we want to listen to the function that gets called when we select a price, and if a price even does show up. Now, I think we've got this piece of code over here previously, which says get price. Now I can't remember exactly how that works, but let's put that in there. And here we've got a random price, but I suppose that price doesn't change. So we can't really use that syntax. I wonder what we can do. Maybe we'll have to Google this one. So I think I found it, and it's this hook here, which triggers when we're doing a show variation. And I'm going to give that a shot. Maybe this will work in our JavaScript. So I'm going to pass it here on our loaded hook. And what we're going to do is we're going to listen for the single variation wrapper to show a variation. And we're going to console log out fired. And just to see if that actually works or not. So let's refresh our page here. And let's have a look in our console here. So it's already fired twice. So I'm going to remove that. And we're going to pass in Pinjara, and then yes, so that is definitely working, but it's not firing if there's no content in there, which is a little bit difficult because it means that it only fires if our content is good. Otherwise, it's not firing at all. Now, I guess the thing that we need to do then is we need to copy over this other function. This function here, I think, fires whenever anything happens. So here, let's actually pass this in like this. And we're going to say something changed. And then here, all details filled in. We'll see which one fires first and second and see if we can utilize this. So If we refresh now, it says all details have been filled in, but simply because we already have a URL in there. So right now we've got nothing happening. If we select Pinjara, we have something has changed. If we select this, it says all details have been filled in. But if we select to go back, it just goes back to something has changed. So what I'm going to do is, in order to make sure this works properly, I think I'm just going to try and utilize these two classes and this section here for the ID holder to do the code we want. And what we want to be able to do is, let's see, a lookup similar to what we were doing before. So I'm going to pass in the ID here, and we're going to hide this section. And in here, we'll pass in 0 because we want it to hide straight away. And in here, we'll pass in show with 0 because we want it to show straight away. And yeah, hopefully, sorry, we'll pass it in backwards. We'll pass it in like this, and we'll pass it in like that. And we'll start this section off with a show. So let's refresh. So it's shown in there. We'll pick Pinjara, and then it disappears, and then it comes back. So it looks like that's working. We're also going to type in Bunbury here and select, say, East Bunbury. And when we do, we can see that that didn't work, but that's because that section there isn't a right depot. So we need something with a good depot. So this one here should do. I'm going to select this one. And there, that seems to have fixed it. So I'm pretty happy with that. That seems to have done the job there for us. I'm going to get rid of these two classes over here. Now, the only other thing I'm going to do here is maybe I'm going to change this variation. No, actually, I think that should be absolutely fine. So I'm going to leave that in there. And I think we're done for this section. So that's working really well. Now, something I did notice, and this happened previously, was when I created a regular product, we got an error here where it didn't load. And this is because we're doing a lot of variation checks here, but we're not passing in an if script to check if there are variations available. So I'm going to print this out, print _r, and we're going to print out this attribute over here. I think we're going to do an if script so that if these attributes don't exist, we're not going to really do anything. We'll also try and print out these attributes over here. Maybe we need to do a check in general if there are attributes or not that we can utilize, because right now a lot of this stuff isn't working for us simply because of the fact that we don't have an if script for our variations here. All right, I think I found the script, and it's to check if the product has isType variable. And here we're going to pass it in. So we're going to pass it in pretty early here in the product image instant quote holder. And here we're doing a lot of the script, and we're actually going to cancel it out quite low below. We're going to actually cancel it out maybe at the very end of our content here. So we've got our product instant quote holder. We've got a lot of the content in here. We've got a lot of divs happening, and our form is finishing here. Our product holder is finishing there, and we're going to close it off here near the end. So I'm going to refresh that. And when we do, here is an example of a normal content. And here, if we go to our single product, we don't get all of that. It's going to be a lot different. We're going to essentially have this section to look a little bit different. We might even get rid of these dimensions and approximate sections. So let's actually browse up here and have a look at how we can get rid of that. And we might pass in that same sort of script in some of those other areas that we're doing. So here in our title, we might pass that in as well. I'm going to pass in this section here, and we're going to close off this tag in below. And this is just so that we're not essentially applying all of this sort of stuff in all our areas. We're only applying it in certain areas. And this is where I might have to pass in that global product in here. So let's pass in global product, and let's pass it in just there. And hopefully that'll fix it in for the title, but that looks a little bit better. And our related products there, that really needs to sort of be in its own category, but I might leave that till a little bit later to have a look at how we can organize it. But let's just quickly check this. So this related products section, let's see why it's doing this. We don't want it to sort of exist here, and I guess we'll have to have a look at how we can do this. So we've got our product summary here. Our product summary is working pretty well. Maybe we'll do a clear both here, and I think that should fix it up. So I'm gonna pass that in to our section over here. So related.products. Let's go into our CSS, and I'm gonna scroll down here again to the very bottom, and we'll pass in product. Was it product or products? I can't remember. Yeah, products. And we're going to pass in this class called clear both. So if there's a class with both related and products, we'll pass in clear both, and it'll apply to the next line, just so that it's not applying to the same line. We might also even give the spacing here for this H2 title a bit more space. So what I'm thinking is maybe H2, we can do color primary, margin bottom 0.5 EM, and we'll save that. And I think that's a little bit better. And this image here, we can probably give it a better placeholder. But what I'm thinking is that the image in general, so any images in here, we can do a border radius of 15 pixels. Let's try 15 pixels and see how that looks. Maybe we'll do 30 pixels. So let's pass in 30 pixels here. And we can leave that as is. So I'm pretty happy with that. So now if we go to a separate line item, we'll get a bit different content, and this is more WooCommerce like content, but it's just an example of how we can structure it. And in this case, we can click here to select options. Here we can select an item. So in this case, I'm going to select this one over here, and we're going to essentially be getting all the content working. So I think that's this entire customization section done now. And we can do our autocomplete now up here, very similar to what we're doing down here. What I might do now is create a new product, and I want to create a new skip bin. So I'm going to create a 6 meter by 3 skip bin. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy over some of the variables we're already using for the 4 meter squared one, but we're gonna customize it just a little bit. So here in our dimensions, we're going to pass in slightly different ones depending on the design here. So in this case, it's 6 and 24. So let's pass that in. So 6 and 24 in here. And I think the product design specifications here is a little bit more, but I don't have the exact measurements. So I'll leave that empty for the time being, but most of the other content here can be customized a little bit later too. The other thing we want to do is we want to grab these bullet points here. So I'm just going to paste them in, and we're going to set this as a product variation and a category of bin. And the variations will be very similar to what we had before. So let's add our 2 attributes. So our very first attribute was depot. So I'm going to put that in over here, very similar to what we had before. And we're also going to have another one here for distance. And I'm also going to essentially use the same one here. We're going to use both of these for variations down the track. I'm going to save that. And in here, we're going to create all our variations. So I'm going to click create variations from all attributes, and that should create them in here. It's created 15 of them, which is about right. We've got ones for all the different pricing here. Now I'm going to add just a couple of examples of content for the pricing for these. So I'm going to open up our Excel once more to be able to grab this. So let's just grab this over here. I think that was the one. Oh, maybe it wasn't this one. Let's have a look. Recent depot locations, copy of suburbs. Here it is. And in this case, we're going to copy over these attributes. So if we take a look over here for Pinjara, for this, it's 250. I think it starts off at. Then the next one here is 275. So let's place that into the next one over here. Then the next one over here is 325. So we'll paste that into the next variation here. And the last or second last variation is 375. So we'll jump back in here and do that here for 75 to 100 kilometers. And our next variation is 425. So we'll do that for the 100+ kilometer variation. And to start off with, we're just going to save all of that. We also want to grab a product image, and previously we did have a product image in here. So I'm going to open this one up over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to edit this skip in here, and we're going to export this out into Photoshop as well. And it looks like we do have the measurements here, which is 341712. So let's edit that as well. So let's grab this 34. And here we have 17, so that's the same, and 12 for the height. So this is a little bit higher. The approximate bin and trailers doesn't seem to have come across, but I'll put them in again, which is 6 and 24. So let's put that in 6 and 24 in here, and we're just going to hit save on that. Now, finally, we want to edit out this image here. So I'm going to edit this into Photoshop, and we should have it here popping up. And I'm just going to copy paste this into our design over here, and we're just going to center this in a little bit better. I think that's okay. We'll get rid of our old one, and it's just not fitting in quite well. So I'm just going to resize it just a little bit so it can fit in there nicely. And I'm going to center that. So that's looking good. And we can export and save this now. So I'm just going to save this as a nice image. And we're going to increase the size for this one. So this is our 6x3 size one. So let's actually put that in here like that. So I'm going to save that. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this here as our feature image for our product. So I'm just going to save that. We're going to click update. And I think that should be mainly it. The only other thing here is that we want to select sold individually, because we only ever order one skip bin. We don't want to order multiple ones because, well, that won't work very well. So here we have our new skip bin, and we've got an example of it. And here we can fill out most of that same content, but we've got a lot more variations to choose from, I think now. But we've only set the ones again for Pinjara. So I'm going to select one of these and make sure that it comes across well, and it looks like it is with the updated pricing. But now that we have two products, we can actually start having a look at them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. Before we do, let's fix up this page here. This is a custom page, and it's an error that we're getting here. And I want to essentially customize what error we're getting. So I think this is our 404 page. I'm going to paste this content in here. So hopefully that stands out a little bit better. I've copied over the wrong one. Let's copy the one here from our page. And here on our 404, I'm just going to paste that in. And that way that content will look a little bit better. So that's a little bit better there. We'll also add a small HR to the bottom here. So let's pass in HR just so that there's a bit of a line break. And that's much better now. Now what we want to go to is our store page, I think it is. I'm not too sure what we've currently set that to. So let's go to pages here. We'll go to shop and we'll view that page. So here's our page for our stores. And I want our home page here to essentially provide all those skip bins with details for them. And something I've noticed here is that there's another title that we're supplying, which is a full title for the skip bin. And we're going to have to pass that in as well. So I'm going to create a custom field for that. Let's exit out of this section here. And we're going to edit this. And we're going to create a full title here. This will just be regular text, but essentially, it'll just be another thing that we need to make sure that we have when we are passing in different products here. So let's save that. And what we can do now is we can jump into our content here for our products, and we'll create full titles for each one of these two bins. So if we have a look, our 4 meter one is called cubic meter skip. So let's pass that in over here, called full title. And this one here, I think it's just 6 cubic meters skip. Yep. So that's more or less the same. This one is called a hook lift bin, so it's slightly different, but at least this gives us the option to do that. And what we can do now is we can have a look at the homepage and create dynamic content for these static items that we have in here, and we can link them straight to their respected pages. So let's actually go about doing that. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to create this section here with some pre-made code on our homepage. So here in template home, I'm just going to paste in this code. And this is a loop with WooCommerce where we're checking for products, and we're going to, let's not do any order for the time being. We might just order by name even, but, or even title, I guess. But what we want to be able to do is we want to loop through the products, and we want to display them here like this. So I'm going to paste in one as an example, and we're going to create a link over here. Now the link itself, we might pass in a little bit later. So I'm just going to comment it out over here. We also want to grab the product image. So what we're going to do is over here where we're setting a product image, we're going to print that out over here just like this. Now in this case, this is a background image, but we can print this out as a regular image as well. But to start off with, we might just do a simple background image because that might be a little bit easier. There is another piece of code that can do this, and it's this one over here where we're grabbing the image and we're going to use this to create a URL over here. And we'll grab the, I guess we'll grab the medium size. We don't need the full size, I don't think. So let's grab the medium size, and we're going to pass in here our loop, and our loop has our post. And our post has the ID over here. And since we are sort of already grabbing that, we don't really have to pass that in. I think we'll just leave that like this. We'll give that a test. I'm going to save that. And I want to refresh to see if that works. So I guess I'm going to remove this data ID as well here. And let's refresh. Now, when we do that, we can see that we did get that image in there. We don't need to use this bit of code here. I'm going to get rid of this image for the time being. That's a placeholder. So straight away we should have our image added into there. Now we've got quite a few products over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the rest of them. So all of these here, for the time being, I'll also comment those out as well. So let's save that. We're only going to have the ones that we've actually set in. So when we refresh, we've got our 2 products in here. Now we haven't updated the titles, and this one here isn't actually a product. It's a test example, and it doesn't have a feature image, as you can see here. But what we can do now is we can actually grab a couple of our variables here and start putting them in. So the first thing we're going to do is grab this title here. Now we're not using this title. We're going to get field. So the field here. This time, in this field, we're going to pass in the full title. And I think this was just called full underscore title. But what we can do is we can jump into our ACF, which is advanced fields, and let's double check that. So it is indeed a full underscore title. So we'll pass that in here. Let's save that and refresh, and hopefully that pops up. So we can see those 2 have popped up. Now the other thing we want to do is we only want to grab ones which are essentially WooCommerce categories with bins in there. So to be able to do that, we can see we have 2 bins and 1 uncategorized there. So we're going to remove that here by doing a filter. So to be able to do that, we're just going to pass it in here. We're going to pass in product underscore cat, and we're going to just put in the name, which is just bin, and we'll hit save on that. So when we refresh, we can see we only have those 2 in here, which is essentially what we want. We also want to start adding in the link, and there's a few ways we can do this, but the first is to rename this class over here as an A tag. I'm just going to do a href. And here we'll pass in the permalink. So that's good. But we also want it in the title as well. So over here where we're placing the title, it's just somewhere here above. Let's have a quick look. Here it is. I want this to also be a href. So I'm just going to pass it in just like that. And we're going to probably need to customize the layout because these might change color. And we can see that they have. So over here, let's jump into our CSS and let's find this home product holder and let's customize it. I'm just going to browse in here. And here we should have, let's have a look, the actual classes itself. And in this case, the class is title. So let's find that. And here we'll set the color to just be black and we'll set the text decoration to be none. So we'll refresh that. That should update. So here we can see it has updated. I might actually leave the text decoration in there just so that when we hover over it, it is hoverable. But otherwise that's good. And the other thing we want to do is get the short description and place it in there. So let's do that. And over here, we also want to grab that field for showing in how many trailers or bins we can place in there. So I think we had the code section set here in the title. So I'm going to copy this over. So this one here is for bins. So let's pass this in here. And the other one here was for trailers. So we'll copy that out and paste it in here. And then finally, we want to grab the content and place it over here. So I might comment this out. We might pass it in here as a tag. So we'll pass in, I think the, let's try the excerpt or the content. I think that should do. So let's refresh that and see what we get. So that's, we got the trailer correct, but the content isn't what we want. We want the short description. So what we might want to do here is instead of passing the content, we're going to pass the excerpt. So when we save and refresh that, we get those bullet points that we want. Unfortunately, we've got this read more button and we don't really want that. So what I'm going to do is in our file here for functions, I'm going to override that. I'm going to essentially pass in maybe WCW excerpt more. And we're going to apply this to our excerpt more here. And we're going to reply with nothing in general. So that should get rid of that, I think. Let's double check. No, that might not be the code for it. So I took a longer look around and it's actually to remove the filter here for WP_trim. And I'm going to save that. And when we refresh, we can see that that's being updated. So now this section here is dynamic and it's working a little bit better. And that's essentially what we want. And if we select this, then we go into the bin in general and we can then select an item in here and we get a custom version of that item. So all of that is starting to work really well and I'm pretty happy with that. What we want to also be able to do now is we want to be able to have this section here where we type a key up to work as well. And to be able to do this, we're going to have to customize it a little bit, but before we do that, let's have a look at the arrangement of these. So what I want to do is I want to do this by order by, and we also want to do a sort section here because this order by title doesn't seem to be working very well. We want it to go by ascending instead of descending. And to be able to do this, we're just going to pass in order and we'll pass in SC here. And if we refresh, we should see number 4 pops up first and number 6 pops up second, which is what we want. So that's starting to look a little bit better. We might also do some permalinks here, even for the image, because really anything that that user clicks on, we want to just work. And a lot of the times our users click on a lot of things. So in this case, I just want to make sure that's in there. And I might even pass in the title here. And in this case, the title is just going to be the title that we set earlier. So I think that's just over here in, where is that title? Here it is, the full title. So I'm going to pass this in as an alt tag just so that we know what it is. Now if we refresh, that should work again, and this is clickable, this is clickable. The circles don't have to be, but everything else is, which is pretty cool. So that's cool. And now let's move on to doing this autocomplete section over here. What we'll do is we'll create this section in the header, and we're going to make it appear on every page, and we're going to use it on every page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump here into our header, and we're going to collapse up the header nav wrapper. We're going to create a new section here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this as an ID. And what I'm thinking is maybe we'll create an ID to quick select bin. I think that's a good term for us to be able to use there. And what we want to do is we want to create these two steps in here. So let's create a class here called steps. And the very first one will just be called step 1. And we'll pass in the text over here. And what we want to be able to do is we want to have a bold section with two icons, one on the left and one on the right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in a couple of things here. What we'll do is we'll pass in an icon here at the end. And this icon will be our font awesome icon. And in here, we'll pass in a title. And this title will have the main content that we have in here. We'll also have an icon here on the left next to the title section. So let's put in an FA dash. Let's see, what is this? The arrow going up. I'll find that in a second. I think that's somewhere here on our home page. So let's go arrow. Here it is, FA circle up. So I'm just going to copy that over here. And in this case, we've got a circle up, and then we also have another one, and that's for our second step, which we'll create in a second, which will be a circle down. We also have this tick box here at the end. So I'm going to copy over this one here into the icon section. Now, if we take a look, we also have a tick box here. So I'm going to grab a one with a tick. If we check font awesome and we look for ticks and we have a look, we can see it's actually called circle or check dash circle. So let's put that class in over here. And for the time being, I suppose we can leave that empty. And I think that should be enough to almost get us started. Now we'll create one more step in here, and this will be step number 2. So what I might do is I might jump in here and I'll create a different sort of layout. So this circle here, I suppose it won't show up because maybe this one will be active and this one won't be. Then we'll also have a down arrow here. So in this case, I'll do a down arrow. So this finishes up our step HTML. And then we want to create some HTML over here that says all prices will reflect blah, blah, blah. So let's create that over here. We'll create maybe price-info. And in this div, we'll just pass in the content that we want. So this is just this over here. If we take a look, this is about 4 columns and this is about 7 columns. So we'll also put all of this into a row. So I'm going to do a row in here. And before we do the row, we'll also do a container. So let's do a container. And this container will have our row in here. And this row will have col LG maybe 6, 7 I think should do. And let's pass in most of the content in here, right? And the other section here for the price info, let's collapse that out. And what we want to do is we want to create that as a separate section. So I'm going to tab this out just a little bit more. And let's double check all of that is properly done, because I think I'm missing an indent somewhere in here. Let's close this one off. We'll close this one off. We'll close this one off. Yep. And we'll close off steps. So yeah, it feels like I'm missing a closing section there. I'm just going to remove everything once more and have a look. So that's over here. Let's tab everything else out. And that looks a little bit better. Great. So what I want to do is I want to create a col-LG- maybe 4 in here. And we want to do a column offset, but we'll add that in a second. But for the time being, we'll cut out the prices here and we'll place this in our 4-column section. Great. So with that done, we've got our price info and we've got our steps in there. And what we need to do now is create the next section here. But before we do, I do want to sort of stylize this so that we can get it up and running. So let's quickly save that. And we'll put this ID here into our CSS and start styling this. Now I'm going to collapse up most of these columns over here and we'll just get into the good stuff, which will be right here near the bottom. I'm going to pass in this quick select bin section. And what we're going to do, I didn't mean to do that. Let's open up our browser once more and go to West Coast. And what I want to be able to do here is I want to create these so that they work essentially, because even this section here is a font size 24 Roboto light with a primary color. So let's start creating these sections. So I'm going to jump here into the header, and for the price info, let's select that and put that in here. We'll also grab the steps in here, and each one of these has a single step, and these have some styling applied as well. So let's do font size 24 pixels, font weight 300, and let's do color to be the primary color for the price there. And let's refresh all of this just to see what we are getting so far. So we've got this section here, so that looks like it's working okay. We just have to stylize this top left section now. So to be able to do this, what we need is we need our text here to be font size 24 pixels. So let's pass that in. Font size 24 pixels, font weight. Now I think the weight is pretty standard here. It seems to be light with a bolder section. So what I'm going to do is for this section here in step 1, I'm going to pass in a strong tag. And when we do the strong tag, we'll do a font weight of bold here. I always like to manually define these so that they don't lose their styling. So that looks a little bit better. Then for the whole section, we needed to have the step 1 with a background color. All right, to do that, we're going to jump in here. We'll go we'll pass in and 1. So if we're selecting the very first step, or maybe even if active. So if active, background can be primary. We also want to add a few things here. So padding maybe needs to be 30 pixels. Border radius might need to be 30 pixels. And I think we also have an outline here. And this outline is the dotted 4 pixels. So let's do border 4 pixels, dashed and primary. But if we're in active, then we won't have that. We'll just do 0 pixels here or none. Let's refresh that, see what we get. So that's looking a little bit better now. Now the padding is a little bit too much. I'm going to reduce it down to 15 pixels. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do a display of flex, and this should put everything on the same line. So we can see that's taken effect. The other thing I want to do is do a small margin. So I'm going to do a margin top of about 30 pixels, I think it is. Let's zoom in here and have a look. So it's about 20 pixels. So let's actually pass that in here. We'll do 20 pixels and save refresh. We should see that take effect. So that's starting to look a little bit better. Now, the other thing we want to be able to do is we want all these rows here to line up properly. So I'm going to do align item center. And when we pass this into the row, we'll see that the text here on the right should align a little bit better, which looks good as well. Then we want to also do this title section with a flex of 1. So let's pass in title, flex of 1, and that'll just push the last icon to the very end there. So that's looking a little bit better. Now, finally, these icons need to be way bigger. And if we take a look, they are almost double the size. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in FA. We're going to do font size 2EM. And that should double them, I think. So let's give that a refresh, and I can see that has worked. We're also going to do a margin top of negative 0.25, I think. And let's do a margin bottom of negative 0.25 EM. And this will just center them a little bit so they don't push out our padding too much. I might even just apply that margin to only the bottom just to see what that looks like. Maybe we'll do 0.5 EM for the bottom. Maybe that's not working very well for us. The icons are definitely there, and they're definitely working the way they should, but somehow when they're positioned like this, it sort of makes them, they're almost too big there. So what I might do is I might do a transform, and we'll do a translate of y of 1 EM, and hopefully that'll push them back down a little bit too much. So maybe we'll do negative 20 pixels and then 20 pixels here for the translate y. When we do, let's refresh and have a look. So that's good, but a little bit too much. So I'm going to reduce that down to 10 pixels and 10 pixels. We'll give that another refresh. So that's not enough. So I'm going to push this up to 15 pixels, but translate 10 pixels. So let's refresh, and that's almost there. I think we just need a little bit more margin offset at the top there. So I'm going to do negative 20 pixels again. Okay, that looks good. And then at the bottom here, we're just going to offset it by about 8 pixels. So that should just about center them. So that looks a little bit better. The other part is maybe we'll add a little bit of padding here on the left and right. So I'm going to do padding left 10 pixels and padding right 10 pixels. And we'll save that as well. And that'll just give it some more padding there. But we might just, that might not work for us just right here. So maybe we'll do it a little bit different. Maybe for this section here where we have the icon, I might do something different. I might do title-icon. We'll pass that in as a class. And for this class over here, what we could do is we could just pass it in like this with a margin right of maybe 10 pixels, and we'll hit save on that and give it a test. That should give it a little bit more spacing. But when we do that, we're having an issue here because it's not a display inline block. So let's do display inline block. We'll save that once more, and that'll work much better now. So we need to do the same thing here for our other step. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over this div, and we'll just place this into step 2, which is just over here. And let's close this off. Beautiful. And then we'll put the icon in there and refresh, and we should see that margin there. So that's looking a little bit better. Now, with this whole section here, it needs a little bit of margin there from the top. And if we take a look, it's about 50 pixels. So seeing that we're already applying about 10 to 20 pixels here on most of these sections, I think margin 20 here. For the whole section here, we're going to do a padding top of maybe 30 pixels, and that should be just about right to give us that padding from the top there. So if we take a look, that's starting to look really good. We almost have this whole top section done. And what we can do now is we can have a look at doing the next section. But before we do, let's do that offset here. So I'm going to just do col offset, I think. Offset. Maybe LG-1, one column offset. So let's refresh and take a look. So that looks a little bit better. It's got that spacing there between the two items. And the other thing we need to do is we need to get rid of this icon here at the bottom when an item isn't active. So what do we want to do is here where we have an active icon and we pass in an FA, we want this to be a color of, what was it, white or black? Sorry. We want that to be black, but otherwise if it's an FA, we want the color to be essentially primary. So we'll do color primary here. The other thing we want to do is we want the icon, which is on the far right. So that's this one here, just the one with icon in there. We want that to not have a display. So we'll do FA display none. Sorry, we'll do icon display none. But when we pass in this icon here, we want this to be a block. So I'm going to save that. We're going to refresh. We'll see that now we've got our icons here on the top, but we don't have this icon here on the bottom. And that's essentially what we want to be able to do. So That's looking pretty good. And we can now create these 4 products here, and we can add them into our design. Now we've created similar products here before, like we've done the one down here. So we might reuse some of the syntax for that when we're creating these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump here into our home page. And previously we created here this script which looped through our products. And I want to copy that. I'm going to reuse this one here in our header. And we're going to create this section here. Now what I'm thinking is we'll do maybe a whole new row maybe? Not too sure yet, but if we take a look, we seem to have a 4-column design here. So maybe we'll use that. We'll jump here and we'll create a new row. And in this row, I'm going to pass in this loop here for our products. And what we're going to do is we're just going to grab 4 bin products and loop through those posts. We're also going to collapse out this query by passing in this closure over here. So we'll end the while here. The thing that we want to be able to do is we want to essentially go through our products here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in col LG4 or 3, sorry. So we'll have a 3-column design where we can have 4 lots of products. And we're going to pass in a few things. So I'm going to just do a generic item here called maybe quick select bin. So here where we had quick select bins, we're going to pass this in as an bins instead of a bin. So I'm going to resave that over here. And then in this section, this will just be a single class called quick select bin. Now for this quick select bin, we want a few things. We want this title up here. So let's do a title. And for this title in here, we're just going to pass in the title that we're using for this section. So I think the shortcode for that, or the function for that in PHP, is just the underscore title. I'm just going to pass it in like that. The next section here is the image itself. And if we take a look at this, it is about 150 pixels in height. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass in an image class here, and we'll be able to reuse this a little bit later. And I think that should be okay. We could even pass in the image itself. And if we take a look, I think we had some code for that. Let's have a look over here. So that's this one over here. This is where we're passing in a medium image to use. And I'm going to just pass this in here inside our image class. We could even get rid of that and we could just pass it in raw, just like this. Next, we'll want to grab the details. And in this case, this is the price and the description here of the very first line item, which is up to 7 days higher. Now it looks like that's the same for all of our sections here. So I'm going to pass in higher here. I'm just going to pass in up to 7 days higher. But the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab the price. Now to grab the price, we're going to pass in a custom syntax. So here I'm just going to pass in price, and we're going to call this function here. So this function is grabbing the product over here and getting the price as a HTML object. And we're going to echo that out. We're also going to make sure that it's all good, but I think that is. Next, we have these 2 sections here for the bin details. And we had these in here as well as circles. I think it was just this one over here, approximate bins and approximate trailers. So we're going to pass that in. What I might do is I might copy over some of the syntax we're using here. So in this case, we've got a trailer and a bin and the amount we have in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in maybe meta info. And in the meta info, I'm just going to pass in info in here. And for the info class, we're going to pass in the image here. And we're also going to pass in the approximate amount. So in this case, this is the approximate trailers, and we'll pass that in as the field. I think that's it. The only other thing is maybe an X here, just so that we can see that. And we'll pass that in twice. So for the second one over here, we want to grab the approximate bins. So let's pass in bins here. And the image for that is home-bin. So we'll replace home-trailer here with home-bin. And I think that's it. Now, we also have this order, this skip bin. And this is the very last section here. And this is almost a button. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in maybe, quick button. I think that should be okay. We can customize this button, but it essentially will be almost a href tag. So I might just do that as a href, and we can customize that a little bit later. So this is all our syntax here for our quick bin. I'm going to start copying over this syntax, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it here into our options, and we're going to pass it in just like this, and we're going to grab all the CSS we'll be using. So we'll pass in the title, we'll also pass in the price, we'll also grab the higher section here, so let's pass that in. We want the meta info, so let's pass that in here with an info object or info class. We'll have also this quick button here at the very end. So for the quick button, we want a display of block, and we want this background color. And if we take a look at this background color, it's 3F. So I think we have 3F over here. It's the secondary color. So I'm just going to do background here as that secondary 300 weight, and the color for the font as white, and the font or the text transform as uppercase. And if we take a look at the font size itself, it's what is that, 18 pixels bold. So let's pass in font weight bold, because we already, I think, are using font size 18 pixels. Now for the meta info, we want a display of, I think, flex. Yeah, flex should do. And we also want these here to have a background. So let's do a background here of primary. And we want them also to have a color of black. We also want the font size to be a little bit smaller here, I think 18 pixels. No, that's regular. We do want a border radius, and this is only a little bit, so maybe just 5 pixels here. Then we've got this section here, which is a font size of 14 pixels for the higher section. So font size 14 pixels, font weight, and I think that's about 500 if it was medium. Yep, so that's 500. For the price, it's quite big, so that's font size 40. And let's do the font weight here as bold, and we'll save that. And finally, we've got our image here, and this image section, we haven't passed it in, but we'll take a look at that in a sec. And finally, the title here. And this title, from what we can see, is it's a little bit bigger. It's font size 24 pixels. So let's pass in font size 24 pixels, font weight bold. We've got the background here, and this background is that primary color. The color of the text is just black from what I can see. And we also have a border radius. So let's do border radius. And this is about 15 pixels. I think it's a little bit more than most of our, oh no, it's about 10 pixels, 10 to 15 pixels. So I'll apply that. And I think we'll apply that consistently everywhere. So let's do border radius down here as well. And we'll pass in 15 pixels. And finally, we want to do border bottom left radius to 0 pixels, and we'll do the same to bottom right here. But for the top section here, for the title, we'll actually do it on the top. And we'll save that for the time being, and let's take a look at what we get when we do that. So I'm going to refresh our page here, and that's looking a bit weird, but that's okay. What we're going to do as well is we're going to set this whole section with a background of white, a border radius as well. And for this border radius, I think it's about 15 pixels. No, it's a little bit more. It's about 30 pixels. And we'll also add in a padding of 30 pixels. So let's give that another refresh to see what we get. Now we don't want padding on the top or the bottom. So I'm going to remove that. I think it's just 0 pixels there. So let's refresh. Great. And finally, for the price here, we want the color to be black. So let's pass that in, and we want the higher section as well to be black as well. So let's refresh that too. And that's starting to look a little bit better. Now, let's see. over here where we had our image for the header sections, here for our images, we'll pass these into divs because we will want them to sort of exist on their own line. So let's refresh that. And we also want them to have a little bit of padding. So over here where we have info, we'll do padding 15 pixels and we'll save that as well. So let's give that a refresh. So that's looking okay, but we can see that they don't really fit in very well. The section up here as well also needs some padding. So let's jump in here. We'll add a little bit of padding here to this section. So we'll do 15 pixels here. And let's refresh. And that looks a little bit better. Now, the price here, it's a little bit varied since it's a variable price. So what I'm going to do is, for the time being, I might remove that. So I'm just going to jump in here and we'll comment this out. And we'll just put a standard price in there. And let's give that a refresh just to see what that looks like. And now we can possibly have a look at doing maybe some of the styling a little bit better there, because as we can see here, the design here isn't lining up very well. And what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to fit this in nicely with a bit more padding and stuff like that. So I'm going to jump here into our theme. And for the title here, I'm going to do maybe 5 pixels for padding. And we're also going to do an image here. And for the image where we're passing, I don't think that image is even appearing on our example there. So let's take a look at why that image isn't appearing. In here, we're grabbing the image, but we're not passing it through or echoing it anywhere. So let's jump back into our home page and have a look at how we're doing this. So in here, we're passing it in as a link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this one in here and pass it in just like this. And we'll hit save to that and we'll refresh, and that should pop our image up. So great, that is there now. Now, the next thing that we need to do is that we need a bit of, I think a little bit more padding there maybe for that top section. So what I'm going to do is I might bump this up to 6 pixels, but we'll also do a text transform or a text align here. And we're going to do that to center. And to be honest, we might be able to apply this for everything. So I'm just going to refresh that and apply it. And there we go. So that's looking a bit better too now. I also want a bit of a margin at the top. So I'm going to do margin top 30 pixels. And this will just bump it up a little bit from where we were working before. But if we take a look here, it's actually about 50 pixels. So what I might do is for this whole section here, we might create a separate div or something in between. Maybe we'll call this quick select all bins, and we'll pass it in like this. And for this section over here, what I'm thinking is that we'll just pass it in here with a margin top of 20 pixels, and this will just give it a little bit more margin to play with without interfering with our media queries later. So if we refresh, we've got that little bit of extra padding there. Now, in terms of the rest of the design here, if we take a look, the price is the first section with the title, the price and the image are just about perfect. But this section here between the price and the details for 7-day hire is a little bit out of place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the line height here to 1. And for the title, I'm also going to change the line height to 1, I think. So, oh, sorry, for the hire and the price, I'm going to change the line height to 1. So if we refresh, those two should come together a little bit better. The other thing we want to do is add a little bit of margin here to the top of this section. So I'm just going to do maybe 5 pixels, and we'll do the same here, but to the bottom of the hire of about 5 pixels. And this will just give our design a little bit more room to work with. So if we do that, we can see at the top, it's just about right, but at the bottom, we need to do that a little bit more. So I'm going to do 15 pixels at the bottom there. So I think that's just almost perfect. Probably need just a tad bit more. So I'm going to push this up to 20 pixels, and I might push this up here to 10. And let's refresh that once more. So that's pretty good there. And then what we might want to do is fix up this bottom section. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this quick button and add a padding here of maybe about 8 pixels. And when we do, we should see that order, this skip bin section, expand out a little bit. Now, this whole section probably needs a smaller font size. So I'm going to reduce this down to 16 pixels and give that a refresh. So that fits in a little bit better there. And the other thing we want to be able to do is we want to add a little bit of margin there at the top. So I'm going to do margin top. Actually, I might do a margin bottom here on the info section. So I'll do margin bottom. And we'll do about 15 pixels for this one. So it should give us some room to work with. Great, so that looks better. I think 15 pixels should be enough. But now we just need to fix up this metadata. So first I'm going to do a flex of 1 here. I'm going to get rid of the padding, and I'm going to do maybe a display here of flex, a flex direction of column, a justify content of center, and align items of center as well. And I think that should be it. So let's refresh that. They should essentially design a little bit better. The other thing I want to do is I want to make these images maybe a little bit smaller, because right now they're a little bit too big. So to do that, we might add the padding back in now. So let's do 15 pixels padding, and we should see those get a little bit smaller. And then, what else do we need to do to make this one work a little bit better? I think the flex direction here for the justify content needs to go on flex n. So let's apply that. When we do, we should see those numbers come down a little bit. And finally, we need a little bit of a gap here between these two elements. Now, there's a few ways we could do this, but the easiest, I think, will just be to add a new div in here called spacer. And for this spacer, I'm just going to give it a width of maybe 15 pixels. And I think that should be just enough to get us up and running. And I think that's pretty good over there. So if we take a look, our design looks almost perfect here. This bin looks a little bit big, so I might need to reduce it just a tad. And what we want to be able to do is we want these two to have the same sort of a width and height. So if we take a look, this one is about 45 pixels and 35 pixels. This one is 67 and 31. So it's quite a range there, but the end result is this bin is still a little bit too big. So what I'm going to do is for this bin section here, I'm going to do a width of maybe 66%. And for this one over here for the trailer, I'm going to do a width of 100%. And let's refresh that. That'll make the bin just a little bit smaller, whereas the trailer will be a little bit bigger. And then both of these will fit in a little bit nicer when we do them. So I'm pretty happy with that so far. I'm just thinking about the spacing and everything like that now. So I feel like we could reduce the spacing just a bit, maybe, I think that's fine. I think that is actually okay. So I'm pretty happy with this section so far. We do need a few more bins, but at least this gets us up and running. Now, in terms of a hover effect, this whole section probably does need a hover effect, but before we add that, let's jump in here for this quick button and add its own hover effect. And I just want the background here to go maybe black, and we'll do a transition of ease 0.25 seconds on all variables. And finally, we'll do a global hover state, and we'll do a transform. And for this transform, we'll do a scale of maybe 1.025. So I think that should be just about right. We'll add in the transition as well, and we'll give it a test. We'll refresh, and we can see that we've got this tiny bit of a hover effect that we're applying here. We could even add a bit of a box shadow. So let's do box shadow. Maybe we'll pass in 0 pixels, 16 pixels, 8 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGBA primary 0.25 opacity. So this will give it a yellow tint when we're browsing it. Now, I think I've done that wrong. I think that needs to be 8 and this needs to be 16. So this offsets the x-axis, sorry, the y-axis by 8 pixels and gives it a blur of 16 pixels. But that seems like it's not applying very well. So I'm going to do 4 pixels and I'm going to do 0.5 for the opacity. Let's give that a refresh and try again. So that's okay, but I still feel like it's not working very well. So I'm going to remove this whole thing. We're just going to do 16 pixels here for the blur. We'll give that a go. And I can see that it's being applied, but it still doesn't look very good. So I'm going to increase this to 1 opacity and we'll refresh. Now it's got a nice sort of a box shadow there. I still think that it could be a little bit more. So I'm going to do maybe 30 pixels here. And let's refresh that and try that again. And now that we've done a bit more, I think that's looking a little bit better. We could even do a white color for the blur here, for the box shadow. And I think that might look better. So yeah, no, I think that looks good. So I'm going to leave that like that. We might reduce this down just a little bit because when it's white, it does feel a little bit too strong. But I think that gets us started. And then we've got also our button here. Now, for our button, it does go black. And what I want us to be able to do is I want us to remove the text decoration. So I don't want that underscore happening when we hover over it. I might want the text color to change to primary though. So let's give that a shot as well. Let's refresh. Yeah, so that looks really good. I'm pretty happy with that so far. I'm just wondering whether we should make the whole selection clickable or just this button. So I might actually apply this to the whole section. So let's actually remove this here. And we're going to do quick button. And we'll pass it in here. And we'll remove the hover because we're already applying that, and we'll refresh. So now when we hover over the whole item, we should see that the order appears. And what we're going to do is we're just going to set a cursor to pointer here. And we're also going to remove any text decoration that might be applied in all our sections here. Since we're going to change, I think, this whole section here into an A tag. So I'm going to pass in an A tag over here. Great, so that looks good. And we're going to also make sure this A tag is a display of, I think, block, if it's not already being applied. So we're going to do display block here. And we'll refresh once more. And there we go. So, oh, something odd's happened here for our syntax. So I'm going to remove this A tag that we're applying. Sometimes the CSS goes funny. So I just want to make sure that it's all good. I'm going to collapse up these sections here. And what we want to do is just over here, we want to change this to an A tag. We'll save that and refresh. Okay, so that's definitely done something weird here for our bottom A tag. It's almost as if it's not closing off properly or something like that. So let's browse in here. So we are closing this one off and we're closing this one off. So I'm not too sure why that's being applied like that. Let's browse in here. The quick button doesn't seem to, it's almost as if it's getting cancelled before we cancel the rest of our design. And I'm not too sure why, if there's an extra div closing stuff off or not. Let's remove most of the content here and refresh and take another look. So it's none of this stuff. Let's take a look if it's somewhere in here. It's none of that stuff. That's very odd. I wonder what's happening to cause it to do that here. Display of block. So that all looks fine, but still something is causing it to do that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the amount of padding we're applying for the whole item. So let's just quickly do that. I'm going to reduce that to 15 pixels over here. And in terms of this error that we're having, it's because we're putting a class inside of an A class. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to put an A tag, inside of an A tag, because that'll just mess everything up. So I'm going to remove that. And we're just going to have this as a div. And when we refresh, we should see that that updates. And now we can see that's all working well. The only other thing we need to do is for this whole section here, I'm going to do an overflow of hidden. And this is just to cut out these top corners here so that essentially they don't happen. Now we've got our section in here nicely presented and working for us. And this looks really good. We'll be able to create some links for this in the future in a sec. But for the time being, the only other thing we need to do is grab the price. And to be able to do that, it's going to be a little bit tough because we're going to be presenting the variable price based on the select that we have in here. So it might need to be a second step. But before we get that done, we might even have to turn this into a shortcode to be able to dynamically pull this content in. Now, I've done this previously as a shortcode, and it's a little bit complicated, but to start off with, I suppose we should probably just create this autocomplete down here to work properly, because we haven't got that part yet done. And once we get that part done, we can move on to the next part. But at least we have our design ready so that this part, when it's ready, we can start utilizing it. Now, before we move on, let's double check the actual responsiveness for this design, and it should just work. So we'll collapse it down and we'll see that most of these elements already work as is, simply because the way we design them were made to be responsive. The only other thing we might want to do is for this price info, we might want to just give it a little bit of we might even make it just disappear for the mobile version. But what I'm thinking is at media max width LG, we'll pass in maybe margin top 30 pixels, and this will just give it a little bit of spacing here. I think, let's double check. Maybe we'll do it one up. So XL, is that on the XL viewport? Or maybe that's not even taken effect. So let's double check. This is the price info section. So we've put it here in the wrong section. So let's scroll to the price info section, and that should be in here. So here it is. We'll pass in LG once more and we'll save that. We'll refresh, just make sure that that's working properly. So that is now, and we can see that we're essentially doing this quite well. So I'm pretty happy so far with this, but now let's do this autocomplete, because once we do this, we're nearing the final stages of this website where it's almost ready to go with this dynamic workflow where you can select a bin and a suburb, and you're essentially getting all the content that you need, which is really cool. So to be able to do this, we might reuse some of the code we were using before to populate some of these postcodes. And we were doing this on our page here in our section for the product thumbnail, I think. So product image over here. And we're creating all this dynamic code here and using some JavaScript to populate it. So this is what I want to be able to do. To keep things consistent, what I might do is I might copy a lot of this section across, and what I want to be able to do is essentially apply the same sort of principles to this section as we're applying to the other sections. So let's actually find it here above. And if we take a look, it should be located somewhere here in our main nav. And here it is for the search input holder. Now what we want to be able to do is copy over the styling that we're applying. So in here we need the number of list, which is just over here. And the other thing we need to do is we need to have that input group over here. And we'll paste that in just like this. Now the thing that we're replacing here is the IDs themselves, because we don't want to reuse the same IDs. So instead of calling this a single product, I'm going to call this the header product autocomplete. And here in our class, we'll call in the header product key up. Now I think the rest can stay more or less the same. And I think that should be okay. So I'm going to hit save on that. And we're going to take a look at what this does to our content over here. So you can see that it's changed up a little bit. The other thing I want to do is I want to keep that placeholder, which was to enter your suburb. So let's grab that and we'll paste that back in here so that it shows up. So that's looking a little bit better. And the other thing we want to be able to do, I think, is we'll remove the I here that we're placing. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove this whole section. We'll just put in the input straight in there like this. And let's grab this search input holder that we have. And this is all the way up here. And what we want to do is we want to do a position here of relative, and we're going to pass in this single product autocomplete. And that hasn't renamed properly, so let's just quickly change that to header here. Oh wait, no, we're in the wrong section. So let me close this one off and we'll jump here into our header section. What I want to be able to do is I want us to grab this ID here and we're going to pass it in here, and we're going to do a display of none to start off with, just so that it doesn't show up. And let's refresh that and make sure it's all working. So that looks like it is. The only other thing for this is that we were doing an overflow of hidden, and if we do that, we're not going to get the content working properly. So I'm going to remove that for the time being. It shouldn't really affect our design in any way, but some of the other browsers might need to be adapted a little bit just to make sure that everything's working properly. But that gets us started, and what we want to do now is we want to create out this product list autocomplete. And previously we had some styling for this, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just copy over that styling. And if we take a look over here, I might move this whole section into this other section. So what I want to do is I want to grab this one here and pass in the same styling, and we'll hit save for that. We'll refresh. We won't have any content just yet. And the other thing we want to be able to do is we want to pre-populate our content here in our JS with the content that we need. Now, I think previously we removed some of that content. We had some pre-made script here that would do this, and I think it was called example content. Now in this case, I want to create this example content for the header here. So I'm going to copy this over. And what we're going to do is we're going to call this here in our file. So I'm just going to save that over here, and hopefully that pre-populates some of our content over here. Now, when we're doing this, it seems that our position of relative isn't taking effect because we don't actually have that in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here to the theme style. And what I want to do is I want to do a position of absolute with a top of 0 pixels and a left of 0 pixels. And actually what I might do is I might do the top to 100%. So let's refresh that. And here we have our drop down. Now I want to expand this out a little bit. So here on the right, I might set that to be maybe negative 100 pixels to start off with, just so that it expands out a little bit more than what we wanted to. And then on the left here, we'll still start it off at about 0 pixels. So let's save that and we'll refresh and take a look at it. So that's looking pretty good. We might give it a little bit of a negative amount of margin there. So I'm going to do margin top negative maybe 4 pixels, just a little bit to bump it up a little bit, maybe even 5 pixels, because we've got that little border radius there we want to get rid of. So that's looking pretty good. And we also want to do a Z index here. And for the Z index, I'm thinking we'll just do maybe 1,000. We want this to be on top of all the other elements. So I think 1,000 should do it. And now we can see that it is on top there. So that's pretty cool. And we can probably start looking at stylizing this. Now, I don't like that negative 100. It doesn't seem to look very good. So I'm just going to quickly refresh that and that'll just be like this. So that's looking good. And what we want to do is that when we select one of these, it'll expand out this section for the bins. And that's essentially the basics of it. So let's take a look at how we can do this. Let's see if there's any more design stuff here on how this autocomplete works. So here's an example. You've got a couple of suburbs here. And then as we select the suburb, it should collapse and then we get the bins popping up. Now that we've got these aspects working, let's have a look at how we can do this content so it's dynamic. Now we want to create a new function, and we're going to reuse that single product function we created last time. And we're going to call it header product key up. It's going to work in the same sort of fashion. So most of this will stay the same, but this current URL, it's going to maybe change. We might get rid of that entirely for the time being. And we're not going to be using a URL. We're going to be calling a shortcode. But what we want to be able to do is we're going to set a shortcode for this a little bit later on. So I'm going to have to change up how this whole section works. But I think the rest can stay more or less the same. So let's have a look at this. We've got the jQuery coming in here. We'll select the postcode or the suburb. In here, we're passing in a autocomplete to return as well as a current URL. Except in this case, we're not going to be doing this section where we're assigning a depot. So let's cut that out. And I'm going to pass that in here. And we're not going to be grabbing a distance. So let's cut that out and paste that in here. And really this whole object here will just be calling a JavaScript option. So maybe something like a JavaScript passing in a function here. And this function can be called maybe something like shortcode, or maybe header shortcode products. Now I'm going to pass in this for the time being, but we'll use this a little bit later on, and we'll create a a function in here called header shortcode products. And what I want it to be able to do is when we select it, we want to get rid of all this stuff here. So we're going to get rid of the HTML in our autocomplete. And this is in our header. So let's update these sections to all be header, 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 and header. For this single one, we're not going to change that, but this one here will change the header. Now, the other thing we want to be able to do is we want it to add a class in here for our main section. And this main whole section here, let's have a look at this, is our quick select bins. And what we want to be able to do is we want to add the class active onto there when we select the postcode. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do add class, and here in our quick select for the bins, we're going to add the class active. So let's pass that in here just like that. That's great. And what we want to do is here where we actually have the quick select for our bins, we'll have a look at this, and we want to do maybe an opacity of 0. We want to set maybe the max height here to 0 pixels as well. And we want to also set maybe the transition of ease 0.5 seconds on all elements. And when we have an active class, we want the opacity to go back to 1. We want the max height here. And this is the tricky part because we want to figure out what the maximum height possibly could be. And right now it is about 600 pixels, but obviously this could change when we go down to a mobile view. So what I'm thinking is we'll set the max height here to maybe 800 pixels, I think. So let's set that to 800 pixels here, and at media max width, we'll set this to maybe 8,000 pixels or something much more. So let's do this here on the LG viewport. We'll set max height here to be maybe auto. Auto should be fine. So let's refresh that and see what happens. So to start off with, we don't have anything there. We're going to type something such as Bunbury, and when we select it, we expand out with our content here. So that's really cool. The other thing I want to do is that if we cancel out all the content, if there's no list items to be presented, I want to remove that class. So over here, I'm going to pass in remove class, and we'll give that a test. So let's type in Bunbury here. We'll select it and we'll cancel it out. Let's refresh Bunbury. We'll select it. We've got this content, but we'll close off everything and it disappears. So that looks really cool. And I already like how that interacts. It's really smooth and it sort of has this nice feel to it. So let's type in something else like D for Fairbridge. So we've got our content here. We've selected our suburb. And now what we want to do is we want to do step 2. So let's actually copy over step 2 here because the current text is incorrect. And I'm going to jump in here to our section for step 2. And I'm going to paste this in here. Now this section here needs a strong tag, so I'm going to pass that in. And the other thing that I want to be able to do is for this title here, in this step 1, which might not yet be active properly, I want to create some animation for that too. So what I'm going to do is here in the steps, I'm going to do a transition ease 0.5s all. We're going to do a transition delay. And we're going to do this to maybe 0.5 seconds. And what I want to do is when we're active in our steps, and this is for step number 1. So we'll do and 1 here. We'll do maybe, let's have a look. What's our active class stuff here? So this is our active class. And this is what I want to do. I want to apply this sort of styling. So I'm going to cancel out this active section here. I'm going to apply it in here like this. And what I want to do is I want to apply this sort of same styling to most of the sections. So I'm just going to apply that and hit save. I'm going to refresh. The end result is that when we select this, we'll see this highlights just as we select it. It's almost as if we've done this step now. We can also maybe reduce the delay for that. So I'm going to do 0.25 seconds. So that way, as we expand out and select a suburb here, it highlights. And then when we cancel it out, it stops highlighting. So it's almost as if we've completed step 1 here and it's ticked off. So that's really cool. And I suppose now what we need to do is we need to jump here into step 2 and have a look at how we're going to dynamically pull content in, because what we want to be able to do is we want to create the variations of the products and not the products themselves. So that way we don't have the variation price, but the price of the variation we're selecting. So that's going to be a little bit more complicated, but to start off with, let's take away this example content because we're no longer using that. The first thing we might do is turn this whole section here maybe into a shortcode. That might make it work a little bit better. But to be able to do this, we're going to have to create a shortcode for it, and we might create it as a template. All right, so I think I figured this out. What we're going to do is we're going to loop through our products over here as posts, and we're going to create a variable here called variation HTML. We're going to check if the product is a variable type, and we're going to grab all the variations by calling get available variations. We're going to save these to a variable, and we're going to loop through them. We're going to get the depot, the distance, and the price, and we're going to put them here into this HTML. For now, we'll save this, and when we refresh, this is what we get. So that's looking good. We've got all our prices in there. But we want them to dynamically change depending on the suburb we select. So let's have a look at how we can do this. So there's a few ways we can do this. And what I'm thinking is in here in our JavaScript, where we have our header product key up, we're going to get to a spot where we select one. And this is here, this option here where we select one. And what we want to be able to do is we want to grab the item that we select, and we want to grab some variables from this. And I'm going to console log this out so we can take a look at what we're actually grabbing here. I'm going to just pass it in just as an object. And if we refresh this and take a look, we'll select an item. We'll see what we get in our console. So let's pull up the console. And right now we're just passing in the Windows object, and that's not exactly what we want to do. So what I want to be able to do is have a look. So here we should be passing in the header shortcode product. And this is passing itself in, but since it's an A tag, the A tag can't particularly pass in this. So what we might do is we might change it. We might actually set this as just a hashtag, and maybe we'll pass this as an on-click handler. So I'm going to do on-click. We're going to select this item over here, and we'll pass it in just like this. So on click, we'll pass in JavaScript function over here with this. Now this way we should be able to pass in itself as an object, and I'm going to refresh and we're going to give that another shot. So when we do this, we should be able to see the A tag is popping in here. Now the next thing we'll need to do is pass in some data attributes over here. And what we want to be able to do is we want to pass in the suburb, the postcode, but we also want to pass in the depot and maybe the distance as well. So I'm going to pass in data, distance in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in most probably this attribute over here. So to do that, we're going to pass in, I think it's location depot and distance. So distance, we already have a variable for this. So I'm just going to reuse that, and that'll just be over here. And then we'll do the other one over here, which is data dash depot. And we'll pass this in as well. And I believe this is the syntax for that. So it's just location depot. And we'll hit save on that and we'll refresh it. Let's give that another shot. So now when we hit B and select an item, we should console log out our full thing, but it's got our data elements in there. And we want to be able to pull those out. Now getting those is actually quite easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in var. And we'll call maybe depot is equal to, and we'll pass in our jQuery in here. And jQuery can call the object, and we're going to grab the data value from here, which is the actual depot itself. So let's grab that. And we're going to also get the distance from here as well. And this is also distance. So these are the two values we'll grab, and we're going to console log them out just to make sure that they're coming across properly. So I'm going to refresh on that, and we're going to hit B and select an item here. And we can see that we're getting the values for that. So that looks good. The other thing we want to do is when we select an item, we want to put that into the input. So what I'm thinking is maybe this text input that we're selecting, where is that? Let's grab the class for that, or the ID. This is this one over here. And what I want to do is I also want to grab the value of the input. And I want that to essentially fill out the text input. So I'm going to pass in val here, and we're going to grab the object value. In this case, var object value is equal to jQuery. Pass in the object, and we'll grab the value from there. So that way we're filling out. Actually, maybe that's incorrect. What we want to do is we want to grab, I think, just the suburb. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to pass in the suburb here as a data element. Now to do that, let's create another data element here called suburb. Suburb. Great. And in here, we'll pass that in. We'll add in the pluses just so that it comes across correctly, but that looks good. And this is where I want to print it out. So suburb here, suburb can essentially grab that data value for suburb. And this is where I want to place it. I want to place it into our input. Now, finally, the last thing we want to do is we want to use the depot and the distance to show the correct price. Now, this is going to be a little bit complicated because what we need to do is we need to loop through our header objects here and loop through our prices and only grab the prices with the correct variation data attributes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class in here, I think. And for this class, I'm going to call this maybe depot item or depot price. Now, in order to do this properly, we're going to loop through these and we're going to check which depot they're in and what distance they're in and only show the correct one that we want to use. So let's pass this in and let's do a loop for this. So what I want to be able to do is pass in, I think, jQuery, and we're going to grab essentially the depot price class. So let's pass it in here as a class. So we'll add the dot there. We're going to pass it in each loop. So this will be a function. What we want to do is we want to check with jQuery if this individual item, if it has the data value of, let's have a look, the depot, and if that depot value is equal to our depot variable. So let's do that. So here's one if. Then the other if we want to do. So we'll pass this in here, we'll do, and if the other value of the depot distance, which is just over here, is equal to that distance. So that's great. Now, if it is, we'll set the class for this individual item to have a class of active. So we'll do add class active. But if it's not there, if those two values aren't there, we'll remove the class active. So remove class active. Beautiful. And I think that should be it. It makes sense to me logically, so I'm going to hit save to that. We're going to give it a test. We're going to refresh. Now, we also might not see what's going on. So what I'm going to do is over here where we have the price set. Now, where is that? I believe if we scroll in, it is called price, and there it is. So depot price is there. So this is the one we want to grab. I'm going to browse into that. And I don't think we've set that, or have we? Let's take a quick look at our CSS once more. So we've got our main price element in here. And in our main price element, we've got most of our content in here. But inside of each one of those prices is the depot price itself. So let's have a look where we have our price element here. I think, let's see. We've got our steps, icon. I can't see where our price is. So here it is. It seems to be, I think that's it. Yep. So what we want to do is our depot price. So depot dash price will be a display of none. And if it's active, it'll be display of block. So I think that's it. Now let's double check the syntax to make sure it is correct. So it is depot price there. And I'm going to save that. We're going to test it out. Hopefully everything will just disappear and work. Let's refresh. And we have no prices here. We're going to put an item and we get a price back, which is essentially what we want to happen. So that's really cool. I suppose the other thing we want to happen, let's make sure there are no errors. So there are, so far, no errors. And what would be good is if we could see the distances in our JavaScript. So what I'm thinking is maybe we'll grab them and present them to start off with, just because right now I'm not really seeing the distance from the depot apply there. So I'm just going to pass it in here. We'll comment it out later, but let's do distance. So that's a variable here. So we'll pass in distance plus maybe depot, which I think is just over here. I'm going to save that. We're going to quickly refresh. And now we don't have any prices. And we'll select, let's have a look. So it's, here we've got 25K. Bunbury, 25K, 25K. Everything looks to be 25K, so maybe I've done something wrong there for the pricing, but let's do a quick spot check. So in terms of our calculation, if distance is greater than 0 and less than 25 kilometers, we get this variable, which is correct. If it's greater than or equal to 25 kilometers, and it's also less than 50 kilometers. Yep, that's all correct. So all of those things seem to be fine. And I think our content is working fine here, because when I'm selecting the correct single price is going. The only other thing is we'll have to do the URL now. But so far I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's working as we planned it to work. And yeah, it's some nice little JavaScript here. Now to add this directly to cart, what we want to be able to do is we want to essentially create some custom JavaScript for this, where we select, I guess, the product ID and the variation and send a URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function in here. And this function will be called maybe header product to cart. And we'll pass in an object in here. But what we want to do is we want to set the variation to go straight to the cart when we select it and go to the checkout page. And this is going to be interesting to do, but I'm going to try and give it a shot. So let's go here into our header. And this is our JavaScript over here. I'm going to do an onClick handler, and I'm going to pass this function over here. Now, what I want to be able to do is I want to grab a data ID. I said pose or product ID. And in here, we want to pass in PHP. And we want to print out the product. So let's do echo product ID, I guess. I think that should be correct. So I'm just going to give this a quick test. We'll pass in a few things here, but we'll start off with the product ID. I'm not sure if that's how it should be presented or not, but I suppose we'll only know after we have a look at the code. So over here, we do get a product ID, so that's good. The next thing we want to do is we want to set up a variation for this. So to create a product variation and a product, I suppose a product distance. So let's do distance and depot in here. Now to start off with, these will be empty. But what we're going to do is here where we have our quick select bin, in our custom JavaScript, when we select a header item here like this, we're going to pass these in. So I'm thinking maybe jQuery this, or actually pass in this quick select bin. So this is a class, and what we want to be able to do is if the items in here exist and they're active, we're going to loop through them and we're going to set their data attributes. And what we want to do is we want to set up the data distance, and we're going to set an attribute of the distance that we have. So we'll pass in distance here, and we want to do the same for the depot. So over here, I'll pass in depot too. So this places them in there. And the next thing we want to do is when we click on them here in our header product to cart section, we're going to print those out. So we're going to grab maybe, I suppose, these same variables over here. And we're going to just console them out to make sure that they're working properly. So let's open up our console over here and we'll refresh our page. When we select them, we should see nothing pop up. So it'll be empty. But when we select an item like Balladura or whatever this one here, and we print it out, we can see that we got our distance and our depot in there. And we can use this to create a URL. Now to create a URL, I think I've created someone somewhere. Here it is. So this is how I created a location last time with a URL. I grabbed the current URL over here. I think I used something to essentially take us there. So let's take a look which command I did to do that. I think it's just over here somewhere. Where was it? Single product key up. Yep. So this is where I selected one. And then header shortcode. I can't remember where that was. So it was definitely here on our skip bin. So if we select one, we had this option here, and we filled out some data here. And when we filled it out, we essentially got some content in here. We're going to have to look at this layout though. It looks like it's gone a little bit funny. I think that's because I added that position of relative to it previously. So we're going to have to quickly get rid of that just so that the styling doesn't mess up. Let's jump back here into our content. And what we're going to do is we're going to do an and. So let's pass in and here. And this is where we'll do that absolute position. So let's just pass that in there, a refresh, make sure that that works, but over up here, make sure that works too. Okay, great. Now, when we selected one of these, we created a URL in here, and this is the URL we created. And this took us to the page we wanted. So this was a little bit different. And I guess we could create a URL for this one too, I suppose. So instead of doing it this way, what we could do is we could create links on these. So here, instead of setting them as data variables, we could just grab the A tag and manually set what it should be. So what I might do is I might pass it in here. So let's do jQuery. Just thinking how we can do this well. I suppose we could just pass it in here. So quick select bin. We'll pass in attr, which is the attribute, and this is the href attribute. And we want to create our own tag in here. And for our own tag, what we want to do is we want to set up some of these attributes. I think I've got an example of how they need to be set up. So I'm going to copy this over. And for the time being, I just want them to take us to that product page. Nothing too complicated. So let's jump in here, and where we're setting this href, we'll comment these two out for the time being. And let's pass it in here like this. So we'll also comment this out too. We want to pass in the product name, which will be in here. But we also want to pass in these attributes. So I'm just going to pass in the attributes just like this. And here in the distance, I might just pass that in over here. So we'll just do plus distance. And here for the depot, we'll cancel this out and we'll just add that in as well. So plus depot. I think it's just plus. Beautiful. Let's give that a quick test to see what we get. So we're going to refresh the page here. Right now, they don't have links. Then I'm going to select one here. And now I believe we do have the links, but we're missing the product ID over here. So we'll need to grab that product ID. Now, let's have a look how we're doing. We've got the depot price element for each one, and we are grabbing some data elements. So the depot price over here, what I might do is I might grab that from the header. So here where I'm setting the depot price, and we might pass in depot product ID in here, and we'll be reusing that. So I'm just going to pass in product ID in here. I think that should do it. And then finally, we'll jump back here into our JavaScript. And what I want to do is do an add to cart section. So I'm going to pass that in here like this. And for this ID over here, I'm going to pass in product ID. And let's plus that over here and over here. And we'll create a product ID by calling jQuery this data, and the data element is the product ID. And we're passing this into a variable called product ID. So I think that should do it. Now I'm going to refresh and give that a shot, and hopefully it just works. So we've got product ID 68 and 68 in here. So it has put a product ID, but they should be different based on the product that we have here. So something's gone a little bit funny, but we'll have a look at that. So we've got the depot price here. And the depot price is up here as well. So what we're doing is we're looping through our products. We'll select each product to see if it's a product variation. I'll loop through the variations and we'll set the product ID in there. So we've got our very first product, we've got our second product, and it should be updating. I'll have to have a look at this a little bit more closely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to investigate the code here. So this is showing me a product ID of 49 for this one here. And this one over here, if we take a look, this one is 68. So 68 is correct. It's just this one here that isn't, the one on the left. So it means our JavaScript isn't doing what we want it to. And this will have to be essentially fixed up in here. Now on this section here, I guess because we're looping through the depot prices, but we're actually applying this attribute to everything. This is why we're having that issue. So what I'm going to have to do is maybe, I have to think about this for a second. I think I know what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll over here where we're setting the href, we'll grab this and we'll grab the parent and then maybe its parent. And I think that'll grab the egg tag. So let's refresh and give that a shot. So looks like that hasn't worked. Maybe we'll just grab the immediate parent. So let's close that off and refresh it once more. And I think maybe that hasn't worked either. So, I know why. So let's add that back in. So we'll refresh. We'll type in a suburb in here. And now we are actually getting that to work. So we can see it's product 49 on the bottom left on the screen here, and this one is 68. So I'm going to select this one, and it's been added to our cart. So we can see here we've been taken straight to the cart page. So I'm going to close all of these off, but ideally I want to go straight to the checkout page. So let's have a look. So I'm going to select this one. So let's go to West Coast Waste. We'll type in an item, so Queen's Park. We'll select this item. And when we do, we go straight to the add cart page. So that's really cool. I'm pretty happy with that so far. Now, what I'm going to do finally is I'm going to jump here into our theme, and we're going to find the display none that we've set somewhere. Let's have a look. I think just over here, this opacity and max height. So we're going to remove that. We're going to refresh our page. So now we're on the suburb page. We'll type something in and select it. We've got our options there. We'll select one of our options and we'll be taken straight to the cart page. So that's working perfectly. And I think that finishes up all our work here, because now we've got our e-commerce section working just how we want it to. So let me go through and see how this works. So we've got our entire page here, and that's all working fine. We can select a bin or a trailer here. And when we select it, it takes us to that page. So I'm just going to select one over here. We can fill out a suburb. We can fill this out at the top here or at the bottom. So if I select Balladura or Ballajurup, I guess, over here, it takes us to that product page with the distance there and the price, and we can order that. Alternatively, we can type something in here. So I'm going to select this one up here, and it pops up with some content in here. And here we can select one too. And when we do, we select it, it takes us again to the checkout page now. And we can proceed to checkout, which is really cool. The alternative way to do this is just to go in here and select an option, and then maybe click to order this skip bin. And that's a final way to do that, but we'll be removing that section later on. But that looks really good, and I think that's our work here done. Obviously, we've got our internal page here. We've got our contact us page. We have some blog pages and FAQs working in there too. So all of this is a fully fledged e-commerce website now, ready to go. And this is really cool. I'm pretty happy with the work we've done here. And I think we're just about done. So I hope you guys enjoyed this.